so many ways, but one of them is there's a numbers game, and the more participants you have, the better opportunity you have to advance more schools to the North America Championship, which will be Memorial Day weekend, 2025. So very much welcome. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to spend a Saturday with us, writing problems or solving problems, writing code, and working with your team members. And we'll give you some food, and you solve a problem and you get a balloon. So those of you that do well, we do have plaques and medals. So let's talk about those things. Okay. First and foremost, our Okay, and so once again, so thankful for Jeff Rains and all that they do for ICPC. Wonderful set of tools. Many of you use them. I'll mention that on the contest image, IntelliJ and PyCharm and Sea Lion, all of those tools are provided by Jeff Rains, and so we are appreciative. And so we'll move on. And oops, went too far. And so we have a local sponsor for the Pacific Northwest region. And so this is for the second time in 2024. Some of you competed in the regional back in February. That was from 2023. We had to push it back to 2024. And so Amplitude has stepped up 2 times now in 2024 and sponsored our contest as a platinum sponsor. And so we're so appreciative here at Pac Northwest because this keeps costs down, your team fees. And so as I've mentioned here, the t-shirts are courtesy of Amplitude. And so I also want to mention that our head judge, Nick Wu, he's also the head of the problem set, works for Amplitude. He's the one that connected ICPC Pac Northwest to Amplitude. One of their co-founders is also a former contestant in ICPC. So grateful for them giving back. And so Nick's going to come and talk to us real quickly. But they do have internship and job opportunities for you. And so you want to take advantage of that. And just, it's a little bit of silliness, but it's true. Nick, as the head judge, is here today to tell you wrong answer as many times as necessary for you to get it right. And so very much thanks to Nick and everyone at Amplitude. And Nick, if you want to step up, I'll hand this over to you for a minute. Woo!
Hi, everyone. My name is Nick. Contrary to popular belief, my job is not embedded programming or I do work at Amplitude. Up on the screen on the QR code, if you're interested in any job opportunities at Amplitude, go ahead and scan it. It should take you to a page where you can enter your email address. And My co-founder wants me to ramble for like 5-10 minutes, but I with y'all are just problems. So just to let you know a little bit about what we do, we are a data analyst company. We help companies monetize their users. And we're selling lots of different stuff in like data collection, how to technical, pretty much there's a lot going on. I'm happy to talk afterwards. I'll also have the QR code after the contest for people and just have the phones because they already gave them the cookies or whatever. But yeah, happy to talk to people and connect after the contest.
So yes, once again, thank you. Thank you. So yes, we're here. Phosphor for us. So another set of thanks that I want to give to another sponsor, and so a personal friend, known him for a very long time. So Jerry Kane, longtime coach, co-coach, and faculty member at Stanford. He stepped up once again and donated $2,000 to our regional to help pay for plaques and medals. And we'll talk about what those plaques and medals are and who gets those as part of this presentation. It's really important to know, ICPC is a volunteer organization. Many of us have been doing this for multiple decades now. We've got our day jobs, but we carve out time to do this because we want you to get better. We want you guys to practice problem solving, work in a team environment, writing code under pressure, somewhat like a technical interview. It's extracurricular, right? So it goes on your resume. So there's a lot of positive things to competing and being a part of this, but it's all volunteer. And so individuals like Jerry, he's helped. So he's been a coach, a problem writer, as it says here, a judge. He's recruited problem writers for the contest and judges. He's recruited sponsors. Former students have donated for many years. And Jerry himself is a donor. And yeah, I can honestly say that ICPC Pac Northwest would not be where it is today without the contributions of Jerry. And so everyone, please welcome, work with me and thank Jerry King. Okay, logistics. And so we've gone through the practice. You guys, by the way, this is the best response that we had for the practice contest. We did put some pressure on you saying if you don't do this, we're not going to let you compete. But just some review of the logistics. So the login credentials for the contest will be included under your keyboard, along with the envelope that holds the problems for the contest. Of course, that's needed for PC squared. There's a team name and a password. And it's important to note that you're not allowed to access any of these materials that are at your workstation until the contest formally starts, and we are currently on schedule to start right at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And so you had a chance to do the practice contest and hopefully work with the image. And so you'll log into that contest image. The default username and password is team and contest, unless your site director or systems team decided to use something else. This is the case at the onset. So for those of you that are sitting in front of me, you'll have a set of credentials that are different to log onto your machine. And there's an important note because of the environment, the operating environment that's provided in the lab here at the Pianza, you're going to need to log in twice using your credential. You'll do it once, and then you'll get another screen. And it's like, wait a minute, didn't I just put this stuff in? But you'll log in twice. It's the same set of credentials. And so we'll have assistance around in case you have any issues. So another specific note for the Pianza, because of the virtual environment that the lab uses, do be sure to save all your work to the sources folder, which is under your home directory. If you save anywhere else and your machine restarts for some reason, you need to do that, then you'll lose your work. So that sources folder inside the home directory, once you log in, that's your safe place. And so make sure that you put your work there. And so there's another note from a logistical standpoint. Problem statements are not going to be released to coaches and spectators. We're sorry about this, or the public for that matter, until likely 45 minutes after the contest starts. And the reason for that is that we're sharing problems with the Southern California region, and they're not going to start until 1:30. Sometimes it slips a little bit for them, and so maybe 1:45. That's why we're saying 45 minutes. And so site directors, just a quick note for you, I will reach out to you once we've been notified. So Blue, our head judge, he's in contact with SoCal, and once he knows that their contest has started, he'll let me know, and then I'll let everyone else know. So apologies for the inconvenience, but just real quickly, building a project problem set takes a gosh awful lot of time. It's a lot of work, and so the regions throughout North America, we try and share resources. And so we do collaborate. And so this is one of those, we tried to coordinate start times as much as we could with Southern California, but we're a little off. So it is what it is, and we'll make it work. And so coaches and spectators, we appreciate your patience with this regard. So we'll get them to you as soon as we can. I know you're excited to see the problem set too, and it's a really good one. And so the lower minute total wins, right? Each incorrect submission incurs a 20-minute addition to your total number of minutes, provided you ultimately solve that problem. Okay, so you're stuck on problem B, right? And you submit 10 times, you get it wrong 10 times, right? Well, if you never solve it, right, it's not going to affect your score, right? But if you do solve it, okay, then and incorrect submission, that's 20 minutes each, so that's quite a bit of penalty points, right? So you definitely want to be careful. Read those instructions carefully. Make sure the output that you produce is to specifications, because if you don't follow that, you'll get a wrong answer. Right? And by the way, this is an important note, compilation errors do not count as an incorrect submission. And this is why we do the practice contest. And so hopefully you saw those things. So the schedule, I'm just going over real quickly. It's a pretty simple schedule. We're on time to start at 1 p.m. PST. And so a big note, once you're seated in the lab for your contest at your machine, do not touch anything until the contest starts. Right? That's in all caps. Yes, I'm screaming it. It seems that every year that we do this, and it's hard because we've got many different sites, someone doesn't pay attention to this. And so it's grounds for your team being kicked out of the contest if you try and access things before the official start. So don't touch anything. All right. Post contest, the contest should finish at 6 p.m. There will be results via the resolver. It typically takes at least 30 minutes. I'd like to play it safe and say 45. And so we'll do the results on the resolver. We'll do it over the same Zoom session. And so yeah, check also with your site director for lunchtimes and dinner. Pizza probably depends on your site. We do hope you can stay for problem set discussion. And so head judge Nick Wu, once the contest is over at 6, probably at 6:15, he'll come here to the microphone and he'll review the problem sets and also answer your questions. And he'll do that until the resolver is ready. So, and so yeah, we'd like you to stay around for problem set discussion and the resolver. But we do know is because the contest is starting a little bit later this year, that you might need to travel. So that is what it is. Okay, so awards of advancement to the NAC, the North American Championship. So there's gold, silver, and bronze medals for all team members for the top three teams in Division One and Division Two overall. All right, and then the top three in each site for D1 and D2. There are also plaques, all right, for the top team in D1 and D2, and for winners, okay, for D1 and D2 at each of the sites. Right, and so once again, I need to thank the Institute of Jerry King. We wouldn't have the plaques and medals without those donors. The top teams from D1 will advance to the North American Championship in Orlando at Central Florida University, and so that'll be held Monday, May 26th. Last year, we advanced 5 teams due to our wonderful participation from you guys. We're guaranteed four slots. We got an extra one last year. I always fight for slots. All of the regional directors do. And I mentioned it. So last year we had 135 teams. This year it has grown to 155. And so that's thanks to you and coaches. Thanks for spending the time and beating the bushes and getting your students to come out and compete. And so some notes from the judges. And so Division One problems are in alphabetic order, which is the same as the North American Championship and World Finals. For the Division One problem set, Nick and his problem writers agendas very much trying to model what's done at the NAC and the World Finals, so that our teams are prepared to do well there. And then I will mention that in last year's North American Championship, we had 5 schools advance to the NAC. 4 of them and so the Division Two problems are guaranteed to be solvable in all 3 language groups that are supported by the contest. And so the language groups are C, C++, Java, Kotlin, right, and Python, right. And so with regards to Division One, Python can run slower, and so they're following what NAC does and what Finals does. That's not necessarily guaranteed. So yeah, quick example from the 2023 regional. So the first part is going to be more accessible for you, and then the second part, all right, is more challenging. So note that, Division Two competitors. Okay. I'll also bring up, for those of you that haven't done this before, working through the problem set, it's not like a book where you start with problem A and then you work your way through. Definitely look through the problems and find out where the easier ones are. For D2, yes, those first problems are pretty straightforward. But look at the entire problem set. Okay. And so almost all of you went through and and did what you need to do as far as that goes. But are there, just in case, in case I've overlooked something or people have overlooked something, I do want to visit the main sites. And so, Hawaii Hilo, any last questions or clarifications? Okay. All right, George Fox. Great. Simon Fraser. Right. UW Tacoma. Wonderful. And any questions? That was interesting. Zoom. Deonza, any questions or clarifications here? Like we're in pretty good shape. All right. Great. All right. And I would say for those of you assistance people and so on, we've got our Slack channel. If you're having any issues on your end, and get a hold of the systems Slack. All right, and so now time for thank you. We're getting closer to the actual contest. And so, like I said, this is volunteers. Everyone here is a volunteer, and the time that the site directors and the coaches put into this, it's a lot. All right, it's a lot. It's a labor of love for all of us that do this because we know it makes you guys better. And so, yeah, at Hawaii Hilo, H.P. Edwards, longtime coach, first time, at least on my watch, hosting or serving as a site director for Pac Northwest. So thanks so much, Keith. George Fox, Brent Wilson is just a rock. And so Jim Brian Schneider, over a decade of service to ICPC. They're great about, hey, you guys, we found this little weird thing. They help us make the contest better. And so glad to have them on the team. And so up front, Simon Fraser, so Bobby Chan, he's been working with us for a decade, close to it. I couldn't remember how long, Bobby. But in British Columbia, BC does 2 years, and then Simon Fraser does 2 years, and so Simon Fraser just stepped back up for their 2-year shift, and so we're just so happy to have you guys. And so here at Deonza, the site director, Ganesh Well, and has stepped in and turned everything that we're doing here so positive. We love the facility here and the support that we've gotten from Deonza, Manish, the other faculty and staff. We love being here, and the work that you've put into making this work is just it's fabulous. So thank you, Manish. UW Tacoma, so that's my day job. And, my partner in crime there, Chris Marriott, he's running a regional contest the second time by himself, and he was working till late last night, trying to work out some kinks in the image, and did so. He's run multiple local contests. I'll also point out he's been a longtime coach, and he was a participant in World Finals. So he's just always been involved in ICPC. It's a passion. So thanks, Chris. And I do want to mention we've got 2 microsite hosts, and so Ben Kovitz at Humboldt, and then Ken Jones, who I've known for many years, decades, at Whitworth University. Ken has been a problem writer, a judge in the past, and a site host in the past, and I'm really happy to see that he's brought things back up in Eastern Washington because it's been quiet there for a handful of years now. Also, in terms of thanks, head judge Nick Wu, it's his second year as the head judge for Pac Northwest. He's got over a decade of service to ICPC as a problem writer and reviewer. He serves ICPC in so many capacities. He's there at the North American Championship with many of us. He supports the problem pool. I talked about how we share resources. He's a judge. He has served on ICPC Live as a commentator. He's done World Finals analytics. And so just devote so much time to what we're doing, and I can't thank them enough. Okay, more thank yous. So head systems, John Clevenger. We are so fortunate here in the Pac Northwest. John Clevenger, he's also the head of systems for World Finals. He's the lead developer for PC Squared. That's our contest software, which is used all over the world. He's been involved with ICPC for 3+ decades, I think 4 now. And so there's also the systems team. So Sam and Troy, John Buck, Samanway, Kute. We've also got David Harmeyer, who's been doing ICPC Live. Came down here once again from Seattle, and he helps at NAC and everywhere else. And so, so thankful to all these guys. We are very privileged to have this group running our systems. And I'll point out, they just got done running World Finals in Kazakhstan in September and didn't get back until the end of September, and then had to build the image for this contest, and plus do their day jobs. So, and so we've got a judge crew that Nick wanted to mention. I already talked about Nick, but there's Andy Wynn, Derek, Jerry Lee, Dan, Misha, Tom Rakiki, longtime contributor. I mean, all of these individuals are here. And then we've had some additional assistants. So Antonio, Arno, Daniel, Henry, Jonathan, Kevin, Stanislav. And so then there's the Dianza site that I need to thank. And so the administration and all the site volunteers, thanks for all of your work. And I want to turn it over now to the site director, Manish, in case he has a few words. And we're also very privileged to have Dianza's chancellor here with us today. And so I think he's got a few words for us as well. So, great to see this start here. All the faculty, staff, competition is just not extensive your program problem solving skills. Celebration of teamwork, perseverance, and creativity. And if you take on this challenge, set a problem, remember that every craft presents represents self, also the type of effort. Like and the connection to make great state of California. Thank you to all of you. Thank you. Getting close. Right? So this is the last slide. So yeah, so a couple things here finishing up. Certainly good luck today. Enjoy the problem set. The judges worked so hard to build. I think you'll enjoy it. It's challenging, fun, and you'll learn a lot. And so yeah, a quick note. I mentioned this before, but Nick said that he'll discuss the problem set shortly after contest finish. So we're on track to start at 1 p.m. and so it'll be done at 6. So 6:15, Nick will come out here and talk about problems, and he'll answer questions about the problem set until the resolver is ready. Playing it safe, that's likely 6:45 p.m. So join in if you can. And so as we finish up the briefing here, we're going towards the actual contest at 1 p.m. Do make sure that you get your cell phones and any electronic materials to your coaches, because those are not allowed on the floor during the contest. And so we'll do our best to start at 1 p.m. So filter out efficiently in as orderly a fashion as possible at all sites. And we'll look at starting at 1 p.m. So site directors, that is the plan to start right at 1 p.m. I'm going to leave this Zoom session open. I will do a countdown through this Zoom session from 10:98 down to actual 1 p.m. And that's when we'll start. Watch the Slack channel and also this Zoom in case there's an emergency situation where we have to delay it. But other than that, the briefing is done. The contest is next. Thank you for being here. Good luck. Okay, so everyone here at the entrance, you need to leave the room, you're all the way out, so that the coaches can collect all your things. Probably in 15 minutes, they can bring you in and see you at your stations. So thanks for helping us. There's a lot of us here in the near quarters. So we can help them. You'll notice there are no envelopes. Oh, okay.
What's your teammate from? What? Every station that has a team sign has to have features.
So nice. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, my friend.
all the way to the back. Want to check from the bottom to.
Yeah, 15 teams to get sat down so we can start at one. Last year, so we take, when they start coming in, just walk around and make sure nobody touches anything. Or can't pull stuff out from under. They can dust it here. There's always somebody who asks that question. Yeah, just make sure, right? Oh, wow.
I swear, it's a really good one. I stole another one. We've got most of them. Yeah. Right? Yeah. It's well, and then for some reason, coaches are we're gonna go ahead and start. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, we're about to start. We're getting ready to start. We're going to start at the top of the hour. I'll do a countdown. We're at 1 minute right now. We're at 1 minute. A quick reminder, there should be no coaches in here, and you should have given your electronics to your coaches. If anyone has a cell phone, you could be disqualified. There are no cell phones allowed, right? No electronics. This is part of the briefing. Very important. Okay, we are almost to it. Okay. We're almost to the 10-second countdown, and I'm going to do it. Here we come. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, 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 go.
And we're off. Welcome to the 2024 Pacific Northwest Regional. We are here in De Anza, California. And announcement, we're good to go?
Contest has started.
Contest has started. Unfortunately, we won't have access to the problem statements for the next 45 minutes. We're only given them once the same regions. I think the Rocky Mountain Regional is also using these, but I could be off on that. But I know another region is also using several of the same problems. They were still deciding last night which problems to use, so we still don't have a final call on which ones are shared and which ones aren't. But we'll get to see the scoreboard. We know there are M problems in the West Division. And yeah, 45 minutes in, we'll start looking at what the problems are specifically. The teams here are from Western U.S. Pacific Northwest is the old region name. I think now it's just called the Western Division. But this involves California up through like Washington, for example. I believe there's some from Canada too, yeah. British Columbia as well. I think earlier the staff mentioned we had 6 sites. This is just one of them, but this is where all of the judges are. This is De Anza. Teams here have 1 computer per team, like normal ICPC contests. 3 contestants, 1 computer. They also get 3 problem sets, which you can kind of see here. They're all stored in that manila folder. So all the teams are currently looking to see which problems are the most doable, easiest to solve. Obviously, because this is a regional, the problems are a little bit easier than normal, right? Not quite World Finals level, but the goal is to make these approachable and doable for all the teams here. We also have 2 different divisions today. This is Div 1. All of these teams are trying to compete to qualify for the North American Championships, which in previous years has been hosted in Orlando, Florida. And then we have Div 2, which we don't have teams for. What's going on there? Let's try maybe reloading this, see if that helps. Okay, now we have teams. These teams are a little bit newer to the competitive programming space. Just getting their feet wet, and throwing hard problems at them isn't as productive. So, a little bit less accessible. We do not currently have a link to the scoreboard. I mean, like we have access to it, but we don't have like a publicly shareable one. So I'll try and keep the scoreboard as public as possible here. If there's anything you want to see, just let me know. This is Div 1. No solves yet. In either Div 1 or Div 2, which is understandable, right? We're only 3 minutes into contest. In the meantime, yeah, for the first 45 minutes, we have no problems to look at. So if you have any questions or anything that you'd like to know, just let me know. I have a little bit of a cold too, so if I sound terrible, apologies. It's a 5-hour contest, the first 4 hours of which the scoreboard is publicly, well, I mean, it's available to anyone watching the stream and to the contestants who aren't allowed to see the stream. For the last hour, the scoreboard will be hidden, and we'll have a resolver after, just like normal ICPC contests, nothing crazy there. But that'll happen after a quick break after the contest. We'll have the resolver, and I'm sure John will be very enthused about that. UCF would wreck this competition if we're being honest. It's possibly true. UCF is quite a good team. UCF competes in the southeastern U.S. region, right, Brian? University of Central Florida. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like probably some of the teams here will crush this competition. But we'll see. I mean, we haven't gotten any solves yet, 5 minutes in. There's got to be at least one easy one, though. Maybe teams just haven't found it or still getting ready with their configs, vim configs, etc. No solves in Div 1. Let's check Div 2. Still nothing. No queues, no submits. Just an empty scoreboard. Looks like we got some teams typing at the very least. We can check the contest floor. So they've got something that they're looking at, but nothing in the queue. Ironically Pythonic. I feel like most Python is ironically Pythonic. Python, I feel like, is the only language that like no one is proud of writing, even the people who write it. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't think of it. Maybe Lisp is the only other example of something where, oh, Bill Poucher from UC Berkeley, not actually Bill Poucher, just a team named Bill Poucher, submitted to I, and that is correct. That gives them the dark green and an orange balloon. They'll probably get a gold one. That'll be delivered by one of our volunteers in just a second here. I would love to check out problem I. Unfortunately, we don't have a problem set, but we will soon. Certainly all the other teams now have seen this on the scoreboard, and they'll see the balloon get brought out. Let's see, maybe we can get a shot of that. think it'll be coming from one of the doors on the left here. Maybe it's to the left of the camera and you can't quite see it. It's also possible they're not at this site. I guess UC Berkeley probably isn't, right? Because they're California or Canada, excuse me. Stanford also with problem I, and Stanford in div 2 with the submission to problem C, still judging. Looks like that's an AC. We don't yet know whether this is the same problem. I guess we have, maybe we can check by balloon color. So it's white in div 2, and in div 1, I is orange. So possibly unshared. I guess that doesn't tell us anything unless they're exactly the same problems in both. But yeah, it's also very plausible, right? Because something that's very easy for div 1, it's more challenging for div 2. We got our first submission to problem E and to problem B in div 1. B wrong from UC Berkeley. UBC on E still judging. Looks promising. UC Berkeley with a dark green on E. Stanford with the dark green on C in div 2. Congratulations to them. That'll put them in 3rd place overall. We got another submission to I in div 1 by University of Washington. Looks like I is the easy problem of the day. In div 2, object-oriented programming looks like the dark green on problem B. So we got B and C both solved. Second solve on C as well, Beaver Bites from OSU. Welcome if you're joining here. The stream is going to be pretty unsubstantial for the first 45 minutes just because we don't have any problems. So we have nothing to look at here other than the scoreboard. And I guess the contestants. More submits on problem I. Order 1 Hit Wonders. That's a good name. I like that from OSU. AC on problem I. Several submits on problem C. That's San Francisco University, SFU. SFU Burgundy, ACNC. Directed acyclic graph destroyers, also AC on problem C as well. I think that's the first voice crack. I think that's the first AC on problem B as well. So we have 3 problems solved in div 1, quite the set. Is this a problem set? I can't look at it though, right? I can?
Embargo's up. You can talk about them.
They started?
They already started. We're ready to go. You can just go whenever you're ready.
So I can just open this now.
Yeah, you can open this. You can take a look and
Wonderful.
whatever you want.
Would you mind sending me the
Scoreboard?
no, well, scoreboard link would work too, but also the digital copy? Yeah, PDF.
They're getting that up. That's
Alright.
gonna take a little bit.
Sounds good. Well, we got our problem sets, so it's substantial. Okay, let's take a look. What do we want to see? Let's look at problem C for div 2. That seems the most approachable here. Div 2 problem C, called generalized fizz buzz. You may be familiar with the problem fizz buzz. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4 fizz, or 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, fizz, 6 buzz, and so on. So I'll read this to you. We'll get a digital copy coming up soon, but pay some attention. All right, fizz buzz is a common coding interview problem. I actually got asked this in a real coding interview, no joke. It's kind of embarrassing. The problem is, as embarrassing for the company who asked it, it's like, do you not have better problems? Come on. The problem is as follows. Given an integer n, for all integers I from 1 to n inclusive, if this number is divisible by both 3 and 5, print fizz buzz. Otherwise, if it's divisible by 3, print fizz. Otherwise, if it's divisible by 5, print buzz. Otherwise, just print I. So we were interested in a generalized version of fizz buzz, where basically the 3 and the 5 can be anything else. So, right, instead of 3 or 5, it would be 7 and 24. So the question is, given n, a, and b, how many times are fizz buzz and fizz buzz printed for a correct implementation? It looks like there's only one line of input. So there's a single integer n, which goes up to only 10 to the 6th, and then there's a and b. And you just print how many times you print fizz, buzz, and fizz buzz. So yeah, it's just a loop up to n and some if statements. So I guess that makes sense for an easy div2 problem. Okay, let's move on from that. FizzBuzz was fine. Maybe we'll take a look at problem B too, since that's getting lots of solves. Problem B is called bus assignments. Bus assignment. And we got, okay, everybody's, oh, and our first submit on D in div 2. D with a dark green from SFU Mint. Well done. All right, let's look at bus assignments and then we'll head back to div 1 for a sec. The Institution for Carrying People Carefully, ICPC, is responsible for managing the famous line bus in Linetown. The line bus goes through n stops conveniently numbered from 1 to n. At stop I, AI people get off the bus, then BI people get on the bus. The bus starts out empty at stop 1 and then goes through stops numerically in increasing order, eventually stopping at stop n where the bus empties. When someone rides the line bus, they must be seated. A bus with capacity C has exactly C seats for passengers. Every rider in line bus occupies exactly 1 seat. The driver of line bus is not counted. The ICPC wants to know the minimum number or the minimum capacity for the bus and so on. Okay. So basically if you have like +3, -1, +2, you just want to calculate the max that this reaches over all points in time. So it's a pretty straightforward problem. Nice div 2 problem. Nice easy. Problem B. It looks like we got a whole bunch of problem D's as well. We'll come back to problem D in just a sec. Let's go to div 1 as promised. All right, so we got a lot of submits on I, E, and B. Let's look at I. Intuitive elements is problem I in div 1. About Brandon. Let's go. Brandon is learning the periodic table. However, he doesn't like some of the elements because the symbol of the elements contains letters which are not present in the same element. For example, gold is a U. There's neither an A nor a U in gold. He finds this to be unintuitive, especially because in other contexts he expects abbreviations to not introduce random letters. I wonder if there are any US states that are like that. I know there are some states with very unusual, like Maine is like ME or something. I wonder if there are any states, probably not, but that'd be cool if there were. Given a string and proposed abbreviation, determine if Brendan would find it unintuitive. So basically, you're given magnesium and Mg, and you say yes, because M and G appear in magnesium. Silver is Ag, you say no, because there's no A or G in silver. There's one other question I have, though. It's acceptable for a letter to appear more times in the abbreviation than the original string, or for the letters to appear in a different order. Yeah, okay, so it's very easy. So you just go through each letter in one and check if it appears in the other. All right, we got a bunch of submits coming in. Let's take a look at this. We got in first place in div 1, UC Berkeley with an ACN problem E, putting them into first place. We also have an AC from Stanford Euler. On problem B. Not a dark green, though. With 2 problems solved, we have just UC Berkeley. Although, Bill Poucher, another UC Berkeley team, has a ongoing submit on A. I believe this would be the first submit on A that's correct ever. And it has taken a while to run, I'll tell you that. And they got it, moving them into first place, surpassing their sister team, Golden State Bears. I'd be interested in which of them among each other they thought would be more likely to make it to NAC. But it looks like they have gotten it correct, putting 2 UC Berkeley teams on the board with 2 problems. Let's take a look at div 2. So it looks like for div 2, B through D are the accessible ones. I believe we looked at C and B already. So let's take a look at D. Div 2D. Soon, hopefully, we'll be getting the problem set as well. Like a digital copy so I can show it a little bit better. We've read this. This div 2D is intuitive elements, which is the same as problem I in div 1. So Makes sense. Kind of what you'd expect. A flurry of Div 1 submissions. We have University of Washington, whose name I cannot read because it is too long. We have UC Berkeley, another UC Berkeley team, getting problem I. We're going to throw OSU, not throwing, getting problem I correct. U Washington, work smarter, not harder, sorry, on problem I. You don't have to be either hardworking nor smart to solve this one, but maybe some later problems in the contest. That'll change. Div 2, oh my goodness, submissions are flying in. The most fun part of contest is the first few minutes, because especially if you're a judge, because you just get everything. I'd also be interested in seeing like all of the clarifications that are submitted. See if there's any similar like distribution of clarifications being submitted early in the contest as well. We've got a...
For those of you who couldn't find it, the scoreboard link is at the bottom of your credential sheet.
So contestants have
Check
access
the
to
bottom of
scoreboard.
your credential sheet if you want to get to the scoreboard.
All right, so in Div 2, we have covered everything that has a solve, I believe. Yes, bust assignment is the adding and subtracting periodic table and the fizz buzz. Let's go back to Div 1. I hope we don't go through all the problems in the first hour and then end up bored. One of them is going to be interesting. All right, let's look at this. So we've talked about I, that's the periodic table one. We've got another submit to E from UC Berkeley. Let's see what the verdict is first. Golden State Bears. It is AC. Wonderful. All right. Let's take a look at problem E. Exact change. Well, in Binaria, you find a store where you want to buy some presents for your friends. In Binaria, the currency is bits. The coin denominators are the set of all integer powers of 2. So you have one coin for like $1, one coin for $2, and so on. One coin for $4. You want to spend at least A bits there, but no more than B bits. Is a bit $1? Okay, a little confusing, but all right. When you make a purchase, you must pay with exact change. You have an unlimited number of bits that you can access from your bank account, and you can choose to withdraw them in whatever denominations you find most convenient. Carrying coins is inconvenient though, so you want to minimize the number of coins you carry with you. Compute the minimum number of coins you need to bring so that you can pay for any integer amount of bits between A and B inclusive. Yeah. Okay, so initially this is tough, but then the numbers are written in base 2 and they get quite big. The numbers have up to 1 million digits, a million bits in them, like 2 to the power of 1 million. Let's go through an example. So they have, if you need to make between 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0. They say you need 6 bits. Well, it's going to be these 6. You're going to need each of these to be a 1. Why? Well, you have to make this. So this is the next one. Yeah, I guess, okay, so one observation is that there's no reason to ever have 2 copies of the same bit. Right? Yeah. It's never beneficial to have like, so you're only going to have 1 coin of each type. There are some coins you never need because they're always going to be a 0. So if you wanted to get from like 1000 to 1010, you're never going to need this bit. Because this is always, these first 2 bits are always going to be 1 and 0. But then once things start to differ, at the point where they differ, you're going to need this bit for this, and you're going to need everything after it. So is that just the answer? Maybe. Let's do the other samples real quick. We have 100, well, it's really what, 4 and 5. So here you need 2 bits. You need this bit and you need this bit here. Do we have a third sample? No. Okay. So I think that's the idea. What I would do if I were solving the problem is walk from left to right until you find a difference. And then the answer is the number of ones in that left side plus the number of bits in that difference. But who knows? Do I have a proof? I have a proof for half of it. That's it. Okay. That's problem E. Oh, looks like we have some wrong answers on E though, so potentially it's wrong. It is a little scary that things could be far apart. Yeah. I guess it's also, the samples are pretty weak for this, for what it's worth. Let's take a look at C. Well, actually, how's Div 2 doing? Does Div 2 have any new problems? A wrong answer on F, but that's it. Okay, back to Div 1. Let's take a look at C. C has quite a few solves. Champernoun subsequence. The kth, I'm going to say this wrong, champernoun. The kth champernoun word is obtained by writing down the first k positive integers and concatenating them together. For example, the 10th champernoun is, I'll write it down so you can see. Like 1 through 10, all concatenated. It can be proven that for any finite string of digits, there exists some k. For any finite string of digits, there exists some k, such that the finite string of digits will appear as a subsequence of the kth champernoun word. Okay, so basically if you just kept writing out numbers, eventually you'll, oh wait, the kth so if you're going for the integer k and you write out the numbers from 1 to k, no, okay, basically if you're looking for a string and you keep this pattern on for long enough, you'll find that string. Okay, that's what it's saying. Okay. String S is a subsequence. We know what subsequence means. Oh wait, no. Subsequence if you can delete possibly 0 characters. Okay. Given a string of digits, compute the smallest integer k, such that the given string of digits is a subsequence of the kth champernoun word. So basically, how many digits do you have to keep going until you get to this word that you're looking for, right? So basically, this is quite easy, right? If you're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no, you're looking for 1, 3, 3, 7, you can just say, you can do this naively, right? Because this has at most 10 to the 5th digits in the input. And we know we can do order n. And we know if you take 10 steps, if you look at 10 digits in a row, those will all have different, like the last number of them will all be different, right? So every time you take 10 steps, you'll find at least the next number in the input. So we'll first look at we'll look at numbers 1 through n until we find the first thing we're looking for, which is a 1. That comes very quickly, right? We find the 1. So when we do that, we get a hit. And then we look at a 2, which is a miss. And then we look at a 3, which is a hit. And then we look at 4, which is a miss, 5, which is a miss, and so on. 9, which is a miss, 10, which is a miss, 11, which is a miss, 12, which is a miss, and then 13, which is a hit. So we can, well, I guess we just did show that this will never have more than 10 misses in a row. We'll always get one of the things we're looking for, at least 10 in a row. So you can just do this naively, and then your time will be 10 times n. You don't need to do anything fancy. It seems to me. So I would imagine this will get quite a few solves here, because that one's short enough to read, if the word Champernoun doesn't scare you away. Yeah, pretty straightforward solution. Breaking news, AC on problem E in Div 2. Eunice and his slimes from Tacoma. Let's take a look at it. What do you say? Problem E, new one, mouse pursuit. Brandon is back at it again. Playing the newest idle game, Mouse Pursuit. The goal of this game is to pursue mice for cheese and glory. In Mouse Pursuit, an event consists of pursuing a mouse. If the mouse is caught, the player might earn cheese and glory. However, if the mouse isn't caught, the player might lose cheese and glory. Given Brandon's recent events, Brandon wants to know how much cheese and glory he earned in the last K seconds. So, given an event of caught, which is the mouse was caught S seconds ago, the player gained C pieces of cheese and this much glory, and miss, and you lost this much cheese and this much glory. I don't get why this is a question. Okay, so it's for all the things that happened less than S seconds ago, how much cheese and glory they had? Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, it's a question. I don't know that I would have put it in a set, but okay. I guess it's implementation, right? If you're new to programming, being able to code stuff is important. It looks much more scary than it is. Let's look at problem F. Something a bit more interesting, maybe. Ruffians. Ashley and Brandon are playing their new hit card game, Ruffians. In Ruffians, 10 cards are dealt in a grid with 2 rows and 5 columns. Each card has a number on it from 1 to 9. Ashley and Brandon are both looking for a pair of cards that have the exact same number. After playing this game for a while, they realize there's always a pair of cards that have the same number. To make the game harder, they require that they find a pair of cards with the same number and that the 2 cards are in different rows and different columns. Ten cards are dealt out into a grid of 2 rows and 5 columns. Oh, I see. So you have, okay. And you want to see, is there always, and they're all 1 to 9. So there are only 10 cards. So this is an n-squared. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's 2 for loops, right? Or I guess 4 for loops if you want. And you can check in 10 to the 4th time. Well, I guess what? In 2 squared times 5 squared. So in 4 times 25 or order 100 time, whether you have anything that satisfies this. Yeah, I guess it's also a problem, right? That is a problem. That's not the kind of thing that would make it into a lot of sets, but it is a problem, right? It's an implementation challenge. Let's go to Div 1. All right. Having a little more fun here. I think I saw some correct D submissions. Burden of Dreams, UC Berkeley. Berkeley has crushed it. I gotta say, Berkeley's doing a very good job. Wrong answers on J and M. Yeah, I guess let's find another problem here. How about that? Okay, wrong. Darn. UBC in Div 2 submitting to F. I believe they'll get it. I believe in them. Nested for loops, they can do it. You got it, UBC. We don't know yet. Lots of test cases. They got it. Well done. All right. Man, I've been looking, and then every time the scoreboard goes to the top, I miss it. Well, let's take a look at L. How about that? I'll got a submit. HIJKL. Training, round 3. Ashley is training for another programming contest on Brandon's online judge. Ashley has K weeks left to train for her next contest. Her coach, Tom, is very busy and is no longer curating specific problems for Ashley to train on. At the start of every week, Tom picks P distinct problems independently and uniformly at random from the bank. Well, that's not very helpful, but oh, he's no longer curating them. Okay, I thought when he was curating, he was just picking random problems, and it's like, well, Ashley could probably do it herself, huh? But no, so now he's picking P distinct problems independently and uniformly at random from a bank of N problems that Brandon's online judge has and assigns them for Ashley to work on. Tom generates K sets of problems in this manner. So we have K sets of problems, each that have a random subset of size P. Ashley diligently solves every problem Tom picks out. However, she gets annoyed if there exist 2 different weeks that share a problem, as you'd expect. What's the probability she becomes annoyed? Probably pretty high. Under mod. You have to print an under mod. Okay, so this is a combinatorial one. That's a good question. Let's think about that for a sec. Lots of ACs. Holy cow. In both div 1 and div 2. Flurry of submissions. Okay, let's pause for a minute. What are the odds that Ashley gets upset? So, well, she picks P problems per round. There are N in total. So if P times, oh, and then there are how many rounds? M rounds? K rounds. K rounds. Okay, so if K times P is greater than N, then the answer is 100%. The probability she becomes annoyed is 1. Otherwise, we can loop through each round. So we can say for a round are in rounds in 0 until, okay. What's the chance she's upset? So the ones you have to like available will be N minus P times R. All the ones you haven't picked. And then you need like a N choose K, right? So you need like the good ways are N choose K. So it's available, choose P. The bad ways are N choose P. Or I guess this is always. Then you have to be careful that you don't, yeah, I guess just always is easy. So always times equals, good ways times equals, and then I think you're done. Yeah, so I think that should solve it. I might be missing some edge case, but I think that's the idea for L. I can see this kind of makes sense on the scoreboard though, because it's not like a trivial problem, right? You read it, it's like, oh, I got to do some thinking. You got to write out your mod code, your and choose K stuff. But if you're good at math, it is somewhat straightforward. Bill Poucher with their 5th AC from UC Berkeley on problem L, putting them in first place. That's a big one. L is what we just talked about, right? Training round 3, yeah. So we've got A, B, E, I, and L all solved in div 1. And in div 2, we have B, C, D, I think E solved? And F as well. B, C, D, E, F. Let's take a look at A. Div 1A, what do you say? Div 1A seemed pretty cool. Auto Coinomatic. All right, it's finally here, the day you unveil your new invention, the auto coin-o-matic. You watch with glee and anxiety as people insert their card into the machine, type the amount they want, and get the exact change out with the fewest number of coins. But was it actually the fewest number of coins? That's how it was programmed. But what if you had a bug? It's okay, you're watching. You decide to randomly pick some transactions and double check that the machine gave out indeed the fewest number of coins possible. But oh no, the machine is running out of certain types of coins. Will it still work correctly? So you have some denominations that are all unique. You have up to 2,000 denominations. Each denomination goes up to 100,000. So somewhere between 1 and 100,000. And you have M events, which is either what is the minimum number of coins needed to give out some total, like so query something, or you run out of some denomination. So basically some denomination becomes impossible. And how big are your queries? Your queries are up to 10 to the 5th. Okay, so basically you want to, do you have an unlimited number of the denomination otherwise? It's a pretty, so it sounds like a simple DP problem, but it's a pretty unintuitive phrasing. Because like if you're running out of coins, you might run out partway through, right? I guess we just aren't supposed to look at that part. So the idea is you're gonna do a DP. We're gonna do some interesting processing here. So here's the idea. So we're gonna store an array of like the number of steps to get to X with denominations something. So this is like DP at X. Oops. Number of different steps. So the idea is like, let's say we're going to, let's say like we have one coin type, which is 4, right? So to go to 0, you have 0 steps, I guess. To go to 1, you have, it's impossible. 2 is impossible. 3 is also impossible. 4 would be 1. And then so on. Let's just do it here. 6 would be impossible. 7 will be impossible. And 8 will be 1. So basically, to do this, you would just do a for loop going down, and then setting this to, if it was -1, you set it to the previous one plus 1. Or I guess plus 0. Yeah, so I guess you'd see if you got it for free, basically. But you'd want every multiple of 4 added here. So this, and so on. You'd also have to say, like, this used a 4 too. Okay, so basically, yeah, that way you can keep the pattern going. So we'll store that. And then you might get a new coin type, right? So now we have 2 coin types, 4 and 6. Well, what we could do is we could process these basically in reverse order. So the question gives us these things where each of these coin types disappear. Instead, we'll process them as the coin types get added. So we'll start with just 6, or I guess we'll start with just 4, because 4 is the last one to disappear. And then before 4 disappears, all these are -1, right? So that's basically when the machine runs out of its last coin, no matter what the query is, the answer is going to be impossible. But then before the machine ran out of 4s, you can answer it with this DP table. And you just go through all of the events and you say, all right, what does this DP table look like? And now we have 6. So now we're going back in time, right? And now this is we just ran out of 6, so we're going to unrun out of 6. So how do we do that? You do the same thing here. So this 6 would be 1 because it reads off of this. And then this is like we get it used a 6 thing. So when we get to 12, we count this for free. Yeah, so that's the idea. Your runtime would be order n times k. Or n times, I guess, the value. Which would be 2,000 times 10 to the 5th. It's a 2-second time limit, and this is a really fast DP, so I think this will work. You also have plenty of memory. Cool. That is the idea. I don't have... Okay. Okay. All right. Wonderful. That's problem A in div 1. Looks like we're getting some more ACs. SFU Black, div 2 with an AC on problem C, putting them in 6th place. Bill Poucher with their 6th AC. Oh my goodness. Berkeley is running away with it. Let's take a look at the div 1 scoreboard then. Their 6th AC. We also got a dark green on problem M in div 1 by Stanford Euler. I think it's pronounced Euler, isn't it? No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, so Berkeley has everything that's solved except for M, but only 2 dark greens. Berkeley and UBC, 1 and 2. They're good teams though, right? So it's not unexpected. 7th place in div 2, they have a submit to problem C. I believe this would put them very high up in the scoreboard if they got it. Put them in the 5 camp. Also, UBC, I miss her on problem D, getting up to 5. We're seeing a pretty steep cliff here after 5 problems in div 2. There's unilateral agreement that B through F are the easy ones in div 2. Some wrong answers on A and some other attempts, but yeah, largely this is pretty much a no contest for the easy 5 problems. Div 1 on the other hand, lots of variety. Several incorrects on E. I wonder if my idea is incorrect there. I mean, I don't have a proof for it, but it feels right. I'm sure that's also what HPU FF00000 FF or HPU red is thinking, because they've gotten it wrong 8 times. All right, let's go look at all of the div 2 problems and see if there are any that put up a fight. The B through F at least. So bus assignment we talked about. BizBuzz we talked about. Elements we talked about. Mouse pursuit we talked about. And ruffians. Yeah, ruffians is just the nested for loops. So yeah, not much content in div 2 quite yet. Div 1 has some fun though. All right, let's look at M. M is an interesting one. We got 1 dark green, no other solves, but a couple other attempts. Who's that? Is that De Anza or Berkeley? De Anza. Agilists. Last one in the set. From M. right, word game. Here we go. On the word game show, Ashley has selected N words and asks Brandon to combine them. 2 words can be combined if S has a suffix of length greater than 0 that is a prefix of T. So like Wheel of Fortune and Fortune Cookie. I guess those are not words, those are like phrases, but you get the idea. The result of combining them is a new word. Yeah, we get it. If there are multiple valid values of K, any can be chosen. So if you have banana and anagram, you could have bananagram or bananagram. There you go. Okay. Brandon must repeatedly take a pair of words from the list of words that can be combined and replace them with a combined word until the list contains only a single word, and that one is as short as possible. If there are multiple final words that are the same length, Brandon must find the lexicographically first one. Huh. Oh, okay. There's a big caveat here. N is at most 5. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So there are not many ways of doing this. So ultimately the words are ordered, right? So there are 5 factorial orderings. And yeah, of those you want the smallest one. And the length of them is at most 5. Well, that really just doesn't give you that many options. You can almost just do backtracking here. This one sounds annoying to code, but not terribly difficult. It does sound somewhat, reasonable to get wrong too. But it's just very, you gotta be very careful, and you can do it. TED Talks SJSU on problem E. That's an AC, moving them up into 4th place. But Bill Poucher is running away with it. Bill Poucher, for those who don't know, is a Texan who wears a really large cowboy hat. He comes to every World Finals, and he is the face of ICPC. Everybody loves him. So this team probably has been to World Finals, or at least has teammates that have. They know the legend of Bill Poucher. Bill also, he's well known for just being able to talk forever on any topic, and that's one of the reasons people love him so much. Among him being very smiley and cheerful and everything, but yeah, Bill Poucher, he's a fun guy, but he sometimes can be a microphone time sink, so you gotta make sure he's supervised when he's talking. UC Davis, problem C. That's an AC. Well done, UC Davis. Have we taken a look at problem C? I wonder what the stumper here will be. Oh yeah, C is the iterate up until you find the thing you're looking for in Champernowns. I gotta say, it's a little refreshing to see problems that are this easy, because I spend a lot of time writing HackerCut problems. These ones can get so hard, they make you feel a little silly for like your own abilities. But it's required when you're dealing with like the best 25 people in the world. But for a regional, there's a lot of teams that, you just want to be fair to. And it's no fun to do a contest and just only get 1 or 2 problems, right? Especially in a team of 3 people. So this makes quite a bit of sense. Okay, so we've seen C, we've seen A, we've seen B. Man, we're gonna chug through every one of these problems in like the first hour and a half. Oh well. Big integers. Nick is preparing a problem for a programming contest about comparing big integers. He's decided on the input format for the integers. They will be expressed in base 62, with 0 through 9 representing the digit values 0 through 9. Okay. Lowercase letters A through Z represent 10 through 35, and then uppercase A through Z are 36 through 41. For example, uppercase A, lowercase a would be 36 times 62 plus 10 for lowercase a is 2242. The problem is to take 2 strings represented by 2 distinct base 62 integers and determine which of them is smaller. Oh, that's a cool problem. That's a really neat problem. I really like that. This is a great problem. Okay. Yeah, so basically, let me explain this a little better. So when you count, you can have the numbers, these digits. If you have 1, 5, this is equal to 1 times 10 plus 5 times 1. Instead, you can imagine you count in base 11, where you also have an A at the end. In this case, it's 1 times 11 plus 5 times 1, because the 10th digit was an A, so 1, 0, like 10, is, now it's 11. So the question is, like, if you have this and you just take this to its extreme, B, C, D, and so on, A, B, C, D, and so on, up to Z, then the question is, like, how do you compare whether 2 numbers are bigger or smaller? And the key observation is that you only care about their lengths and then the first time they differ. So if their lengths are the same, you just say, all right, what's the first time they differ and which one of those is bigger? And if their lengths are different, then it's just the longer one is bigger. Yeah, so I think that's a cool problem. It's very easy, but it's a very nice problem. So we've gotten through A, B, C. D has no solves yet, but we'll take a look in a minute. We went through E. I believe E is easy, but I really don't know. F looks scary. From the 3 words that I saw on it, looks like a recipe for wrong answers. And by the way, Brian Kruger said UCF would wreck this competition. They would. Yeah, that is accurate. The junior varsity team on UCF could probably go through this. At least what we've seen so far. G, I don't think has solves, right? H doesn't have solves. I is the element 1. J doesn't have solves. Okay, sleeping on the train. All right, let's look at that. Antonio is sightseeing in Limetown. Oh, we got a dark green on problem J from UC Berkeley. UC Berkeley's competing against themselves. Burden of Dreams, Golden State Bears, and Bill Poucher, all in the top 5 teams. So 3 of the top 5 for Berkeley, but only 1 of the top 3. You can read a scoreboard. All right, so yeah, I guess that's the dark greens are almost up. We've got C submits happening in both Div 1 and Div 2. Both right, it seems. It seems. Yes, never a doubt. Okay. Problem K, sleeping on the train. So you have a line town. There are 1 through N stops. Or there are stops numbered 1 through N. you'll take the train starting at stop 1, go to every stop in increasing order until you hit N, and then turn around and go back to stop 1. So you just boop, 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 boop. When the train gets to one of them, it lets all the passengers that want to disembark leave the train, and then turns around and allows for new passengers to board the train. Antonio is going from stop A to stop B. He's very sleepy, so not paying attention when he boards the train, and could board a train initially heading in the wrong direction. Immediately, upon boarding the train, he falls asleep and wakes up T minutes during the trip. Each time he wakes up, he notices that he is somewhere between stop SI and SI plus 1. Since he's very sleepy, he does not know which direction the train is traveling in. Okay. Also, since he's not presently at his destination, he immediately falls back asleep. After the 10th time waking up, Antonio decides he should stay awake for the rest of the trip. He stays on the train until the next time it reaches stop B, at which point he disembarks. What's the minimum number of times the train turned around while he was on it? I do not understand what they are asking here. I mean, obviously they're asking for the minimum number of times you like turned around, like you hit a wall, but the first line contains 4 integers, N, T, A, and B. So N is the number of stops. T is what? The number after the time you wake up, okay? A and B. Oh, you're going from A to B, okay. And then they tell you where you woke up. Do you know how long you were asleep for? Oh, you don't. Okay, I see. I see what it's saying. Okay, so let me explain. So you have this train. Okay, this is the train. Yeah, you've got this train like this. And you wake up at a series of points. So you wake up at, let's say, like, you wake up here, and then you wake up here, and then you wake up, like, here, and then you wake up here. And then, oh, you also got on somewhere. So you got on, like, here. And then you get off, like, here. So here you turned around once here, or once here, again here, and again here. So it's like, how many V's or M's do you have? Is that just what it's asking? I don't quite understand. I guess, yeah, so it was going like this, and then it went to the end, and then it came back, it went through this, there, and so on and back, and then there. Oh, wait, this isn't quite right. Yeah, it is. It is. So this is 1, 2, 3 times. So 1, 2, 3 to B. Yeah. Okay, so you got to be a little careful processing it, but it's nothing too crazy. All right, we are at the 1 hour mark. We have finished 20% of the contest, 80% to go, and lots of solves. I guess the question of the day is, like, is there going to be a set solve? And I think looking at Div 1, there's a very good chance there is. Depends, like, how the hard problems of the set go, but there are a lot of easy ones, that's for sure. Bill Poucher has now gotten an AC in dark green on problem G, putting them well in the lead. Do they have a full gap? No. Okay. Next team has 6. UBC and Stanford both have 6. But Berkeley's doing quite well. Let's wait. Okay, why does anyone not have K though? I don't see how UC Berkeley wouldn't have K. Maybe they don't understand it. They should have it ready to go though. I'd be interested in seeing like their screens and seeing what's going on. Also a good time to point out one of the fun things about ICPC, in case you're not familiar with it, is we have balloons which are delivered to teams' stations when they have problems that they solve. You can see one of the teams there in the front right has 5 different balloons that corresponds to solving 5 different problems. I bet we can check whether they're Div 1 or Div 2. Div 2, they would have yellow, white, purple, pink, and blue, and they don't. So that would probably be either Stanford or UC Davis. Stanford should have 6 though. Maybe they just haven't gotten their last balloon. Stanford would also have green. To be honest, I'm stumped. Actually, it could be that just this camera's not great, and that is Stanford and Div 2. I don't know. Okay, anyway. It's a good set so far. Good set. Very doable, very approachable. Good for a regional, you know? Yeah, it's kind of jaw-dropping to me how M got solved so early and K still is a little rare in Div 1. I guess, okay, apparently not, right? Stack Underflow is in 55th place with K, but... let's take a look at G. What do you say? GCD pairs. Oh my goodness. What a crazy problem. In the shape galaxy, do we have problem statements, by the way? I don't know, I guess. Let me just check to see if Nick has sent them to me. He has not. Clocks are now ticking. Are they for me? Clocks are ticking. Okay, we should be good. Let's take a look at problem G, GCD pairs. So this one's the one that Berkeley, I want to say, or UBC, somebody solved. The first team in Div 1. In the shape galaxy, where shapes are sentient beings, there is consistently a feud between circles and squares. Circles want all the pathways to be flat, while squares argue they should be evenly spaced between catenary-shaped bumps. Oh, because they roll. I get it. Because of this feud, circles have begun to dislike all square-biased numbers. A number S is square-biased if it is divisible by x squared for some integer x greater than 1. Mr. Circle has taken this feud to heart. He is given the assignment of calculating the greatest common divisor between all pairs of numbers in an array. He wants to go one step further and count the greatest number, or count the number of GCDs that are not square biased. So he wants to know the number of all, okay, so he's looking, you look at all pairs of numbers in the array, and he wants to know the number of them that are not square biased. They give us no explanation. Okay, let's take a look. Let's figure it out. We are given some numbers: 3, 4, 6, 12, 4, 1. I'm going to rewrite these as their prime factors. So we have 3, we have 2 squared, we have 2 times 3, We have 2 times 2 times 3. We have 2 times 2, and we have 1. So we want to know all GCDs that don't have 2 copies of a number. So we have 1 obviously works. There are 12 of these apparently. The GCD of 3 and 6 is 3. Then we have that are not square biased. Okay. So 6 and 3. 6 and 2 is 2. Is this really going to happen? I think there's a typo. They say the number of GCDs that are not square biased, but there's no way there are 12 of them. Because almost, other than this 12, all of the GCDs are 6 or less, right? So they say he wants to count the number of GCDs that are not square biased. I think he wants to count the number of pairs that have a GCD that's not square biased. I think that's what the problem should say. Let's try that. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So we have 3, 4, 3, 6. We have 3, 12. We have 3, 4 again, and 3, 1. Okay, 4, we have 4, 6. 4 doesn't work with 12. Doesn't work with 4, 4, 1. 6 works with anything. So 6, 12. 6, 4. 6, 1. 12, 1. And 4, 1. Does this add up to the right thing? We have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, so the problem has a slight typo, but that's fine. Okay, so we need to count all of these, but n, the number of things in this array, goes up to 10 to the 5th. That's important. Okay, so n less than or equal to 10 to the 5th. And the elements, ai, less than or equal to 10 to the 12. So it's a little messy. So the problem asks the number of times where the GCD is not square biased. It's probably easier to calculate the number of pairs there are total and the number of pairs where the GCD has a square. So for that, for any number, right, we're interested in just the elements in it that appear 2 or more times in the prime factor. So if we have like 4, for example, 4, it has just this 4. And 12 also has this 4. Just this 4 here, sorry. Excuse me. So for each of these numbers, we would need to prime factorize them, which is a little scary because they could all be big primes, and then we would be Thieling. Oof. Polared row? Maybe. I think you could probably polared row your way through it. This is G. Does this only have the one solve? Only by Bill Poucher. It's also possible this is a Mobius inversion problem. Does feel a little bit like that. Yeah. Well, I don't really know. I never knew Mobius inversion well enough. But I do know that like once you have a square, something magical happens. You turn into a 0. So that is potentially a step in a direction. Whether it's the right step and in the right direction, who knows? But yeah, the set does get hard. We found it. Huh. Any ideas from the people watching the stream how you could approach this? How do you find... You can't even iterate through every pair. Oh, I guess... Oh, so this is interesting. You only care about the numbers up to 10 to the 6th. You only care about the square root factor. For each of those, you want to know what numbers contain u squared. I don't know. It's a good question. It's a little math heavy. I wonder if it's Mobius inversion. If it is, that'd be really cool. But I don't know how to do it. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will be back soon, and I'll let you guys watch the Div2 scoreboard in the meantime. All right, I'm back with my red shirt, indicating that I'm allowed on the contest floor and in the bathroom, I guess. And I'd like to talk about a problem with only one solve, problem H. Off camera, I've read problem H, and I will give you a summary of what it is, how it works, and tell you what I think is probably the solution. So, yeah, how does H work? So H is, you are given an assignment that you had to do. And your assignment was write some code where if you're given some array, let's say you're given the array like 3, 1, 2. This code counts the number of inversions in this array. So an inversion is like 2 indices that aren't sorted. So in this case, 3, 1 is one inversion, 3, 2 is another inversion, and that's it. So there are 2 inversions. And the question is, unrelated to that, so this is your first paper. Your second paper was find the longest. What does LLIS stand for?
What does LLIS stand for? Can I
Yeah,
sit down
yeah.
for a bit?
Welcome. Longest linear
Longest.
something. Why is it not LAS?
What did we define it as? Hold on, I have the statements.
I've got it right here if you like.
Oh. Sorry. Yes, I remember. So LIS. Sorry. Do I need to introduce myself? Should I do that?
This is Chief Judge, Head Judge.
Chief Judge, Head Judge. I've used both. My name's Nick. I go by Shower Cone on the contest platforms. Yep, I'm responsible for the Pacific Northwest problem set. I believe you're talking about problem homework help. It was
Homework help. I think
H.
I have a solution ready to go. I just don't know what LLIS means.
Okay, so you know what LIS is, right?
Longest increasing subsequence.
Yeah, so LLIS is just the length of the longest increasing subsequence. So you don't have to output the actual longest. You just have to output the length.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So yeah. So you have this query you can ask, which is how many inversions are in this subarray,
Mm-hmm.
and you need to know what is the length of the longest increasing subsequence after at most n queries.
Yes.
So, well, given an array, it's pretty easy for you to calculate the longest increasing subsequence on that array. That's
Yes.
a well-known algorithm.
You can do it in quadratic time. Quadratic time is actually what we intend because it's not actually possible to force subquadratic on this problem.
Yes, as imaginable. Yeah. Okay, but if we instead asked you what is figure out the array, that would be just a strictly harder version of this problem, right?
Well, basically, the problem does have 2 steps. Step 1 is figure out the
Find the
array.
array.
Step 2
Step
is
calculate it.
find the LLIS.
Sure. So if you're given a permutation, right? Let's say the permutation so far is like 3, 1, 2,
Mm-hmm.
and you're going to insert some other number here, which is maybe it's like a 0, or maybe it's like a 1.5, or like a 2.5, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine making this like a 3, and then increasing everything else would be the same as 2.5.
Exactly.
And if you knew the number of inversions within this,
I think you're not sharing your screen.
I'm not, you're right. If you knew the number of inversions within this group,
Mm-hmm.
you had this 3, you can calculate where the 3 is relative to these 3,
Yep.
right? So if this has, 2 inversions, this whole thing will have 3 inversions because you know the 3's at the end.
Exactly.
So then you know 3 is the third biggest thing, you increment everything that's before it.
Yep.
So it sounds to me like your queries that you make are just 1, 1 and 2, 1, 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on.
Yep.
Make those n queries and then build the array for the answer.
Yep. You don't even need the 1 query because the answer is obviously 0. But yeah, so that is the intended solution here. The interactive problem is actually intended to be on the easier side. We're actually very surprised that teams are choosing to solve a lot of other problems instead, and H got solved pretty late. It's actually yeah, like as you described, you just find the array, you do these queries in order, then you find the length of the longest increasing subsequence. You can do that in n squared. You don't need the fancy n log n, and that's it. So it's actually not, it's not even intended as like a medium hard. I think it's like solidly medium, potentially easy medium even. It does require a little bit of algorithmic knowledge. You need to know how to compute longest increasing subsequence, but it's a pretty classic algorithms problem, so we expect a lot of teams to knock it out coming soon. That's the hope, at least.
Yeah, I imagine there's like, because you have to deal with the test judger that they give you, and I don't know, getting it to work and stuff is a little messy.
We provide a testing tool. It shouldn't be too hard. The testing tool doesn't tell them how to compute the length of the long. It doesn't verify it.
Yeah, but I mean, just
Yeah.
like learning how to run it and reading the comments at the top of the testing tool and stuff. That's not something you have to do for example, problem K.
Yeah.
So when this and K are similar difficulties, people just go after K instead.
Yeah, that is one thing. Like a lot of the problems are, I would say, roughly at the same difficulty. Like if we look at the scoreboard, like there's a pretty big mix of problems that have been solved
For Div 1
so far.
For Div 2, there is unilateral agreement that B through F are the easy ones.
Yes, that is intended. So in Division 2, we don't disclose this like publicly, but all the Div 2 contestants know. The first half of the problems are generally easier than the problems in the second half, and that's just to give them a bit of a smoother like jump into the contest. So we're telling them like, you know, these problems at the end, like they're going to be a little bit harder. You may want to consider tackling the easy problems, and sort of by some coincidence, like problem A happened to be the hardest of the easy problems, but all the other problems are pretty accessible, I would say.
Yeah, A might be a good one to look at, actually.
Yep.
The only one that I've seen that I didn't immediately have a solution for, which I still don't know how to do, to be honest, is I think G.
GCD
The
pairs?
GCD one.
Yeah, the GCD problem actually is not, it's also not that hard either, actually.
It doesn't involve Mobius inversion, does it?
It does, but that's
Oh my
but
goodness.
that's the very last step. There's a step. The first step is the hardest step, but it doesn't require anything fancy. Have you read the
Mobius
problem?
inversion is pretty hard. I have, and
Okay.
I was thinking about it, and I didn't get anywhere.
You don't need like Mobius. Well, Mobius inversion is like the formal name for it, but like some people just think of it as like inclusion exclusion.
Yeah.
But this is the Div 2 set. Yeah,
okay.
there are two sets and they're not labeled very well. But the GCD pairs problem, so you want to count the number of, you basically want to compute like the number of pairs of integers that have a GCD that is not square free or is square free, which is
Yeah, equivalently, just like you
Yeah.
want the number that share a square number.
Yeah.
The number of pairs of integers. Oh, I think I found a typo, by the way, in this.
Oh, is there a typo?
I think I found one. It says he wants to count the number of GCDs that are not square based.
Square bias?
Square biased. I think what it should say is he wants to count the number of pairs whose GCD is not square biased.
Well, I guess it's like conditional on like this sentence, so it could be up to interpretation, but it
Oh,
is
sure.
meant to be
Okay.
all pairs.
Yeah.
But yeah, so what we can do is imagine that we computed all of the like GCD pairs, which we can like kind of sort of do. Now you like consider only the squares, and then now you have to solve the restricted problem of, or the sub problem of you want to compute the number of pairs that are relatively prime, and that's the thing that you do like the Mobius inversion on.
Wait.
So I'm okay. So I'm claiming that we need to be able to solve number of pairs that are relatively prime. The reason for this is so you can count like how many integers are divisible by like 4. or like 9 or whatever, like all the squares of primes.
But you can't check every prime square because there's too many.
You can't check you actually can check every prime square.
Well, you can't check every prime square with every number.
Why not?
Well, there are 10 to the 6th prime squares and 10 to the 5th numbers.
There are not that many prime squares.
Prime, what is a prime square? Sorry. Oh, a prime numbers squared?
So yeah. So the bounds on this problem are kind of interesting. So the bounds are 10 to the 12. So people naively go, oh, if you do like square root.
Aren't there like 10
trial
to the
division.
5th primes up to 10 to the 6th? Each of those squared would be.
I think yes, there were 10 to the 5th. There is one trick you need to do there. So here's the trick. We're gonna do trial division for all the primes up to the cube root. And then once we hit the cube root, we stop. And then whatever's left over, if it's a square, it has to be a prime square. I'll let you mull over that.
So for each number, like to try and factor it, you walk up to the cube of that number.
Yeah.
The cube root.
The cube root. And then you stop. You stop at the cube root, and you only care about square divisors. You don't actually need the full factorization. You only care about primes p, where p squared divides, we'll call it x.
Ah.
Okay.
Wait, are we still? It seems like we're still kind of slow though, aren't we?
So there are
That's 10 to the 9 runtime.
there are around 1,000 primes up to 10 to the 4. There are around 1,000 primes up to 10 to the 4. So this actually does.
Oh, so we save a
run in
factor of
time.
10. Okay.
You save a factor of 10, and so this is actually tractable. It is provably correct. Like we have like all the max test cases where we like do this, and it runs. Like our solutions run in like 1 or 2 seconds on this, and the time limit's 5 because we want to, we give that extra buffer so we can be like absolutely certain that it passes.
This seems so much harder than any other solved problem right now, to be honest.
But it did get
At least
solved.
to me.
It
It
did get
did.
solved.
Well, yes, by the first place team. Yeah.
By, was it Bill Poucher?
Bill Poucher.
Bill Poucher is our favorite luminary in ICPC. 9 problems solved.
What do you think the odds are there's a set solve? I said pretty good, pretty high.
Okay. Should I give you the judge's opinion?
No, I mean, I guess maybe D or F is
So
impossible.
D and F are our 2 hard problems. D is
One of them I saw floating point stuff, and I'm like, oh man, that's
F is geometry. We finally have a geometry problem, and F is a bit of a doozy. It's not impossible by any means, but it is not easy. And then problem D is a cactus problem.
Ah, that's where they get you. That's where they get you. K up to 24. Yikes! That means it's ugly.
I made a mistake. We almost had this problem slotted into slot C, but C for cactus. But then I messed up and put a problem in front of it. So so the cactus problem is problem D. And
It's
so,
also titled connecting computers. So
yeah, it looks pretty scary, but we actually think it's not. We think it's actually kind of accessible, but it is cactus, so it is gonna scare a lot of teams, and so.
Well, we got 3 hours 20 minutes to kill here, Nick. Let's do G first.
You want to do G?
I want to figure out G.
But we already figured it out. I told you how to do it.
Well, hang on. So let's pause for a minute. So we need to kind of like factorize each of these numbers. So we have like if you have some like n, we're looking for the smallest prime factor, kind of. So if it has like a square, you'd have x times a. And if x is smaller, then you'll see x. Right? Because x will be, so either x is less than cube root, in which case you'll find x, or x is greater than cube root, in which case you'll find a.
Yes.
If you find a, you now have to be like, okay, does x exist in the thing? Oh, now you can look it up because you know what x is.
Yes. You can always check the integer directly because you can take the square root. You can pre-compute all the primes up to 10 to the 6, and then you can just take the square root and check is this a perfect square, and then is it prime?
Yeah.
So you never need to check anything beyond the cube root.
Okay, so now we have for each number,
So
in,
for
a reasonable time, we have the x squared part of it
Yes,
and the non part. The non part you don't care about.
correct.
So you just have all of these. So you have like a bunch of like square numbers.
Yeah.
And now you need to know how many of them have a
relatively
co
prime.
have a co or are co-prime, yeah.
Yep. That's all the problem is.
And now how do you figure out how many are co-prime?
That's the
That's
Mobius.
inclusion exclusion.
That's the
yeah.
inclusion exclusion or the Mobius thing, whichever you prefer. I think they're basically equivalent.
Yeah. Okay. That's still a tough problem, but
It is definitely tough. We think a lot of teams are going to. This is what we think is going to happen. We think a lot of teams are going to be upset because at the end of the contest, they're going to be like, you can't do cube root. Cube root of 10 to the 12 is 10 to the 4, and 10 to the 4 times 10 to the 5 is 10 to the 9, and this is all correct. But you only care about primes. So when you include only the primes, you cut out a factor of 10, and this goes from looking impossible on paper to actually being. It's actually very tractable, and you can also the teams can just test it. Like this is very like much a like. You can test it and see that it runs in time. And so, I don't know. It's like, I don't think we're trying to be sneaky. Or I don't think we're trying to be like unreasonable here. Like it does.
well, no, I
pretty
mean, it's a
work.
good problem. It's, yeah, it's all legit. It's just like, it looks scary.
It-
Scary
it-
looking.
it's very, yeah, the details actually matter here. And that's kind of the hard part. Do we need to untangle this?
I don't know if we need to.
Okay.
Just kind of OCD.
Oh, I can.
You're good. Okay. There we go.
Yeah, I'm here. I've got my laptop off screen, and so we were joking in the judges' room. They were like, the moment you go into on stream, like there's gonna be a clarification, and there haven't been any, and I can't tell if that's because the
All
clarifications
contest?
are there have been before the contest.
Oh, okay.
I got pinged somewhere else, but they were like, the moment that you go into the live stream room, like there's gonna be a clarification that pops up. I'm gonna have to pull you back, and I'm like, you know what? I'm bored. I wanna see that clarification, but there haven't been any that have come in for like half an hour, so it's kind of weird.
It's true. It's true. I mean, all right. Let's look at Div 2. We've gotten some new solves. There's A has holy cow. A is a bloodbath. A has one correct answer and a whole bunch of wrongs.
Oh, A
And H.
is brutal. Actually, I think if you scroll up a little bit higher, you will see more solves on A. I think we stopped at like rank 17 or so. Let me look at my view.
Okay. Well, we'll see. We'll see in a bit here.
Yeah, I see on my view that the teams at the top have solved. There are like 3 teams that solved A.
Wait, how are people getting A wrong? A seems very trivial. Is it not just if one's longer than the other, the longer one's bigger? If they're-
No.
Huh?
No. Okay, so for those not in the know, problem
We-
A is you already went over it.
Yeah, we talked about it. Why is this not trivial?
I mean, it is easy, but it's not that easy. It's because
If one has more digits than the other,
yeah, so
the
if
one with more digits is always bigger.
yeah, but
And if they have the same number of digits,
but the ASCII values are not actually the same order as the integer values, so you actually have to like check them. So like the lowercase,
well, you just care about the first time they differ.
right, but lowercase letters are like lexicographically later, but they represent smaller values, which is like part of
Yeah, but you just follow the rules that are here.
right. You follow the rules. Like
So everyone else is just comparing the strings lexicographically.
no, there are teams that are trying to generate the big integer.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense, and that just doesn't work.
It's way too slow.
Yeah.
So in this problem, the intended solution is not actually to generate the integers whatsoever. It's just you check them character by character. You check the lengths, and if the lengths are different, then the longer one is obviously bigger. And then otherwise you check character by character, and then you just do the check there. But the teams that we see that are failing it, a lot of them are either not following the rules properly, like they haven't implemented that to spec, or they're trying to generate like an actual big integer, and that's unnecessary and too slow.
I'm gonna be honest. I'm surprised how many teams are going down that path, though. Like I don't know. Maybe I've just like developed instincts.
I think
after
these
years of
teams.
doing this.
I think I think the thing is that these teams don't have the instinct that they should convert to an integer first, but you don't actually need to do that. So like they take the path of least resistance in their thinking, which is not actually like the steps that you have to do are actually like harder. or like it just like doesn't happen to work here.
So there's only been one other div2 problem that has the solves that we haven't talked about, which is problem L, taking out the trash. I'll read it real quick and then we can talk.
Yep.
Peter has way too much trash. It needs to take it all out. Specifically, there are n bags of trash, each with a specific weight. Peter can hold either 1 or 2 bags of trash per trip and can carry a maximum of m milligrams of trash in a single trip. What's the minimum amount of trips Peter needs to take out all the trash? So you want to take out 2 whenever you can, and you want to just do the heavier plus the heaviest light one you can do each trip?
Roughly. So yeah, you can either take 1 or 2, and so it's always optimal to take 2 if you can. So there are many different greedy strategies that work here. Let's just focus on the heaviest bag. If the heaviest bag is so heavy that you can't take it with any bag, then it has to go solo, and it doesn't matter. Otherwise, you can just pair it with the lightest bag.
The lightest works too, yeah.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, there's like, you don't save anything by like finding like a slightly heavier light bag and then pairing it, because it eventually like cascades.
Yeah, because the heavier bags are just getting lighter anyway.
Yeah, the heavier bags just keep getting lighter. So like once that light bag is available, it's always available. So you just take whatever. So it's fine.
Why do we see so many wrong answers?
So I'm guessing it's TLEs. I have not carefully audited.
Because we're seeing a lot of wrong answers.
Yeah. Oh, I see a clarification, which maybe this is an excuse for me to go off stream, but I'm pretty sure this is a no comment. All right, I'm gonna hop off stream and deal with these clarifications, but I will try to pop on, and maybe I'll get some of my other judges to show up if they're willing.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being here, Nick.
Yep.
I guess we'll go back to Div 1. Yeah, which scoreboard do you want to see, Mersad? I'll show you whichever one you want. TL on A. Yeah, don't do big integers. SFU, that's your problem. British Columbia on G. Okay, so it looks like ACs are flooding in. GHJ, I don't think we've talked about, have we? Rainbow Bowl Ranges. Div 1, problem J. You have a set of n bowls in a circle. You have many balls of various colors. There are m different colors, and you have CI balls of the ith color. Okay, so we have like bowls and balls, which, okay, they're going to sound a little similar when I say them, but oops. You want to distribute all of the balls into bowls. To do this, for each color, choose a range of bowls of size CI and place one ball of that color in each bowl in the range. The bowls have sizes. You choose a range of bowls of size CI. Oh, so you like, it's like Mancala kind of, where you put one ball in each bowl. Okay. A continuous range of bowls is a set of consecutive bowls around the circle. Ranges from different colors are allowed to overlap. A bowl is a rainbow if it contains one ball of each color. A rainbow bowl range is a continuous range of rainbow bowls that cannot be extended by including another rainbow bowl. You want to arrange the balls in bowls to maximize the number of rainbow ranges. Just the minimum, right? Why is this not happening? Oh, the number of ranges, I see. You can never have more than 2. You can always have 1. So is the answer 1 or 2? There you go. Fun question. Yeah, the answer is always either 1 or 2. You can always do 1. The question is, can you do 2? To do 2, you gotta like kind of wrap around the other side. Okay. Let me explain why the answer is always 1 or 2. The answer is always 1. That's obvious, right? You can always. So you have this circle, and you can like always just pick this range. So you're picking these like ranges of things, right? And you're gonna drop like a red one in each of these, a green one in each of these, a yellow one in like each of these, a pink one in each of these. And then the only things that are rainbows are ones that have one of every color, so like these 2 here.
So
Answered.
so the judges are in the other room and we're watching your stream,
Yeah.
and we'd like to tell you that you're wrong.
It can always only be 1 or 2. It can always be 1. Okay, well, it can always be 1, surely, because C is always at least 1, so it can always be 1. Am I understanding the question right?
I think you are.
I'm not wrong.
I'm not gonna go step out, and we're gonna watch you figure out why you're wrong.
Well, okay. I don't know what's more funny, the fact that they saw that and called me out, or the fact that there are 12 viewers of this stream, and half of which are judges. No, okay, well, let's figure it out. So, obviously, it can always be 1, because you can always do this. So, that's 1 range of rainbow bowls. Rainbow bowl range is a continuous range of rainbow bowls that cannot be extended by including another rainbow bowl. Okay. How could it possibly be more than 1? Or more than 2? This would be 2 if you wrap around. I'm not wrong. The judges are wrong. The judges have submitted a answer that's wrong, and so is every contestant. How could this be wrong? You have this range here. You have this range here. Imagine you had this third range. You could include all of them, right? Yes, you could include all of them. Oh, okay, I am wrong. So you could do this here. Let's think backwards. You could have this, this, and this. Okay, can it be arbitrarily big, or does it go just up to 3? Yeah, I am wrong. Okay, thank you, judges. Thank you, judges. 1, 2, 3. Okay, very cool. So basically, we'll think about this as like the range they don't contain is the important one. So you want to just, yeah. So it's, instead of like the union of everything, it's the, or the intersection of everything. It's just the union of the ranges they don't have. Yeah, okay. Cool. Okay, so now, you want to maximize the ranges. So each range just don't include one thing, right? And make those all different. Make them skip one, potentially. So that, yeah, it could go up to like n over 2, almost. Let's think. So for n equals 4, you could include this one and this one, but not these two. For n equals 5, this takes 2 things. For n equals 5, you need, yeah, okay, that doesn't work. for n equals 6, is it just n over 2? Then you get this one, this one, this one. You miss these 3. I probably would have gotten this question wrong. Were it not for the hint that Nick gave me, I would be a wrong answer on the scoreboard right now. So the most you can get is n over 2. And beyond that, you also need m to be at least that. And then m. So it's the min of n over 2 and m. Triple M. This is your answer. In bright pink. That one's right. You know it's right, because if it were wrong, a judge would come bursting through the door celebrating that they've got me twice in a row. Yeah, that sounds right. Cool. Good problem. That one I really like. I'm a big fan of that problem. How many people have it? Only 2. Wow. Okay. Yeah, a lot of wrong answers on it too. Oh, wait. Oh, just kidding. You're ignore everything I've said. You're given C. So it's way harder. You're given how big the ranges can be. Oh, now it's a real pain. So this would be your answer if the range sizes are infinite. Okay, but if you're given the size of the ranges, I guess, does the size matter? I think so. Once it's sufficiently big, oh, maybe you can just implement it naively. So if you have 3 things, so let's say like your range hits 3 and n equals 6. So you hit these 3 and then these 3 are dead. And then you have a 5. Then you hit these. Greedy seems like the right answer, but it seems also very hard. Yeah, I don't immediately know. Don't immediately know where to go from there. I want to look at the geometry. That's what I want to do. Because I'm the only one in the room, I have the luxury of doing it myself. All right. Alex is a climber who's planning for his next Alex. What's the famous Alex who did free solo? His name is Alex, right? Let me just check that real quick. Alex Hanold. Hanold? Yeah, it is Alex. Okay. He wants to do a completely new climb this time that no one else has done before. J seems hard.
J?
Yeah. This one.
Oh yeah,
the
J.
circle one.
Okay, J is it's certainly not easy. I mean, it's J's are one of my favorite problems. I really like it. When you get
Seemed like you're
to
greedy, but I figured out why I'm wrong.
yeah, we saw.
Okay.
When you get around to talking about problem D, the problem author would like to join to talk
Should
about
I just
it.
call it out and then wait and he'll come here?
Oh, if you
Or
want
should
to, do you want to do it
yeah.
now? If you want to do it now, I
Yeah,
think
let's-
he's
let's go
available.
do- let's
let
do
me
D
let me
now.
go grab him.
All right. Let me get a head start on this. All right, so for those of you just joining, we'll have the author to problem D come on in just a sec to talk about it. Welcome.
Hello.
All right, quick tutorial here on how to do this. You got to be a little closer to me here.
Okay.
So you're in frame. Then here's your mic. Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
Here's this if you want to hear yourself.
Oh.
Totally optional though. Okay, what's your name by the way?
I'm Misha. I'm one of the judges, I guess, this year.
Misha,
for
good
the
to
first
meet you.
time.
First time judging?
First time judging.
Did you used to be a contestant like a year ago?
Yeah, 2 years ago I was on Stanford.
There you go. Very cool. Stanford's doing pretty well today, I think. Third place. Okay, so let's read it real quick, and then after that we'll go through the solution. We can do some drawing and figure it out. Okay. The tech team is gearing up for Pac Northwest Regional. There are N computers that need to be connected together, isolated from the outside internet. And there are M bidirectional connections between the computers, each requiring one of K different types of cable. With some examples here.
So like, I think this sample input is a really good example of this. For example, like, let's say we have two computers which connect using a USB-C cable, but another pair of computers might connect with like an HDMI cable or something, like in some weird world where you connect computers with HDMIs and USB-Cs. Each pair of computers can only be connected by one pair, by one connection, right? So there's no way of like two connections between two computers directly. Yeah. So, for example, that's HDMI, and then we have, say, another connection with USB-C, is I think fairly standard still nowadays to use.
Can you have something like this?
Yes, you can have cycles in this cycles of connections is what we'll call them.
Can they all be the same? Can you have like this?
If you remove the HDMI, yes.
Oh, but each pair can only be connected one way. Okay.
Each pair can only have exactly one connection between them. And these are bidirectional connections, so no directed.
And this is an arbitrary graph.
No, that's actually a really special property of it. Reading through the statement, the condition is that every cycle of computers, every cycle of computers, like here the red and black and the pink and red are two different cycles. They can only overlap in one vertex. So here this isn't met. In other words, these two cycles of computers share two vertices among them. And that's not allowed in this problem.
Wait, sorry, the red ones here and the pink ones?
So those two cycles,
this cycle here and this cycle here.
yeah, they share two vertices, which is not allowed. They're only allowed to share at most one.
I see. So you would have to have something that looks like this, for example. No, sorry.
I think what you drew right before that was right.
This.
Yeah. So that is valid.
So in other words, a cactus.
Yes. Yeah, this graph is a cactus. But this
Okay.
is possibly a weirder definition of a cactus. Usually it's each edge is on one cycle. Here it's each vertex, each pair of cycles only shares one vertex.
This is the same type of cactus?
Yeah,
like there's
this
no
yields the same
functional
thing.
difference. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. That all makes sense so far.
Yeah.
And then what are we looking for?
Yeah, so there are two questions we're asking. The first question is, so here in this scenario, let's say if we called the pink or purple cables maybe as, I don't know, VGA, which is another type of cable, we're asking what is the minimum number of cable types we need so that every computer can communicate with every other computer. So here in this case, if we just had USB-C and VGA cables, every computer could communicate with every other computer.
Okay.
And the second question is, how many subsets of cable types allow for this. Not necessarily minimal ones, but for example, here USB-C, HDMI, and VGA together would allow all computers to communicate, and similarly USB-C and VGA on their own.
And we have 24
Yeah.
cable types or colors, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
So to a more formal definition, maybe you have a colored cactus, and you need to know what's the minimum number of colors you need, colors of edges, to make it connected, and how many subsets of those colors will form a connected graph.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. I see. So, but the number of colors is only up to 24.
Yeah, which is a big hint, I think.
Can we do and then how many nodes are there?
2 times 10 to the 5th.
A lot. Okay.
Yeah, and 3 times 10 to the 5th edges, which you can show that a cactus has at most 3/2 n edges. So
Oh, interesting.
that's
I didn't know
the
that.
maximum possible.
I guess it makes sense that it's like order n. Okay. So I guess the first one is just like, what is the minimum answer? Then we can talk about ways of doing that later. This reminds me a little bit of, well, I guess it's different. There's something called matrix intersection, which it's like colored graphs like this is sometimes involved, but
I think in this one we don't have to
Go that far.
appeal to anything hard hitting like that.
Okay, so, well, okay, naively, you could do like 2 to the 24 and then see like, is it connected?
Yeah.
But that probably doesn't help here. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, that would
Like
we really
too-
tried to cut it out.
Yeah. Because your 2 to the 24 is already like 10 to the 6, and then you have another times 10 to the 5 on top of that, too much.
So one hint maybe is like the fact that we're on a cactus, and maybe the first question to ask is what happens if you just have a cycle.
I guess that's true, right? If it were a graph, this might be quite a bit harder. I'm trying to do it like on a graph currently. So, okay, so we're on a cactus. So if you have a cycle, basically you need at least all but one edge on that cycle. Yeah. You can only afford to lose one edge on a cycle. And that edge, yeah, I guess, so we can lose black here, but every other color has 2 edges on some cycle. So if there's ever a cycle that has 2 edges of the same color, that color has to be present.
Yeah, that is correct.
And now, oh wait, yeah, it's a little bit weird now though, because otherwise you can have some like, you could be missing blue from this cycle. Let's say you have like some cycles here, so let's do, here's one cycle, another cycle, and then like a 3rd cycle and a 4th cycle. So we could be missing a blue there and a blue here, and then like a red here and a red here, and then a green here and here. So you could live without red or without blue or without green, but not any pair of them.
Yes, exactly.
And you could have like maybe even a purple here and here, and now you can do red and purple.
Yeah.
This is maximum independent subset,
Yes.
which is flow.
This graph is
Not
not
flow.
bipartite.
Oh,
The
yeah,
exact, actually, the one you drew right here. If you make a graph out of the colors, where if
Because you get red, blue, green, don't you?
yeah, so if you draw a graph of these colors with like an edge, if they're on the same cycle. Now the question just reduces to, what is the, I guess.
Purple, green, and blue.
Yeah. Now the question is just, what is the maximum independent set on this graph of colors?
Okay, so you want to pick red and pick purple, and then you're good. Maximum independent set. This is a very classic problem, but I forgot how to do it. It seems like it's NP hard.
Yeah.
Oh, but there are 24 nodes. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. And then we're done with the first half of the problem. So that tells us the maximum number of colors we don't have to take, which is the minimum number we do have to take.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So that gives us half of it. So now the other half is How many ways are there of picking colors that keep the graph connected?
Yes.
At which point I have nothing. Okay. So it's connected basically if we pick a subset of nodes here that don't share an edge.
Yes.
Okay. So let's rethink. So now we have a graph, a generic graph of 24 nodes. Is it generic? Yeah. 'Cause
Yes.
10 to the 5th is way bigger than 24. Okay.
Yeah. In fact, I think we have test cases for most types of graphs that you can find that are not bipartite.
Okay. So we have 24 nodes. We have however many edges we want, and we need to say how many subsets. Like, okay, I guess I won't write it down, but how many subsets of these nodes don't share two that are connected? I guess here maybe you almost can do 2 to the 24.
Yes.
It'll be close, but so you have 2 to the 24 nodes. Then for each one of
Subsets
those,
nodes, I guess.
or yeah, 2 to the 24 types. You're right. Yeah, yeah, of the 24 nodes, and then you just need to check: do any pair that you've picked share an edge? Right.
Yeah, so this gives, for generic k, this gives like an order k times 2 to the k algorithm, which might be fast enough, might not be fast enough for this value of k.
You can remove the factor of k.
You can remove the factor of k, yeah.
Because each time you add a new 1 bit,
Yes,
you look at all
exactly.
previous 1 bits.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So there's a little bit of optimization to get to 2 to the 24.
Yeah.
There are a few random edge cases to be like really wary of, like you talked about, like on a cycle if there are 2 edges with the same color, and also edges which are not in a cycle at all always have to be included.
Oh yeah. I forgot that was a possibility. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of edge case there. I think we were nice at included it in the samples, but
There's only one sample here.
yeah,
is that
there is
right?
only one sample here.
It is a very beautiful problem, I gotta say. That one is lovely.
And that's connecting computers.
There you go. Well, thanks so much for coming on.
Yeah.
Do you wanna help us with any other problems here?
What problems have you not discussed?
We've gotten through a lot of them. We haven't done F. I haven't even read F. Free solo.
I don't
And
know if I
then
can be the most assistance on F. We can talk about it, but
G, I
only
guess we did. Homework help. Oh yeah, we did this. That's the interactive. This one's the substring, or not substring. That just count each letter. Rainbow bowl ranges. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the one that I don't know how to do. This is J. So you're on the train. Yeah. It's the peaks. Training is combinatorics. Word game. I don't have a concrete solution, but N is 5.
N is 5, yes.
Uh,
And I think that gives you a concrete solution.
does it? I mean, there are all the permutations, right? And then of those 5 factorial, which is 120,
Yes.
find. I still don't have a concrete solution. It's like, you know, the order of the words, you just like brute force how much you push them in by, I guess.
Yeah, I think just naive brute force over the whole state space, kind of what happens as you do steps.
Oh, because each one is only 4, so they're 20 letters would be your biggest answer?
I think so. Yeah, so the length of each word is at most 5. So it's very, very short in this case.
Okay. Yeah. I would take a while for me to code, but it's like a 20-minute thing. Okay. So is all we're missing then problem F? Sham pronoun. Yep. That one's very doable. Big integers also very doable, I think. Right?
I think so.
This is the comparison one. Yep. Coinomatic. We did the DP.
Yeah.
So F is what's left in the contest. I think this is going to get solved.
Do you,
I think this is a very solvable set. That's my take.
yeah. Do you want to think more about F before?
Well, I haven't read it yet. Let me read it and think about it because we got another 2 hours and 45 minutes to burn. So
Plenty of time.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go chat. Well, thanks so much for coming on.
Thank you. For
I
having me.
love the problem, and yeah, it's great to talk about it.
Yeah.
See you around.
Great seeing you.
All right. Problem F, one problem left. Then we'll take a quick break. Actually, let's do a scoreboard check first. Scoreboard check. Div 2. Div 2 has a lot of wrong answers. On problem L. Look at this. On the scoreboard, we've got G, wrong answer. L, wrong answer. Oreo, UW Tacoma gets C. G, wrong answer from Stanford. What does BAIS mean? Bayes? Wrong answer on G, wrong answer on A, wrong answer on E, wrong answer on L, wrong answer on D. E is accepted by Harvard Gold. Called it. Wrong answer on M. Stanford in first, UBC in second, and then a gap. No one with 8 problems. And quite a few with 7, 6, 5, and so on. In Div 1, we have 2 teams yet to solve from WSU and Whitworth. UW Tacoma, 58. We used to be in person at UW Tacoma since we've moved to De Anza. Bill Poucher still in first. Ooh, but UBC Forgetful Functors is catching up, and UBC Bears. And, okay, UBC second, third, and fourth looking for blood here. And it looks like they might get it. It's definitely, this set's getting solved. I'm calling it right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting solved. Let's read problem F, and then we can see if I'm right about that. But I think this is getting solved. Okay, free solo, problem F. Alex is a climber who is planning his next free solo expedition. He wants to do a completely new climb this time that no one else has done. Before he starts the climb, he wants to get a rough idea of what the shortest path to the top is. In climbing, Alex uses his hands and feet to hold on to holds, which are points on the wall where he is climbing, where he can put either his hands or his feet to stabilize himself. In a simplified simulation for the route, Alex is modeled as a single point from which 4 limbs up to length 1 extend out from. Holds on the wall are also single points and can be used by any of his limbs, but one hold can only be used by one limb at a time. To climb safe, Alex must ensure at least 3 of his limbs are attached to holds at all times during the climb. Alex starts at 0, 0 on 3 holds located at these and has a target hold this that he's trying to reach. Find the length of the shortest path traced out by Alex's location until he's able to put 1 limb on the target hold. No 2 holds will be within 10 to the negative 3 of each other. No 2 holds will be within 10 to the negative 3 of being distance 2 from each other. So the holds are not super close. They are not too far away. So either he can hold on both or he can't. There will not exist a location on the wall where Alex is able to reach more than 6 holds. What a wacky thing, okay? If Alex increases or decreases the reach by up to 10 to the 6th, the length of the shortest path will not change by more than 10 to the negative 5. And then you have to get it right to 10 to the negative 4. Okay. The numbers go up to 10, 10. They're up to 30 holds. So Alex is a circle with some holds around him. And the team is talking very loudly. Get muted. Okay. Let's draw an example. So he starts with 0, 0, 0.2, minus 0.2. So these three holds. And he's trying to get to some target. Oh, this is like terrible. This is so tedious. How do you even get started on this? That's absolutely disgusting. Ugh. So you could go to like this to leave. Oh wait, he said you can never have more than 6? Yeah, Alex will never be able to reach more than 6 holds. I wonder if you had all of the subsets in like a list, if from that you could get the answer. Because for some list of subsets, I guess for some subset, there's a range you can be in that is the intersection of 3 circles. So what does the intersection of 3 circles look like? I guess in this case, it's just like that. Oh, so you have these triangle things? Is that right? So every way 3 circles intersect, you will have a triangle, a circle triangle here. Yeah, no matter how. So we're given like, yeah, something like this, maybe? Okay, maybe the set won't get solved. It's going to be close. The Sluggernauts, ACI and M, putting them in 8th place with 7 problems. Well done. So you can brute force every triplet to get the walkable area. If you brute force every triplet of points, you'll get a bunch of these triangles. And now the area you can walk on is the union of these triangles. So we have a bunch of those, but they can be wacky. So you have like doot, 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 and then doot, doot. Oh, I guess you just kind of want the map of all, you want like all of these things, and now you can walk between anyone that has at least 3. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, how do you actually end up coding this though? Okay, so what does this look like? So we have green. Okay, and then you can't walk here. This is bad. This one's also bad. This is only 2. This is only 2. This is 1. This is 2. Can't walk there. This is 1. This is 2. This is 2. This is 1. This is 1. 2, 1. What? 2? Oh wait, no. This is 1, 2. This is 3. This is only 2, so we're screwed. So this is impossible. Okay. Let's just make all of these black. Maybe that was a mistake, but we'll figure out in a bit. Okay. So, black. This is 2. This is 1. 2. 2. 1. 2. 1. Maybe if I just wrote them out, that would be better. One, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This is 3 though. 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Okay, so then good is oh wait, this is 2. Man, this is going to be a hard problem. This is only 2. Okay. This one's a bunch here. This one's a bunch. This is, oh my goodness, this is actually just really hard. Like the way these things interact is not predictable. This is also 2. Yeah, this is a real pain in the neck. So something like this. And now you have to find the shortest path between 2 points on this. Good Lord. So it's like here to here. So your answer is going to be one of these. Absolutely brutal. Absolutely brutal. I guess maybe it's not. It's not too bad. It's hard, but not too bad. You need every section figured out. And every section is... Well, okay, every place that you touch is either going to be, you either go between a point or you go between an intersection of 3 circles. You can find all of those. There aren't that many intersections of 3 circles. So now you have a bunch of line segments. So you have your nodes and you have the edges between them. And you know, of all of these edges, some of them are not going to be allowed because they might cross a circle and end up not in 3 other circles after crossing that circle. So yeah, I guess that's it. So you brute force all triplets, and now you have your node set, and then you brute force all pairs of like lines you might look in. Hi, entertainment.exe. Good to see you. Yeah, we can see the scoreboard. I mean, that's probably from a while ago, but yeah, it could get solved. It's not terrible. All you have to do is like consider everything and then do Dijkstra's. So it's just a really hard Dijkstra's is the problem. That's it. Yeah, you can do this in an hour. The hard part is just like, I think finding out which edges are traversable, which ones aren't. I think D is more doable than F, and F is the hardest. But I think Berkeley, maybe UBC also. I think probably someone from Berkeley, probably someone from UBC and Stanford will be able to definitely get at least one of D or F. And I think one of those people, maybe 2 or 3, will be able to get the other as well. But I think div 1's getting solved. I think it's annoying, but it's fair. Div 2, on the other hand, is almost already solved. Let's see. How are teams doing with div 2? I wonder if there are any hard div 2 problems that weren't in div 1. 7 submit on problem A. Also wrong. Barely eligible. I wonder why that is. Yeah, div 2 is also getting solved, it looks like. We'll see. We'll see. I guess let's look through div 2 set, see if there's anything new that we don't yet have. Big integers we've seen, bus assignment we've seen, FizzBuzz we've seen, intuitive elements we've seen, mouse pursuit we've seen, ruffians we've seen. Yeah, the brute force, sleeping on the train we've seen, Champernoun we've seen, exact change is the binary one. Rice bowl ranges is the hard one that I don't know how to do. Taking out the trash. We haven't seen. Oh no, we have. And then word game, brute force. So yeah, I guess the only one that I really have no idea how to do is the rainbow bowl one. But that's why you have teammates, right? Teammates can help you with that. All right, I've looked at all the problems, so I'm gonna take a quick break, get some food, and I'll leave you with the scoreboard for Div 1. So on my way back from getting some food, I saw UC Berkeley just pop off after solving, well, whatever their 10th problem was. And they were very excited about it. They saw it said there was a huge tie at 10. They just got to solve a couple more and they'll be set. If they solve one more, they'll be in first. So, understandably very happy. They're one of the teams on the right. I don't know if they're the far right or something farther just off the screen. They were indeed very happy. I also got a little bit of a chance to think about J. I don't think it's quite so bad. You just have to be careful. I think the big thing that helps is that your first move makes it a line, basically. So after your first move, you're not dealing with a circle, you're dealing with a line. And I think after that, you can kind of do a greedy, where you just take the first thing, skip some, and then you have everything after that. And you keep going, you take the first thing, skip some, everything after that. And then you just have to be careful if, like, you can't do enough to finish to the end, then you just keep everything that you have. Or keep as much of it as you can. So you don't take a step back, basically. Maybe also sorting them helps to make it a little bit easier. Just an idea. I don't have a concrete solution there, but I mean, I have things that I could code which might potentially be wrong, but yeah. G, wrong answer by Stanford Cardinals, I think, and then also, well, maybe Slugs IDK. No, time limit. Time limit on G. What is G? Tight time limits isn't really a problem that I've considered running into here. Sleeping on the train. Time limit? Why would you get time limit? This is div 1 too. That is a peculiar verdict. Peculiar. Peculiar? I don't know. Interesting verdict. I think it's just count the... Why would anyone not have an order and solution to that? Oh, wait. No, T. Yeah, order T solution. I don't know. UC Berkeley, big news with a incorrect submission on D. The cactus problem. Interested in whether it's wrong or what? I guess so. Yeah, I guess D is a little bit of a hassle to code. To do it, you need to both find like all the cycles, extract them. Finding cycles in a cactus is a little more annoying than you'd think too, because you just have to like, you can find things that look like they would be cycles that are just like multi-cycles, kind of. So you have to like either do a DFS and like be careful with it, or find some other good way of processing. You just don't want to, like, if you have two loops that are joined basically like a figure 8, you don't want to accidentally count the whole 8 as one cycle. Or you don't want to like count one of the loops as a cycle and then count the whole 8 as the other cycle. You have to make sure you have just the two smaller loops. Scrapper's Danza in div 2 with a submission to F. Running for a while. They're in 20th place right now. Might move up after this. Certainly either an AC or a TLE verdict. They're gonna fly pretty far up here if they get it right. To, looks like 13th place, and they did, and they move up to 13th. Nicely done. Get another submit to problem F. I guess F just maybe has a lot of cases or something. A lot of test cases. Takes a while to run. from PLU. And they got it. Nicely done. We're going to throw 12th place, getting problem A. Very nice. We're coming into the 3-hour mark of the contest. So it's a little over halfway done here. And there are, I believe, 2 or 3, what is M? 13 in the alphabet. So that would leave 3 problems remaining for Div 1. Only 2 now. D and F for Berkeley, Bill Poucher. 3 for everybody else. What was the other one? G that they're missing? Why is G hard? Why is everyone struggling with G? G seems so easy. Clearly it's not. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about G. Is, well, if I am wrong, I don't see why. Stanford Cardinal, also wrong on G. There are only 2 people who've gotten G right. It took Berkeley 5 tries. Both of them are Berkeley. Only Berkeley's gotten this right. It's not harder than H. Is it? Like, maybe, I guess H is not that hard, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe F is going to go unsolved. Like, for G, you start at A, you hit all of these things. Oh, I guess maybe you hit the same thing twice in a row, potentially. And you just have to compress those? I don't know. I don't see why it's hard. All right, we'll have a couple of judges coming on stream in a bit to talk about the problem set, the problem preparation methods, stuff like that. But in the meantime, we have some insider information about Berkeley's incorrect submission on D. It looks like their only issue is they're incorrectly finding cycles. They aren't using any book code or any bi-connected component code or anything like that, which is by far the easiest way of doing it. Also runs in linear time. Instead, they're trying to manually DFS their way through it. DFSing your way through bi-connected components can be messy. Because you gotta pop cycles the right way. Sometimes when you like have a cycle and you start removing things, then you might start finding another cycle, and it's like, how do you handle it? So it can be a very difficult DFS to write. It is just a DFS, but it's a very involved DFS. So that's what the judges currently think they're doing wrong for that. Once you've found the cycles, it's a straightforward brute force. Right, and then some little optimizations at the end too. But yeah, that's the tricky part. We do actually. Oh yeah, exactly. Misha mentioned counting cycles committed with bi-connected components. Exactly. That's exactly what we want to do. And then your bi-connected components are just the cycles. Yeah, I can get you a link to the problem set. We have a public version of it too, I think. They were opened a little bit later, but let me. Are links not allowed? There's one. That's the div 1, the div 2. In case you're interested. Yeah, both very, very doable. Arguably, the thing you need to be strongest on in this contest is, well, I mean, kind of geometry. You need good geometry book code. But in addition to that, brute forcing. There's a lot of brute forcing you have to be able to do well and quickly here. And I think that's probably the most challenging aspect of the contest. Stanford Cardinal, wrong answer on K. They're looking to move into the 10 club. Not quite there yet. And there's one team who doesn't have M, which is a nice place to be in. Here for the t-shirt, WSU, they've got one problem already. They just got their second, problem B. Well done. They've already gotten their t-shirt, so this is all just gravy at this point. UBC, order 1, wrong answer on A. In Div 2. How's Div 2 looking? Yeah, I guess Div 2 is an interesting scoreboard because Div 2, like what you work on next after you have B through F. Do you take on A? Do you look at L? I mean, L is obviously pretty doable. But you've got a more interesting scoreboard there. G, H, I, all pretty even. Especially on the top, you have J, K, and M. Which one does UBC and Stanford go with is interesting. I am a little bit surprised that in this region we let teams compete both in Div 1 and Div 2. In SCR, I think the rule was if you send teams to Div 1, you can't send teams to Div 2 because they didn't want one school like winning both of them. They wanted to give a chance to the schools who didn't have Div 1 teams. Notepad IDE, getting problem B. We're going to throw getting problem J in Div 1. I'd say there's a surprisingly linear relationship between number of problems and number of teams with that number of problems. Like usually you see some sort of exponential back off, but here it's like you have 4 teams with each number of problems. In fact, there are more teams with 10 problems than 8 or 9, about the same as with 7, more than 6. Like it's just very interesting. very linear. Is scoreboard for Southern CA publicly available? Southern CA is not its own region, bucket potato. Southern CA is like just part of this. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that, but for the West, the scoreboard is somewhat publicly available here. Like it's not, Southern CA is not, as far as I can tell, is not its own region. It's combined with parts of Canada, for example, UPC. Why are you interested in Southern CA in particular? Is Berkeley in Southern CA? Where is Berkeley? I know it's in California, but. Back in just a few minutes here. You got some friends at UCSB. What is UCSB? University of California, Santa Barbara. I would think that would be part of this. I would be very surprised if this was, like, if one state was divided into multiple teams. They could be in Div 2, though. Let's see. Do you know, yeah, I guess, Bucket Beta, do you know if they're in Div 1 or Div 2? UC Davis. Wrong answer, NJ. So Bill Poucher's team, they have 2 hours left. D and F to solve. 1 hour per problem. F is going to take more than an hour to code, though. F requires circle, circle, intersection. It requires... Well, so you find circle, circle, intersection. That gives you all the points. It requires circle, line, segment, intersection. And circle contains. I guess it's not that hard. Maybe you could do it in an hour. You can do F in an hour. And then D, you just need bi-connected components and problem solving your way through it. And a little bit of implementation for the brute force. So you can do both D and F in 2 hours for sure. It's definitely possible. D, F, and G. Well, G doesn't, I don't know why G is difficult. I'd be interested in what all these people are doing wrong for G. When I look at G, it strikes me as just like a mild implementation. It does not strike me as very difficult. So when I see like all of these wrong answers, it makes me think that what I'm doing for G is one of the wrong answers. Because I can't imagine, you know, this many ways of getting it wrong. I guess they don't make some guarantees that you would assume, which are like 2 waking up at the same time. But UC Berkeley, AC on A, putting them in the 7 problem group, which is now growing drastically. Lots of wrong answers on J. Has any team gotten J with 1 submit? No, never has J been solved on the first try. Not once. What is J again? How is this homework help? Oh, this is the longest increasing subsequence one. The interactive. I don't know. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you. Southern CA has its own region with UCLI, Irvine, Caltech, UCSB. I didn't know that. Okay. Interesting. So this is I guess this is Pacific Northwest, so this is the Northwest region. That's the Southwest region. I guess that makes sense because there is also the South and then the Southeast. And UCF is Southeast. So maybe not terribly unreasonable. Just rotated by 90 degrees. UBC ACN problem K. Putting them in first place for Div 2 with 11 problems. 2 to go. Take your bets now. Will Div 2 be solved? That's the question. I guess, or Div 1. I'm kind of pretty confident Div 1 will be, but Div 2, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's not. The thing that could go wrong in Div 1 is there could be some precision issues that just you cannot get by. If you run into these precision issues and they cause a really big challenge, then yeah, it could be annoying. I guess, I don't know, it just doesn't strike me as that difficult though, because your path is going to be this to intersections of circles to the finish. I don't know. And I missed the scoreboard reset when I went to the top. I was thinking about how to actually code this one. Yeah, I feel like it's not too bad. You just brute force the circle intersections, you get your pairs, you brute force the lines between any two of them. So you have 30 squared, so 30 to the 4th is reasonable, times 30 to see if any intersect and you become invalid. Oh, I guess you have to do a sweep on each of them then to see if they become invalid. But still, like, you can still do that. You can see, can you walk the line? There are a bunch of pieces to it, but none of the pieces are difficult. HPU getting their second problem on the board with an ACNE. Very nice. So UBC has J and M. What are those? J and M are... I was looking at the wrong G. This Div 2G is very easy. What is Div 1G? Oh, GCD pairs. Oh, okay. I understand. I can appreciate getting GCD pairs wrong. I was gonna say, I was mixing up the divisions and then it didn't make sense. Okay. J is homework help, which is the interactive one. And then they have M, word game. Yeah, M would be annoying if you're in Div 2. I can see word game being like the hardest of the set. Because it requires just like a lot of careful implementation. But it's not terrible. It's the kind of thing where if you have just one problem left and you have like an hour to do it, you'll get it. Because you know there's just not that much that can go wrong. If you have a whole pile of stuff in front of you to work on it can scare you away. But if this is the only problem left and it's do this or go home, you're going to do it. So I think for UBC, it really depends on like, are they able to cleanly get through the interactive problem? If they are, they'll probably solve set. If they're not, or if they struggle on it for like an hour and they only have 15 minutes left, then when you try and go through M and you're panicking, you're going to make mistakes. It'll be too slow. Not going to work out. All right, what problems are we actually waiting on here in Div 1? GCD pairs, free solo, not exact change, and connecting computers. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's right in line with what I'd expect. The GCD pairs one is tough. There's just like a lot of math going on there. Yeah, I think that's fair. I thought this was a really easy set when I first like went through this, but when I stopped to think about it, there is a lot of like broad knowledge that you need in order to do well on it. For D, just by connecting components, that's tough graph theory, right? So D is like a medium hard graph theory problem. F is, I mean, like it's a hard geometry. I think it's fair to call this a hard geometry. It's not hard for World Finals level. For World Finals level to be like medium, but it's hard. Just because there's like a lot of pieces going on and you have to do a sweep on the line and you have to, I don't know, just like chop all the things up and do circle, circle intersection and just figure out how to do it. So it's like there's a decent chunk there. And then G is hard math, maybe medium hard math, but for me it's hard. So maybe it just has all of the perfect amount of difficulty for college level teams. Stanford just got their 10th problem, it looks like. Maybe I am hallucinating something. I thought I saw Stanford just move up, but maybe not. I don't see them in the queue, so. Initially, I was probably like 80-20 that it was going to be solved. Now I think I'm down to like 50-50. Div 1 gets solved. Div 2, it's hard to predict. Div 2 is always interesting because it's like there are definitely teams here that could have solved the Div 2 set. But if you can solve a Div 2 set, you really shouldn't be in Div 2. You should be in Div 1 because you're definitely good enough to get, you know, like top 20 in Div 1, for example. And if you can get top 20 in Div 1, then you're already a good team in Div 1. So you really shouldn't be in Div 2. Big Beeves on problem K, 5th AC. Well done. TED Talks. I wonder if that's the initials of their name. A T, an E, and a D. Tom, Eric, David. Maybe they just really like TED Talks. I saw something interesting about the popularity of TED Talks declining over time. Like just of the, I don't know if it's like the format or just the branding or what. But it seems like in line with my observations. TED Talks used to be a really big deal. I feel like all of the ones I've seen in the past 3 years have been less useful. Stanford Cardinal, 9 problems with a submit on G. This would make it their 10th, moving them into the big block of 10 solves. UC Davis just got their 10th on problem J, but their G is not fast enough. G is the GCD pairs. Oh yeah, because they're not brute forcing the primes, or maybe they are and they're doing something else slow. The 5-second time limit's scary. Yeah, G is one of those problems where it's like, if you get time limit on that, I have like a squeaky voice. If you get time limit on G, it's hard to move forward. It's very frustrating. That's a frustrating thing to end up in. Time limit on G. Because you don't know what's possible. You don't know what they're looking for. You can try and run on your own computer, but maybe your own computer is too fast or too slow. It's also a little scary that you have exactly one sample, which isn't even that good. So you almost have to write your own data. And then whenever you're writing your own data, you feel bad that you're using terminal from your teammates. Who knows? Only 2 ACs on G. Man, yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. To get G, you have to, first of all, figure out how to factor these things, which is a hard observation. I mean, that is tough. Because you have to do the cube root thing instead of the square root. Once you do the cube root, you've got to only look through primes up to the cube root. It's very tempting to try something like polared row or something like that. Polared row probably TLUs. ACMB moving HPU up like 2 places. Berkeley's been sitting at 11 for about half an hour now, if I recall correctly. And no progress in sight. If they were able to break through and get D, F is very doable. I guess, yeah, I'd be interested in what they're working on. I would love to be able to see their screen, for example. If I were them, a good call out would be, well, yeah, it depends. It depends what you think other people are gonna do. If you think the set's solvable, then one option is have your teammates start doing the geometry while you think about whether your approach is even right to D. And maybe you find some substantial issue while you're just thinking about it. If you think 11 or if you think 12 is enough to win, 11 probably isn't enough to win. But if you think 12 is, and you think a debugger would really help, and you think it's a minor bug and not something that requires a complete rethink, like a ground up redesign of rethinking the problem, then you do your brute forcer first. Given we haven't seen a submission recently, it means either they chose to start coding the geometry, or they found that there was like a rewrite required, basically. Okay, contest volume is down. People are talking too loud. But I would really love to see their screen. Yeah, it's also hard to like write a brute forcer for bi-connected components because they're so hard to find anyway. Actually, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's just messy to code that. It's almost like you wouldn't if you had the option. Okay. Burden of Dreams, UC Berkeley. They're in 10 with G, but they're missing M. M. Missing M. Word game. I guess that's also an annoying place to be in, isn't it? Missing M means you gotta rethink your brute force. All right, Lemon 24K, how does scoring work for this? The goal is solve the most problems. If you solve more problems than another team, you'll be ahead of them on the scoreboard. Now, once you have the same number of problems, you want the fewest number of penalty points. You get 1 penalty point per minute you spend solving a problem that you end up solving. So if you solve B in 10 minutes, you get 10 penalty points. If you solve C after 100 minutes and B after 10 minutes, you'll get the 10 for B and then 100 for C, even though it only took you 90 to solve C. Because you solved it 100 minutes in a contest, you get 100 penalty points for C. Also, in this contest, they let you submit more than once per problem. So you can do as many submissions as you want, but for each incorrect submission, you lose, or you get an extra 20 penalty points, which you don't want. So among the people who have the highest number of problems, you want the fewest number of penalty points. So basically, what this incentivizes is you want to solve problems correctly and you want to solve them quickly. So the person who solves the most problems the fastest and the most correctly, like with the least wrong answers, will be the winner. But there's a trade-off there, right? If you're in the very beginning of the contest, wrong answers, I mean, I guess wrong answers are always equally important, but the potential time advantage you would get from moving a little bit faster early on in the contest makes the wrong answers less valuable, because your early contest time is so valuable. If you're going to solve 10 problems later, solving each of those 2 minutes earlier would be equivalent to 1 wrong answer and penalty. Hopefully that helps. So the idea is you want to solve more problems and you want to solve those faster. If you get a problem wrong and you never end up getting it correct, you don't get penalized for that. You only get penalized if you get it right later. And you would always rather get it right than get it right and take the penalty than not get it right at all. Because the most important criteria is how many problems did you solve. Though I guess maybe in theory there are some cases where you would be indifferent toward getting your problem right if you had gotten so many wrong answers on it that you would go from like first place with 8 problems to last place with 9. You wouldn't actually move up and you wouldn't pass anyone in the scoreboard. But that's extremely rare. Yeah, good question, Lemon. The top team from a certain school, I believe that is the case, yeah. Certainly that is the case at North American Championships. But I believe only one team from each school can go to North American Championships. So if you win and you're like, if you're the first place Berkeley team, I believe that you're the only Berkeley team that'll be at North American Championships. Which means that, like, ironically, the most competition for MIT, for example, or I guess Berkeley too, the biggest chance you have of losing is to another team from your same school. So like MIT, sometimes the second place MIT team will beat the first place MIT team. Well, not like first place by scoreboard, but like the MIT team that is predicted to do best will lose to the one that's predicted to do second best. And that's because like the regional problems are a little bit easier than the World Finals ones. So the team that was second best, they were good enough to get through all of the regional problems, but they will be doing much worse in World Finals. It's caused some controversy in the past with like, especially coaches being like, oh no, that's not the team that I wanted to advance. And then it causes weird things where like the coach is like, only one of my teams can compete to avoid that. But that's very rare. Usually it's just the best team wins and moves forward. I believe short answer though is yes, it's true. I don't think for Div 2 they move on though. I believe only Div 1 will move to North American Championships. Div 2 is just if you are a beginner and you want to get some practice coding, it's a great way to do that. Golden State Bears submits on D. They get a time limit exceeded. How? Oh, because you could do, well, TLE is not that scary because there's a really easy order K speed up. If it's more than order K though, then that's something else. But if they're just order K away from the correct solution and they're doing it in C++ or something reasonable, that could be like 5 minutes later, they could have D right. The real problem then is, are they able to do the inclusion, exclusion, Mobius inversion stuff? And G. It's my opinion that anyone with the right hack pack can do F. You just got to be careful and you got to think about it for a bit. You got to spend 40 minutes coding it. If you do all those things, you'll get F. Actually, that's not true. If you do all those things, you'll give yourself a fair shot at getting F, but you might get just like absolutely destroyed by epsilon issues, as always. One of the observations I have had about this set is samples are much weaker than usual. Or much weaker than, at least I remember them being when I was in contest. Certainly much weaker than like Code Forces, for example. Even weaker than like Hacker Cup samples. Even Hacker Cup samples will give you like 3 or 4 per problem. Here, like half these problems, they only give you 1 sample. It's crazy. I think that explains a lot of the wrong answers that you see. Ooh, Bundle of Dreams. Did I miss this? Bundle of Dreams has gotten problem G as well. This puts that, or maybe, oh, they got M. They got M. They were the one that was missing M. So they figured out their brute force. So that leaves two teams that have 2 problems left with an hour and a half to go. 45 minutes a problem. F will take 45 minutes even if you do it perfectly. So D is the tough one. And in order to get D, you pretty much need biconnected components in your backpack. What city and university is the contest taking place? Where I live, it's 11:50 p.m. I don't know where Azores is. My geography is not perfect. My guess is somewhere in South America.
You can take a creek out.
But assuming it is, this is taking place in Western U.S. So the same part of the country as like California or Washington, Seattle, Washington. It's taking place in 6 different regions. So this one here, this is De Anza University. I'm here in person. And there are 5 other ones too, I think across the Northwest U.S. But it's here it's only 4:30 p.m. Portugal. Oh my goodness. I've been to Portugal too. There used to be Porto, Portugal was the, I believe, 2019 ICPC World Finals that I competed in. You're welcome anytime. We've gone through all the problems already, so now all I have to do is entertain chat and commentate on recent submissions. I have no idea what we're going to do for the last hour because usually the last hour is all just discussing problems because you can't look at the scoreboard because you can't see if anyone's correct or not. So this is going to be a it's going to be a boring last hour of stream, I'll tell you that. Because we've talked about literally every problem in both sets. I was trying to get some judges to come on, but the judges are busy answering clarification requests. So I've run out of content. Need to start solving them on my own here. Judges are back on. Welcome, Nick.
Well, when you say judges, you mean me.
Yes, well, our second judge. Nick, what do you think the odds are we see a set solved today? Come a little closer to me, by the way. You're kind of out of frame.
Oh, sorry, off frame. What are the odds that I think there is a set solve? If you had asked me before the contest to predict the rankings, I would have told you that I would have expected the first place team to solve 12 and no team to solve 13. Looking at the scoreboard now, I would still make exactly the same claim.
All right.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be the geometry stopper?
That was the expectation. I think I expected teams to. I expected a team to solve the cactus problem. I think the cactus problem is. It is a. I think it's a first for the Pacific Northwest.
To have a cactus problem?
Yes, I do not believe we have ever had a cactus problem before, and so this is the first time, and I am sure that is definitely tripping up teams, but I think we at least hoped that a few teams will be able to solve it, because you don't actually need you don't need like bi-connected component book code. You can actually do it just with you can do the like cycle detection with just a DFS, like a really simple DFS. So
Well, it's a little, you gotta be a little careful.
you don't actually have to be careful. I'm I'm happy to walk you through it, but I'm convinced you don't actually need to be all that careful.
When I'm worried about the thing that you'll do by accident is like if you have an 8, for example, if you accidentally consider
Oh, so you have a figure 8, like 2 diamonds next to each other?
yeah, if you have one of these, what I'd be worried is you would accidentally consider like, you just have to be careful, like if this is a cycle or if like this is all one cycle.
Yeah, so the way that you can handle that is so in your DFS,
Like, what if you do this? Then you start somewhere else and take it separately.
so if you start like in the middle,
Yeah.
say you start in the middle of like the left ring,
Yeah.
and so you do that, so you detect that cycle.
Yeah.
So
And then you,
so
like,
when you go back, when you like draw the edge, like when you draw the edge to complete the cycle, you don't continue your DFS through that. You
pop them.
yeah, you actually you pop everything around and then you go back around.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's doable. It's just annoying. You just gotta be careful. There's also like the graph can become separated, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you do this, now you have like 2 separated graphs. You've got like this and then this potentially. And now it's like, okay, you gotta go handle this and handle this and so on. I mean, it's not, yeah, not terrible. It's just bi-connected components is easiest if it's there.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
We've seen 2 wrong answers on D so far, I believe. By first and third place? First and second place?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Just kidding. Bill Poucher, ACND, dark green as we speak. Leaving them just problem F left with an hour and a half to go. I think they're going to get it.
Okay. I mean, I should never bet against Bill Poucher because as everyone knows, well, Bill Poucher is a legend.
Okay. I'm going to use the word just here in a time when I definitely shouldn't be. But correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
D is just. Can you walk from A to B standing only on areas that are touched by at least 3 circles?
That is the
That's
like
the question.
the literal question. That is literally what it is asking. Like,
And to solve it, you literally just do Dijkstra's on the points that are intersections of 2 circles. And the start and the finish. Where on an edge, you can go across the edge if that edge is at all times covered by 3 circles.
there is. I don't know if you explicitly mentioned this. How do you handle the destination?
You just add it to your list of points.
What do you mean by, like, you have to reach the destination, or
You just do Dijkstra on like, so this is an intersection, that's an intersection, this is an intersection.
Wait, but is
on
your
these points.
but what is the destination vertex? Sorry, is it literally?
Just the XY point.
That's wrong.
Don't you have to reach this point? Isn't that the question?
You have to reach it.
Oh, be able to touch it.
Yes.
Oh. Why would you do that? You just have to be able to touch the finish.
Yeah.
You don't have to be able to get to the finish.
Yeah.
Okay, so the destination is now a circle.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just gonna keep saying yeah and no and yeah, and the judges in the other room are gonna chuckle. That's my hope. I don't know if they're actually paying attention.
Well, okay, so borrowing that was pretty easy. How many intersection points are there? Really? 30 squared?
Even fewer. So the problem has some interesting guarantees.
Yeah, what is
so
with
there
the
is-
6? What is that about?
It's
Is that just
basically
making the bounce small?
it's basically like a stability sort of thing, because like these are all stability. Like so one of
But
the guarantees.
why does the third one matter at all? Like the first two I understand, but why does the third one matter? Why would having 7 holds make things unstable?
Well, it's not that if you make 6, 7, it becomes unstable. It's just like
Well, if you made 6, 15, would it be any less stable?
probably not, but like it like you have like this problem, right? Like no two holds will be within 10 to the 3 units of each other, and so it gets a little warped. Or sorry, that's not quite precise per se. It's like so the inputs are all given as floating point numbers, and so the reference solution is not done in integers, because you can't like
Well, because 2 circle intersections are not going to be on integers, yeah.
right. So you can't actually do circle intersection, and so basically these guarantees make it easier for us to prove that our solutions are correct, because we like, given that this is the case, like we can say like with confidence, like the solutions we've implemented are correct over like all test cases that can fit this, just because like that's like the actual issue, right? Like you have, like you can imagine a situation where someone has proposed a problem
Yeah.
and they don't actually have a provably correct solution, and then it turns out that their solutions are wrong for some subtle reason because of whatever. It's not to say that like our solutions break when you make 6, 7 or whatever, like or anything
Yeah,
like
it's just
that.
you can only prove it.
It just
when it's
means
up to
it just
6.
means that it's easy for us to prove like, yeah, these solutions are correct, because we don't worry about the we're not worried about, oh, what happens if like 2 circles like they're not tangent but they're like super close to each other, stuff like that. Like we're just like not
Okay.
worried about, we don't want to worry about those cases, because the floating point numbers are weird, and the last thing that we like, if we don't have these guarantees, then like you have to do the computations to like many decimal places, and you have to be absolutely certain that like, oh, these 3 circles actually do have like a non-trivial intersection.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah,
I think,
so
yeah.
it also removes some ambiguity in, it just like removing a lot of ambiguity, stuff like that.
I think I have a way of handling the circle final solution. So,
Yeah, okay, you're fine.
is this it?
Yes.
Okay.
So for those who are not exactly sure what this diagram means, so David had like 99% of the solution. So you do circle intersection for all of the different pairs, and then you have all of these like quote special points. Take every special point and draw a segment from it to the destination unit circle. Find the point of intersection if it exists, and then mark that point also as special. And so I'm getting a note. Uh-oh. All right, I got this note that says team has 12 solved. I'm sure they want me to do something, but we
Is
already
a
knew.
Emergency freeze the scoreboard thing.
This is an emergency. They want me to freeze the scoreboard. I have for those not in the know.
It's going to be frozen in 20 minutes anyway. I don't think they'll be able to code all of F in 20 minutes, but who knows?
Yeah, for those in the know, in the rule set, it says the judges have the scoreboard can be frozen earlier at the discretion of the judges. I don't know if they're watching the live stream. I know that they're looking over there. So there are multiple one-way communication threads, and I think they're basically asking, do you want to freeze the scoreboard 20 minutes early? And I think the answer is no. I think we're not going to freeze it 20 minutes early, and The philosophy about why you would or wouldn't it's an interesting discussion, but I don't think that there's like if they solve F in the next 20 minutes, like
You
that'd
don't you
be
don't freeze it
crazy.
until they make a submit to F, and then you freeze it.
Oh, I can't do that.
I know.
But if I did, I should probably freeze it now. But no, I'm pretty confident that the team isn't going to solve it full solve before 4 hours.
We just
so-
got another 10 problem with H from UW, University of Washington. Putting them in 7th place overall. There's a big chunk of 10 solves right now.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'm curious if the NAC solve threshold. Oh wait, hold on. How many unique universities do we have here? We have Berkeley.
Wait, just so like, you can't have 2 NAC teams from the same university, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm looking here at the board. So we have Berkeley, we have University of British Columbia, we have Stanford, we have UC Davis, University of Washington. So we have 5 unique schools, all with 10.
And how many teams make it to NAC?
I think in the briefing we were guaranteed 4. It was either 3 or 4. I think it was 4.
That's a tough bar.
So actually, if this actually pans out, we might actually have a very clean problem solve cutoff.
Well, that's assuming none
NAC.
of those teams do anything for the next hour and 15 minutes, which probably isn't going to be the case.
Well, I'm saying maybe they all solve G,
Oh yeah.
and
I
then
guess.
11 becomes the cutoff.
I'm surprised at the ratio of G attempts to F attempts. Also, G attempts to D attempts.
Why? F is geometry. You know that.
My
right?
team, any week of the year, would have solved F before G.
Well, your team just doesn't like geometry. Your team loves
That doesn't like
geometry and
math.
hates number theory.
It's true.
Whereas I think
Yeah.
here the number theory is we went over the number theory. There's very little specialized knowledge, I claim.
Well, everyone knows the square root thing.
Yes.
The cube root thing is admittedly not a far leap, but it's also, I've never seen it used before.
It's a little
ever.
far. It's definitely, I don't think I've seen it before. That's not strictly true. There's a very old Polish problem that I remember from like 2012 or something.
These
And
kids
it
are also
used,
in
like,
college and were like still in, diapers in 2012.
Oh my god! I don't need to be reminded how old I am. Oh, solve on D. Solve on D.
There you go, another solve on D from UBC.
Yeah.
Forgetful functors.
So yeah,
Wait, that puts them at 11.
they're
so
at
they're
11
missing
too.
G still.
Yeah, so like the situation here is pretty interesting. So I think we in the judges side, we expected problems D, F, and G to be sort of the very hardest. D and they're all like, well, D and F both have graph theory flavor. D of the cactus, D has like more of that DP flavor and the cactus flavor. F has the geometry flavor, and then G is just this number theory thing.
Yeah.
So they're pretty different. So there are different paths to get to 11. So like the UBC team right now, they have D instead of G, and the Burden of Dreams team has G instead of D. And so I think that's cool. I think it's cool that there are many paths to 11. And we'll see, like sort of what else, or like what happens in the next like hour-ish.
Almost for all 3 of them, you really have to bring your own code a little bit. Like like for D, it's very, very helpful to have bi-connected components. For F, you need your geometry hack pack. For G, I don't know, some sort of inclusion exclusion would be useful.
There's not too much in geometry. Like the book code is kind of a given, but the rest of the problem set actually doesn't really need it. I mean, if you have bi-connected,
certainly outside of D, F, and G, you don't need anything. But
yeah, it's kind of interesting how the scoreboard played out. I think we were expecting, so these are mostly my personal opinions, no longer the collective of the judges per se, but I think we expected problem A to be a little bit harder than this. Or at least I was expecting A to be
What was A
little
again?
bit. A was the coin, the knapsack problem.
The knapsack problem.
Yeah, so A, or you're looking at Division 2. You want to look at this set.
You should put here. Just so
We
people
know.
see. It should say Division 1 or Division 2 somewhere on the title page.
This is in our doc for like things to improve for next year. It will definitely say, we definitely wanted to say Division 1 on the front or Division 2. This is the knapsack
This is just a
problem.
DP problem.
Yeah, but I guess like the difference is that I want to say even maybe like 2 or 3 years ago, like the idea of consider the reverse process was just not like super common. Like
I guess, yeah.
Like if you like this, like I think fairly recently people have come to realize that like the ability to like reverse time is just it actually lets you do quite a bit. And so this is one of those problems where like if you don't think about reverse time, you're like, this problem's like impossible. But the moment you think about reversing time, you're like, oh, adding a coin is easy. Oh, like then the queries are easy, and then you're done. So this is one of those problems where like the solution's kind of right in front of them. They just have to literally look at it backwards or something like that.
Yeah, I guess it's true. Now, I guess maybe this is something that I've learned and forgot that I just never knew it.
Mm-hmm.
But like, yeah, now I guess I consider reversing time very quickly. Like that's an immediate thing of like, all right, would this be easier to do going forward in time or backwards in time? But yeah, if you haven't seen it before, I do remember there was a time when I was like running high school sets for when I was in college, and yeah, someone showed me one of these problems where you reverse time and I couldn't figure it out. And it was just, it's just reverse time.
There are clarifications. I can answer one of them from here, and then actually I might be able to answer both of them from here.
We're going to throw OSU just got their 10th AC on M, getting through the brute force. There's a lot of room after M. You got all these choices. I think F is more doable than people think. I don't think it's unreasonable.
I think you just like geometry. Wait, you're geometry
I
pilled. I think you're
I am geometry
very
pilled.
geometry pilled.
Geometry is like my way of stopping Hacker Cup finalists. Because I can do a geometry problem in about 4 times what it takes a finalist to do, and I can't do anything else in 4 times what tourists can do it in.
Yeah. I heard my name.
You should send one of your other judges in here.
All right.
Give them something
I'm
fun to talk about.
Okay. We're gonna see. We're gonna let them pick. I'm not gonna go over there. They're gonna pull someone over here, and then we'll see who they send. I have no idea.
Sounds good.
This works, right? They're watching the stream. They're gonna send someone.
Hey, there's about a 30-second delay, but yeah, we'll have someone random walk in here. Maybe take my spot.
No, you gotta stay here. You gotta drive the conversation. Bring someone new into the mix.
We'll do. We love having you here too, Nick.
Oh, I mean, you've had me on stream like I don't know, like this is like the 5th year. I don't remember how many years we've been doing this, but it happens a lot. I'm always there to provide some flavor.
Was there any intention behind the shockingly limited number of samples this year? Was that intentional?
I don't think.
Would you say this is reasonable?
I don't think the number of samples was extremely small. Is there a
problem K, 1 sample? Oh, sorry, 2 samples. Problem L, 3 samples. One of which is 0, one of which is 1.
I mean,
problem M, 2 samples.
How many samples should there be?
Okay, I don't know.
Hacker Cup has like 7 or 8 because they need to have that many.
It's true. It's true.
Like, I would say that for example, problem L, like yes, you can
I feel like the average number of samples in the set is probably 2 though.
It's 2. It's probably 2. Yeah, but like we provide like sample explanations, and so we have like we have the 2 like degenerate cases, like the answer is 1, the answer is 0, or the answer is something, and so like I don't know, like the
That's
point
fine.
of the sample. I think like in that example, like pun kind of intended. I wanted to show like these are the 3 possible cases that you could have, and I think it was totally fair to have those. But I didn't see any reason to have like another one. Like you could make the argument, oh, just have a big, like Accoder does this. They like to have big random test case as like a sample. I thought about that, but I also felt like
It gives away too much.
well, it's not that it gives away too much. I just think it means that
Like if you pass,
I think team, or I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like good teams will just run their code on all of the samples and then they won't submit until they pass all of the samples. Really good teams will run their code on all the samples and then pass all the samples, and then they'll be like, oh, the samples are kind of weak. Let me test my code on a slightly interesting test case, see what happens. And then if I pass that, then I go and I submit. So it's not like it's not like Hacker Cup where I don't know. I feel like on Hacker Cup, people always complain. They're like, oh, the validation tests, they suck. Like they didn't test anything or whatever. And like the counter argument is like, yeah, just test your code.
Right, test your own code.
And so like that's also part of the philosophy here. It's like yes, I can provide you a large random test case. Uh-oh.
Come on in.
What's going on? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go out.
We're being ominously looked at. I think people understand the point Nick was making, though.
Oh, we thought you wanted something, which is why you were like, did you want explicit confirmation that I did not want to break the scoreboard? Would that have been better for you? Oh, sorry. No, we're gonna wait until 4 hours. If that's the mistake, I own it. But I understand that you have been very clearly telling us like just what's going on.
There are currently disagreements about whether the scoreboard should be frozen or not. I don't think it's too concerning at the moment.
They were just curious what we were talking about.
Well, they've got the stream. It's
No,
publicly available.
they're not watching the stream.
Oh, they should be. We could increase our viewer count by about 10% if they were.
Yeah.
See, it's funny because we're unpopular. No one's watching us.
Okay. I think one of my nope. Okay, one of my judges was answering this and then not answering this. I'm gonna go talk to them.
All right. See ya. So it looks like it's up to Bill Poucher on problem F to solve set. What Bill Poucher has to do is realize how to solve it, realize we're talking about the intersection of 3 or more circles, find the critical points of the intersection of all of the circles, calculate those critical points using Geometry Hackpack, do a sweep over each line segment between each pair of critical points, create critical points from the critical points to the end final point, which will at most double the number of critical points, and then they're good. And make sure they handle epsilons correctly if there are ties when sorting. Then I think they're good. Stanford Cardinal, problem G. G could TLE, and it did. Yeah, G is messy. The n cubed thing is very smart, and I'd be interested if Berkeley did it with polared row or did the cube root. Chico, ACNE. Whitworth, GG. Wrong answer on E. Bet they wish they were Chico. In Div 2, we got a good number of 9 correct submissions from several different teams. From what I can tell, no one's above 10 though. There's just too much. The other thing with Div 2 is that I think writing a lot of code is a different task to ask to a team in Div 2 than in Div 1. I think in Div 1, you can ask someone to write 500 lines of code without any mistakes, and that's not an unreasonable ask. I think in Div 2, it's more unreasonable. And that's why I'm less confident in a Div 2 set solve than I am in Div 1, in my professional opinion. Brought forth with the 5th place team, UBC Order 1, getting K wrong. Yeah, so UBC does have 2 left. One of them is M, which is just a pain to code. The other is J, which no Div 2 team has. So, yeah, I mean, it's possible. There's a chance it happens, but it's just, I don't think it's as likely as it is Div 1 gets solved. UC Berkeley, with a submit on L, they have 6 problems right. L is pretty high correctness ratio. That they already have 2 wrong submits on it. Judging for a while, which is promising. And it is, drum roll please. Still running. Oh my goodness. So many test cases. I bet it's correct. Will he be back, Nick? Nick will probably be back. There's a good chance Nick comes back. My guess is he'll come back. He'll say scoreboard's frozen. We can't see anything else. And then he won't reveal it. And he won't look at his scoreboard. And then he'll have to go leave with 15 minutes left in contest. UC Berkeley, we still don't know. There are things going to disappear before we end up knowing whether it's correct or not. We've gone through the whole scoreboard now. UC Berkeley, is it right? They're in 24th place. They've been judging for like 2 minutes. They've already coded half of F, and time it's taken to take L to judge. How many tests do you guys have on L?
How many tests do we have on L? Oh.
And it's right.
Um.
Is it over 100?
Sorry, give me.
Stanford Euler.
We have 152 tests.
Okay. Yeah, that's about
L.
in line with expectations. We have a submit on G from Stanford Euler. Pronounced Euler.
Euler. Oh yeah, Euler and Euclid, the special.
Ooh, TL.
Yeah, for problem. Actually, it's really funny. So we had 150 test cases to test a variety of ranges. And then one of our testers submitted a solution that had an integer overflow, and it passed all 150 test cases. And one of our other testers was looking at our accepted solutions and was like, there's an integer overflow in this, right? And I was like, huh? It passed 150 test cases. How could this possibly be true?
Were they both wrong?
No, he was right. The overflow was wrong. So he added a test case to break the overflow. And I was like, wow, my 150 test cases could not break this overflow. It was quite a tragedy. So yeah, it's always good to get extra pairs of eyes. And it is good to explicitly write those integer overflow solutions and make sure your data does break them. Because I literally did not even read this test solution because I was like, he's gonna get it right. Like he's not gonna make an integer overflow bug. And then I found out he like tested it while at like 4 a.m. or something, and like he definitely wasn't like really thinking about it.
Sure, yeah.
Oh, it's a 4-hour mark. So I guess I'm not supposed to tell you anything, right? That's what you said?
That's the no, we'll see. But we have an hour left with limited things to talk about here because we've gone through every problem.
All right, I made the right call. I did not need to freeze the scoreboard before the 4-hour mark.
And it's working. We can't see the results.
Oh, what a shame.
They fixed their API.
I think that's always been like this. I think they've
Probably,
always
yeah.
been able to. What is your, if I can ask you, how do you feel about this problem set? Like having looked at all the problems and talked with folks on stream about it, how do you feel?
I think Div 1's a good set. I really like Div 1. I think there are questions in Div 2 I would have kicked out, but
Yeah. So I think
can I tell you the one that I think I like the least?
yes. I'm happy to take any and all criticism. If you have any praise for the problem set, please direct them to my other judges, and please. That's what I tell at NAC every year. It's please direct all praise to the chief judge, and please direct all criticism to me. You think mouse pursuit?
I think mouse pursuit is just a terrible problem.
like there's just nothing in it.
There's no reason you do this, and afterwards you're like, "Can I please have my half hour of time back?" Like,
Yeah.
you put something like put a puzzle in here or something like
Yeah. So I will candidly admit that so Division 2, if we can look at the Division 2 like scoreboard, you can see that the problems are very clearly kind of sort of difficulty ordered. So like very clearly B, C, D, E, and F are all like much easier than the rest of the set. And the teams knew that. The teams knew that in the first half of the problems were going to be easier than the problems in the second half. And so we internally have like more strict rules in place for like the easier half of the problems. So the easier half of the problems are meant to be doable without the sort of conventional like competitive programming experience. So we don't like it must be the case that like the problem can be solvable without like any like having taken an undergrad algorithms course, for example. And even like the easiest problems should be doable ideally by someone who maybe they've only taken one semester of computer science or whatever. And so I think one of the side effects that you see of this is that these problems are like kind of bland and uninteresting. And so problem E is this problem of like, yeah, you read these arrays of 3 integers, and then you filter out half of them, and then you sum the rest, and you got to make sure you don't have integer overflow, and you're done. And like, yeah, the problem is like, it's not like, I don't think anyone would consider it interesting. Like on Code Forces, people would be like, this problem sucks. Why does this problem exist? Like, you're literally testing like coding 101, but that's actually an intentional decision. It's like, we do want to have a couple of these problems that, yeah, they're boring. They're not like competitive programmers look at this and they're like, yeah, don't have this on the set. And I think the opinion don't have it is perfectly valid, and I acknowledge it. But we are a little bit beholden to making sure that the teams in Division 2 do have multiple of these problems. And so it's a bit of a trade-off in a sense. Like, it's hard to come up with these sorts of like easy accessible problems that also maybe are just boring or whatever.
Yeah, that's fair.
So like
yeah, you don't want someone to like spend 5 hours working on a contest and write 20 significant lines of code, right? So you want something where it's like a good amount of code and so on. Especially if it's not in Div 1 and Div 1 people aren't like slowed down by it. I think it's fine. Div 2 don't move to NAC at all, right? That's how it works.
So the way that Division 2 works is that Division 2 teams are, if no one in Division 1 solves anything, then Division 2 teams are eligible. So like in a practical
but that
sense,
never would happen.
but like that wouldn't happen in practice because literally Division 1 would have to be absolutely impossible. And writing one impossible problem is pretty hard. Writing like, I don't know, even like 8 is even more impossible.
Yeah.
And there are shared problems. So for example, like problem I on the intuitive elements problem from Division 1 is in Division 2. There are a bunch of shared problems. I think it ended up being like 3/4 of the set, if I remember correctly.
Is shared?
Yeah. It's like
Really?
somewhere
Okay.
between half and 3/4. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, in the real world though, that's not going to happen. Like, so Div 2 people just don't it's a learning experience, not a
Yeah, the
competition.
yeah, the goal of Division 2 is we do want to have sort of a good experience for them, and so the good experience does come at like it does come at sort of like a bit of the expense of the problem quality might not be like quite up there. Like accessibility, like they're just trade-offs all the way down. Like if a problem is like very accessible, it's probably like very uninteresting, and it's just it'll happen every year because there are always gonna be new people coming in, and like how do you get them in? You can't just like give them like one easy problem and then like spike the difficulty up. It has to be a little smooth-ish.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's very different from, say, like you're preparing Hacker Cup and you have to prepare problems to challenge the top like 25 competitive programmers in the world. Like that audience is of a totally different caliber. So it's very different.
Yeah. And the other thing that I think is worth mentioning is that, like, especially for new people, like for me, I can't ever propose any problem that's remotely like classical, because then people will be like, oh, I've seen this before. But if this is your first contest ever, you haven't seen 100 problems before. So
Yeah.
knapsack is fine. Like as an example, I know it's not
Division.
here,
So
but-
so actually, like, I can give you an example. So in Division 2, problem L, the taking out the trash problem, if you remember that one, that was the one where it's like you have like a list of integers, and in a single operation you can remove 1 or 2, as long as the sum is less than or equal to n.
yes, yeah.
That problem is borderline classical. Like
Yeah.
Like I proposed that contest in my internal company contest like a year ago, and actually, a different author proposed this problem, and I was like, oh, I can prepare it for you really easily. And the reason why is because I already had like data generators for that problem, and it was exactly the same. So I basically just reused the data generators, because the hard cases are all like this. Actually, like generating strong data for that problem is really hard.
Why?
The bounds on that problem, if you look at the bounds, like n is, what did we say n is? I don't remember.
500,000.
Yeah, so if you look at all of the other problems in the set, it's usually 100,000, maybe 200,000. That one is 500,000. The reason why is there's a really fast n squared solution out there, and
O2 is a killer.
I wanted to break it. I wanted to break it. I had to break it. And it's really fast because if you do a little bit of digging for how the problem works, you can do something where you like binary search for the answer. So you can binary search for the answer. So when you binary search, you're basically looking for like, what are the k biggest pairs, or like, can I make k pairs?
Yeah.
And so you binary search on how many pairs you can make. And so it turns out that if you want to make k pairs, the optimal thing is to take the smallest 2k numbers and then just go left to right.
What do you mean go left to right?
So you pair like so remove the all the numbers that are bigger than 2k, the 2k smallest number.
Sorry, I don't understand. Why are we doing a binary search in the first place here?
So we're trying to minimize the number of operations you do, you want to maximize the number of pairs that you're removing. So you binary search for the number of pairs that you can make. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm like modeling the problem as a binary search just to make it clear. So you want to verify if you can make k pairs. If you want to make k pairs, observation 1 is you only need to consider the 2k smallest numbers in the array. It never makes sense to use any of the bigger ones.
Okay.
Right?
Sure.
So then you only consider these 2k,
And
so
first and last.
and so you always take the first and the last every single time.
Okay.
Okay. So this solution exists, and you can now do it in n log n. It turns out that if you do a linear like scan on
Oh, so instead of
K.
binary searching it, you just do.
you do a linear
Linear?
scan, this solution runs really fast because you short circuit very quickly.
Oh, because your predictions are always right.
Your predictions
until it's wrong
either your
once.
prediction is right or it's basically wrong immediately.
Yeah.
And so it's very hard to like the constant factor on this is like n squared over like 24 or something. So the optimal test case to break this is the answer needs to be like 1/3 or so. I didn't actually check exactly what it was, but then I was like timing this, and when n was 100,000, like the n squared was faster than like the reference like n log n, where you just sort and do the 2 pointers and stuff, and it was just like, this is weird.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So like I upped n to 200,000 and it still wasn't good enough, and then I upped it to 300,000 and it still wasn't, and then went to 500,000 and I'm like, oh, okay.
Have we gotten a submit in Div 1 on F yet? Does not look like it.
Lucky for you, I do not have the unfrozen scoreboard on my.
Oh, okay.
So I have the frozen scoreboard. I have access to the unfrozen. I have not opened the link, so I am living in a little bit of suspense too right now.
We all
but
want to see Bill Poucher tread geometry though.
No team has yeah. There's not even a single attempt on F. There is, like, if we look at the samples on F, like the very first sample was actually like, where is it? Okay, maybe I lied. This third sample is interesting. Like the answer is not, like, what is this number? 1.36470. Like that's not a.
Let me bring it up on Cactus. Huh?
Oh yeah, the problems will be on Cactus at this point. Oh, I can look at the open contest on Cactus actually.
But it's solved. Yeah, I just want like a graph of what these points look like because I can't imagine that in my head.
Okay, I see that the UBC team solved it in. Well, they solved the whole set in like 3 hours.
Sounds about right.
I'm curious. Well, they probably like copied. I imagine they copied book code if I had to guess. I'm not sure, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so we want pretty grid with these things. Radius 1. Yeah, let's have everyone see my screen here. And then where are we going from and to?
You're going. It's always 0, 0, 2.
Oh, and you also have the 2 extra.
Oh wait, no.
circles,
You're going to 0.7, 2.2. It's the last hold. The last hold is always 0.7 and 2.2.
Huh?
The target hold is the last hold in the input.
And then you start at 0, 0, and you have 2 holds next to you? Or
Yeah,
you
so
have
there are holds at 0, 0, and negative 0.20 and 0.20.
So like this here?
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, I think what happens is you see that there's like the intersection
This
that's
triple
around
here.
like 1. Oh wait, no. What is it? Oh, I think I see.
Oh, so you got to go up.
You have
and
to go
then
up
over.
a little bit and then over a little bit. Yeah.
Wait, this is only in 2. Oh, because you don't get there. You only get to like here.
Yeah.
So here and here.
Something like that. But yeah, like.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean,
Yeah.
That's a thing. How many of these do you think ChatGPT could solve?
Like 01 mini?
01 preview.
01 preview? In Division 1. Okay, hold on. Let me look at this set. A seems plausible. Like if it can reverse time, it can probably do. I think if you gave it like the like add coin and do it, I think it would be able to do it. I don't know if it can do reverse, so probably it should be able to do big integers. Big integers is just implementation. Champernowne subsequence. I feel like it should be able to do that. No way it can do the cactus problem. Exact change. This one's a little weird. I'm like not actually sure how hard the exact change problem is. It could be easy. It could be...
Wait, can I walk through my solution to this? My idea.
Oh.
And you just tell me if it's right. I've already talked about it, but is it just you look at the match? Well, so if they're different lengths, then something else. But if they're the same length, you look at the matching prefix. Well, if they're different length, then you prepad zeros. Pad zeros, yeah.
Yeah.
You look at the matching prefix, the number of ones in that plus the number of things.
Yeah,
that.
that's
Is the answer?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
it.
I couldn't prove it, but I'm like, this seems very right.
Yeah, so I need to actually write the slides, and in the
You have 43 minutes left.
I need to write my solution slides, but in my solution slides I have, for this problem, it's like, okay, so if A and B are 0, the answer is 0. You consider the largest power of 2 less than or equal to B, so we'll say like 2 to the x.
Yeah.
If A is at least 2 to the x, then it's always optimal to bring that, like you bring that coin guaranteed, and then you're always paying that coin anyway. So you add it, and then you just solve the like recursive problem where you remove that 1.
If they're both 1?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if they're different lengths, so like 2 to the x is like at least B, but A is smaller than that, you have to be able to pay 2 to the B minus 1, or 2 to the x minus 1.
Okay.
So then you have to take one of every single one of those coins,
Oh, I see.
along with the big coin. So that's
Yeah.
why it's just the length.
Okay. Makes sense.
And so that construction is, well, I mean,
That's
clearly,
intuitive enough, yeah.
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 What I was thinking is just like, clearly you don't ever want 2 of the same coin.
Yes, that is correct.
And then,
Oh yeah, that is like observation 1. Like if you ever decide you want to take 2 of the same coin, you should, like, there is no reason to take 2 of the same coin. You just take that coin and replace it with twice it, and you get strictly more value from it.
yeah.
So there is no optimal, so what this means is there is always an optimal solution where no coin is taken twice or more. That's
So-
what it means.
Lemon 24K, would ChatGPT be able to do all problems with proper guidance?
No.
Well, I think what is proper guidance? I think that's the question.
I think the answer is still no. Like, I think it.
At some level, eventually the answer is yes. I mean, if you said, here's the answer, print this back to me.
I guess if you had, I think if you gave it like, it's had like 5 hours and you had a 1 preview, I don't think it would be able to do it. If you gave it maybe 500 hours and you had infinite patience, you could.
What if you gave the solution slides?
If you gave the solution slides, well, the solution slides are pretty bad. Like the solution
Yeah,
slides.
what if you wrote your own solution slides?
If I wrote,
what if I wrote my own solution slides and gave them to
if I
ChatGPT?
wrote like real, like comprehensive, very thorough, very like detailed solution slides, like yes, these slides are mostly meant for me to have something to present, like because in an hour I'm gonna go present the solutions and I'm stalling for time, so the slides are kind of, they're like the bare minimum for like this is what you need to do, and I'm sweeping literally like every detail under the rug basically.
Have you seen the one solution slide? They're in the same format. The greedy looks promising, but it won't work.
Yes,
As the classic.
I don't do that. I don't do slide. I don't do like clickbait slides, so to speak. Like, yeah, just do greedy. Oh, it turns out it's wrong. Like it's always just like, because people don't, like, I don't know. If you're giving a presentation, you can be funny and so on, but these slides are going to get published eventually. And so I think it looks bad if the slides like have intentional like misleading stuff because you're throwing away the context of the presentation. So the slides should stand alone, just be fairly clean. That's my philosophy.
You're right. And that's the right philosophy. It's just this one example was funny.
But if you're giving a presentation, I think it's totally fair to be like, yeah, you do greedy and you do all this and you do all this, and then actually you get wrong answer and actually you do something completely different. Like I think that's also a fair game, like in a presentation format, but yeah.
UBC has submitted to F and G. If they're both right, UBC has solved the set and wins.
No chance.
There's a chance.
No chance. I have no confidence in this. It would be wild. I don't know. I literally
I have 10% confidence in him.
You have 10%. Okay. Did you do a 90-50-10 on this concept? Do you know 90-50-10?
What's 90-50-10?
It's something that I'm like starting at. I started doing this at NAC. So basically, I tell everyone make 3 predictions about the contest. One of them should be right like 90% of the time. One of them should be right like 50% of the time. One of them should be right 10% of the time. And it's just a fun way to be like, oh, like, what do you think will happen? And I was debating what my 90-50-10 were. My 90 was going to be there's a global clarification.
Was there?
Yes, there was a.
Was it on the factors one
There was a no.
or the GCD one?
No, I don't think there was any need for ambiguity. There was any ambiguity there.
Okay.
Like I know you brought up.
I still think there is.
You brought up the.
I asked for the number of GCDs and not the number of pairs.
Yeah, but I think like this, even though like this sentence is wrong, like I think it's very clear what the problem.
Yeah, it's also clear
what
from
the
the
problem
samples.
wants.
Yeah.
So like, you could nitpick the statement, and if that happened, we would all like groan and be like, God, like why? Like you're definitely not actually confused by the problem. You're just like. You're asking a clarification where like the answer doesn't matter. You just want to point out that there's a mistake.
point out that I was right.
Which I mean is fine, but like what happens is whenever a clarification request comes in, well, not me right now because I'm here on stream and I'm actually logged out of the interface, so I can't even look at the clarifications right now. But I see that my judges are handling it just fine without me, so how useful am I really? Like, I could just be on stream the whole 5 hours and it'd be perfectly fine.
We would love you. Having a partner here would have made this more entertaining. But I do have a question. Do contestants have access to the internet?
No.
So those computers are offline?
They are offline. Like, I believe that they, like, yeah, like the network is set up so that there were no external connections allowed.
Interesting. Okay.
It's kind of like World Finals in a sense. So like in World Finals, like it's actually a closed network. This might not actually be a closed network, but I think like all the machines are imaged, and the machines are imaged in a way where, like I think like the IP tables are configured so they can't connect externally. And if they try to modify the IP tables, I think that it'll get alert. I don't think they have ability to because I think you need sudo for that, and there's no way they have the like.
Well, I'll tell you what. 1 year ago, I never, ever, ever would have expected LLMs to get as good as they are.
Yeah.
Like what I saw from Hacker Cup is that AI was the first to solve about 60% of the problems so far, which is insane. Now, granted, AI's accuracy is much worse than humans, and the best humans are much better than the best AI in every round. Mm-hmm. And AI has never solved a set. Mm-hmm. And you're better off taking like a random top 50 human than just like the best AI has done in every problem for everyone.
Exactly.
But the fact that AI has dark greened more problems than humans have this year is still just crazy to me. Like I never would have expected that to happen this soon.
I think it's interesting. Like part of like my immediate like meta commentary is like as someone who has dark green Hacker Cup problems in the past, like I actively don't want to do that because it's very high risk to go for it because you only have one submission, and if you're wrong or you're sloppy or whatever and the validation tests aren't comprehensive and you make a mistake, you're just completely screwed. And so for Hacker Cup, like I very intentionally don't go for that in the contests where like it's not my goal to solve like A1 in like 5 minutes or whatever. Like I'm a lot slower. I'm more intentional. I test my code. I don't want to get wrong on an easy problem just because I decided to rush it. Yeah, it's just how it is. For AI, like I think I don't know exactly how it works for Hacker Cup, but my understanding is they just see it and then they just kind of have to go. Or I guess they have time to download. They can like think for a long time and then they can download the data and then solve it.
The AI, they have 6 minutes or 10 minutes from seeing the question to submitting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they got to be fast.
Got it.
There's two versions. One's also where you have to publish your model basically, and that one you have a little more freedom, but you have 30 minutes fun. But anyway, yeah. But this is all legit, all humans here. It's just inspired by Lemon 24K's question.
Yeah.
Div 2, 0% chance it gets solved.
I think Div 2, my take is that if a team is able to fully solve Division 2, they definitely should have been in Division 1 instead.
Yeah, I agree. Because that's already a very good, it's like top 20 in Div 1.
Yeah, like, because with the amount of overlap, like, you spend a lot of time grinding away at these easy, like, Div 2 exclusive problems. Like, the rule of thumb that I have is that if a team in Division 2 can solve more than half of the set, they should strongly consider being in Division 1. And if a team does solve, if a team is, like, top, like, 5 or top 10 in Div 2, they probably should go to Div 1, like, the year after.
Yeah.
And, like, that's not to say that, you know, they're, like, intentionally sandbagging or whatever. Like, I don't want to insinuate that, like, you know, teams, like, inherently belong in Division 1 or Division 2. But it is to say that, you know, if you're able to solve, like, 9 or 10 problems in Division 2, like, Division 2 is a little boring. It's going to be a little boring for you. Like, you're going to knock out, like, the first, like, 4 or 5 problems pretty quickly. And then you're kind of just doing, like, you're kind of looking at Div 1.
Yeah.
And you're looking at, like, a subset of the Div 1 problems. Like, we don't do, like, the easy half of Div 1. Like, I think, what was it? Problem J on Div 1 is in Div 2. And, like, that one's kind of hard. And, like, we stuck it in there because, you know, we want to give teams, like, a couple of these hard problems to think about. We don't want Div 2 to be, like, a complete cakewalk. You know,
currently we have at least 3 teams who have 10 or who had 10 problems right submit on G in Div 1.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that's potentially quite a few 11 scores.
Yeah.
We'll see.
All right, I'm going to see if I can pull another judge in here so you have someone different to talk to.
Sounds good. No, I love talking to you, but yeah, it sounds great.
Yep.
I might be eating my words about this set, AC. We'll see. We will see. We're going to throw OSU, though. Not really throwing. They're like maybe one problem away from World Finals. Oh, One Hit Wonders. That's a funny name. That's a good one. Logarithms. Double G. Does Stanford only have one team? Oh no, they have 2. Stanford Cardinal. Is Stanford Cardinal the best team? The intended to be the best team? They both have 10 problems. There have definitely been a lot of Stanford Cardinal teams. So I wonder if it's like a rule that their favorite is named Cardinal and they have other ones as well. Okay, I also said I thought it was ironically Pythonic. It's iconically Pythonic. Oops. Quantum syntax. Shor's algorithm. I read in an article somewhere that China recently has factored like 45 or something, 40 something, a number in the 40s, or maybe even bigger, with a quantum computer, which is huge because the biggest number we have ever factored before then was 15. 3 times 5. I think we tried to factor 25 and then failed.
30 minutes.
We got it wrong. That's my understanding of the history of Shor's algorithm. I think, yeah, but otherwise not a particularly helpful syntax. quantum syntax. Quantum computers have been a very overhyped technology. They used to be like, oh, they're gonna stop Moore's law or restart Moore's law after it had stopped. Turns out the only thing you needed to restart Moore's law was AI being monumentally profitable, and that did it. Then everyone restarted Moore's law with GPUs. Money moves the world. Stanford Cardinal is at 2 oh, they're both on G. Oh, okay. They have the same thing twice, so one of them was wrong, at least that tells us. But yeah, it doesn't tell us that much more. Any plans on uploading more content? None immediately. We got another question. Why do I personally like geometry problems? Ooh, good question. I think most of that comes down to me being good at them. We had a person on our team, so I'm from UCF, University of Central Florida. And we ended up doing quite well. I think we got 12th place or something in 2018, I want to say. Maybe 13th place. 11th place, something like that. We did quite well in 2013. And the reason why is basically because there was a hard Delaunay triangulation geometry problem called Panda Preserve that someone on my team started early, ended up getting. It paid off quite well. And that person, Timothy Bazzelli, he was like the geometry go-to guy on our team. And I learned a ton from him. And I became the geometry guy on my team, and I basically rewrote all of the book code that he had, all of his hack pack and stuff like that. And yeah, it was fun. So I got pretty good at it. from rewriting all of that code, I ended up like learning a lot of stuff, understanding how the different geometry algorithms work. Like I wrote my own version of Delaunay triangulation in n log n, which is much faster than like the typical ways of doing it in n squared, and I think there's one that's even slower, but n squared is the main easy one. Anyway, yeah, so I learned a lot from that, and then I got really good at it. And the other thing with geometry is like a lot of times with geometry, the hard part isn't figuring out like the solution idea. The hard part with geometry often is just figuring out how to get the idea into code. And that's something that I was always really good at. Whereas with some math problems, sometimes it's really easy to code, but coming up with the formula is the tough part, right? You got to sit down, do a bunch of work on paper, and just, the numbers say this, so then I type in this and it works. But you just like, even once you get the problem right, you still don't really understand why it happens. I don't find that satisfying. I think it's much more satisfying to understand why and then get it to work than vice versa. I also really like data structures problems though too. So it's kind of very unrelated to geometry, but those are probably my two favorite, like difficult data structure things and geometry. Both of them, I think there's another nice part about them, which is they are one of the things where like working hard and doing good preparation can give you a really big advantage in the contest. For math and stuff, a lot of it is like you just have to be able to do the formulas in contests and stuff. You can't really like prepare for that. But for geometry and for, I guess, data structures too, you can like learn these difficult algorithms. You can write the book code to use them. And now you have like reusable components basically. And then you can use those in a contest. You just type them up and then you submit them and you're set. You get all of these wonderful advantages. So you have this like box of tools that you know how to use. And it's fun. I enjoyed it. So that's why I like geometry problems. But also like even with F, if you draw the right picture, it's pretty easy to see the solution. The hard part is just coding it. That's not the case with, for example, G. Or even D. Right? With D, it's kind of tough to get to the solution, and coding it is a little rough, but it's not too bad. But with G, there's nothing to see. Maybe also I'm like a visual thinker. Like I have a lot of pictures in my head rather than like, I don't know, maybe more so than other people. Cash money, what a name. I don't think I've seen that all contest. I've been looking at Div 1 names too much. The Otternauts. I feel like I've seen that one before. I feel like I've seen that in previous years too. Is all of OSU marine animal themed? Beaver bites, Otternauts. No, we're gonna throw isn't. Also order one-hit wonders. Never mind. Never mind. Pseudo-random. That's also a good name. How crazy would it be to get 5 problems in the last hour? Bring your score from 4 to 9. Yikes. Absolutely brutal. There's always the one team that submits to every problem, gets them all wrong. But to 5, you know, you could be right. Let's see, Div 1. Berkeley's slowing us down. Berkeley, you gotta get F. Make it happen. All it is circle, circle, intersection, then circle, line, segment, intersection, then an event sweep, then circle, critical point, line segment, intersection, then Dijkstra, and you're set. You can do each of those things. The average hire at a tech company can do each of those things. None of those are hard. They're basic algorithms. Just put them all together. Then you get a mildly hard, very, very difficult to debug 600-line program. But I believe in you. You're in first in the region for a reason. And you're named after Bill Poucher. You can do it. There you go. Oh my goodness, I called it. It's going to be correct too. Let's go. The power of Bill Poucher. Can we see him? I don't know what I was expecting. Some group to run around and be like, "Oh, we got it." Teams can see their own submits. You see Bill Poucher submit?
Yes.
Nick's here just to gloat. That was fun. If they got it, that's going to be one of the best clips of the year. Kind of sucks to be number 3 in the region but not go to NIC. Thoughts? Yeah. Yeah, it sucks. But also, it's always like that. Right? They still get balloons in the last hour. Usually, you get balloons if you have either fewer than 2 or fewer than 4 problems. They'll still give you the balloons. But they won't if you're number 1, obviously, because they don't want to spoil it. You have to wait till the reveal. Kind of sucks to be number 3 in the region, not go to NIC. Yeah, so that would happen if, for example, you're from UC Berkeley and UC Berkeley wins, but it's not you. Yeah. For what it's worth, sometimes that pays off because you'll get your turn next year after that team goes to World Finals twice. Then you'll get your turn. If that team is younger than you, you get beat by a team that's younger than you, then it's just rough. Yeah. But it is unfortunate. And that's happens with UCF a lot, where UCF is like one of the best, they're either the best or second best team in the region, in Southeast Regional. I mean, Georgia Tech is quite good too, but UCF and Georgia Tech are almost always 1 and 2. And the second place team on UCF never gets to go to World Finals because they lost to the first place team. And it was tough because, like, I got lucky in the fact that I got to go twice. I was very fortunate, but a lot of my friends lost to my team and they didn't get to go, and it was tough for them. So, I can certainly empathize with that. Stanford Cardinal is flooding the submission queue with G. I don't know. I mean, like, I wonder if it's over. I would really like to know if that submit to F was right. Like, each of the chunks is very doable. Maybe overall, who knows? I mean, like, it seems like overall there's not that much there. Like, it's not hard to figure any of these things out. It's certainly easier to figure out than, for example, G. And Stanford Cardinal has figured out G 25 times already. So, what does that tell you? But, who knows? 15 minutes to go. Any questions? Lemon 24K, your questions have been wonderful. There's literally, like, there are no problems to do. I've done all the problems. I think I figured out Jay too. Jay's just a greedy. You just got to be careful with the greedy. I figured it out while I was eating like lunch/breakfast. It was breakfast food for lunch. The great part about World Finals and NIC is that the problems are a little bit harder. So I'm still struggling through them. You also have more people there. When you have a commentating buddy, it's much easier because it turns into like a podcast rather than a monologue. And no one enjoys 5-hour monologues. There's just nothing you can say on a monologue for 5 hours that's that entertaining. Especially when it's not even something you control. If I were playing a video game or something, you could make it entertaining for 5 hours, but I'm just watching a scoreboard. Div 2, how are we doing? No one is touching J&K. Ah, there you go. Loot coders PLU. There you go. One submit to everything, just in case. Actually, okay, there is a legit strategy there. I've told the story probably a dozen times in my life, but there was an actual contest that I was actually in with my team, and we were in first place, and we had like 3 problems left to solve in the set, and we almost had one of them at like 3 hours 57 minutes, and there were like 6 really easy problems and then like 3 really hard problems, and we thought we had the answer to one really hard problem, and it took us like 45 minutes to code, and we had like 3 minutes left before the freeze. So we waited 3 minutes before the freeze to submit it, and then once we had the freeze, we submitted to each of the problems we hadn't submitted to, because we didn't want to give away A, whether we had gotten it right, and B, which of the 3 problems was the easy one, was the easiest of the hards, according to what we thought. It didn't actually pay off for us from what I remember, but like it was a useful strategy in that it did keep information. So if anyone is looking to who's the person in 51st place for what problem they should go after next, they could be, doing a good job avoiding giving away any information. But at that point, it's like when you're in 51st place, it's, I don't know. It's not a particularly useful skill. Like, you're probably better off having an extra 30 seconds in your contest than hiding that information from teams below 51st place. Who knows? It's fun, though. That's what counts. Stanford Cardinal with another submission on G, bringing their total up to 26. You know these are all TLEs, right? They're all TLEs, so they're just spamming random stuff. Or maybe they're binary searching TLE and something else. The cube root thing, I'm telling you, that is novel. After contest is over, when everyone's talking about the solutions, cube root is going to be the name of the game. I don't think Nick appreciates how cool of a trick it is. That's what I think. I could be wrong. Maybe it's everyone else is messing up the iterating over primes or something else, but cube root thing's cool.
They're not all TLEs.
All right. They're wrong answers? They're probably wrong answers. Maybe one's AC. That'd be cool. What are they at? Yeah, how many submissions is it? Let's see. We gotta wait for the scoreboard to scroll. It'd be cool to be able to scroll here and control the scoreboard. I've always wanted to just rewrite this in React. Just do it with React and like framer animation, framer motion. You make a beautiful looking scoreboard. This is pretty cool. The resolver is good looking, but all right, they have 27 submits. What if the 27th was right? How wild would that be? That is the kind of thing that only happens in dreams, I'll tell you that. Does Burden of Dreams have enough time? I don't think they have enough time for F. F, you gotta really plan your way around. It's the kind of thing where, like, if you start coding it too soon, you're gonna fail. There's just no way around it, unfortunately. It's like the Panama Canal. You gotta make dirt fly is it doesn't work. I mean, okay, to be clear, half of it works. It works until you're done coding your geometry hack pack, and then you're like, oh wait, what do I do? Front end or back end development? What's your question? Yes or no? I think no is probably the answer. You gotta do both. I'm gonna go on a quick rant here, all right? I've worked at a big tech company, like FANG level big tech company, for 4.5 years. And I do not understand how anyone ever is successful at being a front-end developer or being a back-end developer. I don't get it. Because you don't, like, every single time what happens is you or the person you're working with, one of you ends up being a better programmer than the other. And when one of you is programming front-end and the other is programming back-end, what happens every single time is the person who's a better programmer starts doing things they shouldn't be doing because they need to pick up the slack from the other person. So you end up either doing front-end validation and then not doing the validation in the back end, or you do back-end validation, you end up like throwing random errors in the front end when stuff should have been disabled. And it causes just a mess. Or, I mean, worst case scenario, or like a best case scenario, I guess, you do the same validation in 2 different places, but you're writing twice the code, and your code just has to line up. So, you know, when you do this kind of stuff, the other thing is like, if either one of you goes on vacation, it means both of you can't ship a new feature. Like, what kind of company is that? That is such an unhealthy working relationship. That can't be how a company works. So I just don't understand how there's like this this thing of like, I'm a front-end developer. You got to do both. You have to. If you don't do both, you're not gonna succeed. It's just gonna be it's so hard to do anything. You can't just like, if you can't do both, you can never. Not that you should do this, but like you can never just like, you know, Saturday morning go just grind the thing that you need to finish and just build it, you know? Or you can't be like, yes, this is something that should take a week, but I'm just going to do it this afternoon, right? The competitive programmers are good enough to do that. The people on the top of the scoreboard, they can all do that, but like you can't do that if you have to go wait on someone else to go write an API endpoint. You can't test any of your code or move to the next screen or do any of this. If you're just a front-end developer, for example. Okay, which one do I prefer? Probably front-end. I mean, like, I like React is wonderful. Relay is wonderful. Relay is underrated too. Relay is really good. Relay is basically, people probably don't know, but there's this thing called GraphQL, which lets you communicate between front end and back end very nicely without like fetching more data than you need. And Relay lets you do that in a way with React that like you don't have to make one gigantic GraphQL query, but you can still have everything happen all in one fetch. So it makes your code really fast. But yeah, front end, if you do it well, once you've learned how to do it, front end is really easy. And back end is just the same as, back end is easy to learn, front end is easy to do. If you make your front end hard to do, then you're doing something wrong in front end. I'll tell you that. Young GPT. Doing about as well as I'd expect GPT to do. Who knows? I don't know. I'm interested in what ChatGPT 01 preview could do here. I think I've spent a lot of time guessing about how much ChatGPT 01 preview can do, because for HackerCup, for example, since the people can use, or like, you know, people can cheat, I can't actually run our statements through that. Ooh, we got to submit on M. I can't run my statements through 01 preview because then they would leak them to ChatGPT's database, right? So we can't actually test ahead of time, from what I can tell. So I always just have to guess, like, what do I think that will happen when people use ChatGPT for this? I guess this contest you kind of could, right? You could just give every statement to ChatGPT because none of the contestants should be able to use it. So it doesn't matter if it's in ChatGPT's input data or not when the contest starts. Four and a half minutes to go. You can hear the judges get progressively louder as they clamor with excitement. Golden State Bears, 10 submits on G. UW, another submit on G. Everyone is working on G. G is an ugly problem to be deciding the fate of the set, I'll tell you that. It's not ugly. It's not that bad. G is actually kind of cool. There are some cool parts of G. I'm just like, the Mobius inversion part I don't understand well enough. Like, I understand that it's inclusion, exclusion. I think I could code it if I needed to, but it's just it's magic. Good question, though, quick code. I know I roasted it, but it was a good question. Which one do you prefer? Stanford is at 30 wrong answers for G. It's going to be quite the scoreboard reveal. That'll be in a bit. We'll try and record it. Hopefully have decent quality, but no promises. We are, after all, going through a laptop, through a phone, over 2 Wi-Fi connections in a university. So, not the most reliable signal. But we'll go to shot. Here's the thing. Bill Poucher, they've had one submit on F. They haven't resubmitted, and they have had overall quite high accuracy. It's looking like it may have been an AC.
In the 2024 ICPC Pacific Northwest Regional. 2 minutes.
2-minute warning. You can see both the despair and the hopefulness of contestants potentially finding the bug in their submission. With that, that is just about the end of the contest. We'll say goodbye for now and see you in the scoreboard reveal in an hour or so. I don't actually know how long it has been in a bit. All right, thank you for watching. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.
The contest will end in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We are finished. Congratulations. Woo-hoo! Well done, everyone. We will meet back at the Zoom session at 6:15. And our head judge, Blue, we'll have discussion of the problem set. So 6:15, join us at the game. Thank you.
Feedback. Just keep it out to the way.
It's 6:15 p.m. at this concludes, we'll review the results. So if you can pay your details at 6:15, that'd be great. And then as soon as we have the results already, we'll watch the final standings. First in Division 2, then in Division 1, coming down through the Division to the North American.
Video.
We're a couple of minutes away from the problem set review. Couple minutes away.
How many do you end up discussing?
We talked about all of them like 2 hours into contest. So, and then we had to figure out what to spend the rest of the time on. But yeah. Well, we'll see. It's true. We got through them too quick. All right. Solution time.
Yeah, there was that. There was easy to fix. So. Just
I saw that put it up again at the end. That's something like maybe they already took their phones or whatever, but now that it's after the contest, they probably have their phones back.
oh, okay. Well, that comes, let's see. Right.
That's just. Um,
I think we're good. We'll be good.
yeah, but also like no one is no one's here.
Say, all right.
Well, no
problem
one's in the answer. Or no one's in the answer. People are they're getting pizza.
Oh, there's
We
pizza.
can hold off for a couple minutes.
Can other sites hear me? We can test that.
You must have standing by for fun. Of course, you guys are always fun.
Like, did Hawaii confirm that they can hear us or not?
Yeah, I think we hear us before, so
Okay.
I think we're good. Okay. Sure.
I'm gonna leave this unlocked, but no one.
All right. I'll watch it. I'll guard it. For those of you waiting, we're gonna wait a couple more minutes here. Give others a chance to trickle in here and listen to what Nick has to say. Well, in summer stuff.
Sounds good. So gotta go. I mean,
Yep.
all the other sites are really right.
Some are eating, whatever, but we announced it.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just get a quick confirmation that people can. I see people can see my screen. So I'm sharing the amplitude QR code again.
Oh, no. Starting right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe. Do you wanna run over and tell them about this?
Yeah, I'll tell them.
Sorry, we're getting the people at the end to start coming by, but I'm gonna start going over the solutions. So we're gonna do division 2 first, and then I'll stop for questions on the division 2 set, and then division 1, questions for division 1, and then maybe just miscellaneous time stalling until the resolver is ready. But as I said earlier, I'm sharing the amplitude QR code just so contestants that had their phones taken away before the pre-contest briefing have a little bit of time to actually scan this code if they're interested in draw log with amplitude. So I'll give it another minute and then I'll switch over to the division 2 slides that we have.
Right,
I mean, that's fine.
there,
They're eating in the camera.
there's, yeah, that's the thing.
I'm just giving 1 minute for
Fine.
and if you can get it from roughly how long they have. So like
Sure, I'll just, yeah, I'll just check.
So I'm going to go ahead and get started with the division 2 slides once I figure out where they are on my machine. So this should be the division 2 solution slides in Pacific Northwest. We're just going to go over the problems in the order that they appeared in the problem set. So we'll start with big integers. Big integers was the, I guess, the hardest problem in the easy half for division 2. I originally had it in the hard half, and then I figured, it's just implementation. It'll be okay. I may come to have regretted that decision. But yeah, the core problem was you're given 2 integers in base 62, and you just need to compute which one is smaller. So if the integers are different lengths, then the shorter string corresponds to the smaller integer. If the integers are the same length, then you just sort of loop over the prefix character by character until you find a mismatch, and then the first mismatch you find determines which integer is bigger. So then you can use the rules that we stated for mapping like the characters to the actual values, and then you compare if the mapped values are the same order as sort of the ASCII values. We had a lot of clarifications about what lexicographically smaller means, so in future years we'll make sure to define that for everyone. Problem B was bus assignment. So you had this bus and people were getting on and getting off of it, and you wanted to compute the minimum number of seats on the bus such that every person always has a seat on the bus. So what you can do is you can just sort of simulate the bus as it goes through stop by stop. And the maximum number of people that are ever on the bus at a given point in time just happens to be the minimum capacity that you need. It sort of directly follows just from how the problem works out. Problem C was generalized transposed. So you're given 3 integers n, a, and b. You want to count how many of the first n integers are divisible by both a and b. How many are divisible by a but not b, and how many are divisible by b but not a. If you looked at the constraints, you would see that n was pretty small. It was only 1 million. So you can actually just do a for loop, go from 1 to n, and then you can just check those 3 conditions and then maintain 3 counters, and then you just print them all at the end. Problem D was intuitive elements. You're given 2 strings s and t, determine if every letter in t appears in s. This problem is also sort of direct simulation. It's solvable with direct simulation, so you can just loop over error character in T, and then loop over the characters in S to see if that character appears. It is possible to do it faster if you use like a set or some data structure to keep track of the characters that are in S. But that wasn't necessary for this problem, just because of how low the constraints were. Problem E was mouse pursuit. For those who don't know, this problem is themed after the game Mouse Hunt. That was an intentional reference. In this problem, you're given these n events. Each event happens at a given point in time. And when an event happens, I believe Brandon is accumulating cheese and glory. And the goal of the problem was to compute how much cheese and glory was gained or lost in the last k seconds. This problem is also solvable fairly directly. You can keep track of all of the events, and then you can read in k, and then you just look at each event, see if it happened in the last 6 seconds, and then you update the counters accordingly. There was a caveat for teams that were using a language that wasn't Python. You needed to use 64-bit integers to keep track of the results. Problem F is ruffians. So you're given a 2x5 grid of single-digit integers, and you want to check if there's a pair of integers that are the same that appear in different rows and different columns. By the pigeonhole principle, there's always a pair of integers that are identical, but they could have been in the same row or column. But the grid is small, so you can just brute force all of the possible pairs of locations to do this check. And then to round out the easy half of the set, we have problem G, sleeping on the train. So you have this train, and it's going from station 1 to station N, and then back and forth repeatedly. And you know that the train is between stops like S and S plus 1 at various points in time. And you know that Antonio he started out at station A, and he wants to go to station B. So what is the minimum number of times that the train turned around at either station 1 or at station N on this trip? And so this problem also only requires sort of some careful bookkeeping. So you just need to keep track of whether the train is sort of going to the right towards increasing numbers or going to the left towards decreasing numbers. And then every time you see something that looks inconsistent, you reconcile that by saying the train had to have turned. So you increase the number of turns by 1, and you change the direction of the train. Specific to sleeping on the train, there were a lot of clarifications that asked something to the effect of, could Antonio wake up between like stops S and S plus 1 multiple times? The problem statement didn't say anything about it, so it was explicitly permitted. And in that situation, nothing changes. So like one way that you can explain this behavior is like if you're going from station 1 to station 2, like Antonio just like micro sleeps. Like he wakes up and he falls back asleep immediately and then wakes up immediately again. And so that's a way that in this situation, the train never turns around. And Antonio just happened to wake up an absurd number of times. I'm going to pause here. That was the easy half of Division 2. If anyone had any questions before we move on to the harder half of Division 2. Oh, it's camera sideways. That's fine. Okay, we're going to move on to the harder half of Division 2. So problem H is chamfer out subsequence. So you want to compute the smallest positive integer k, such that if you write the first k positive integers in order, a given string of n digits appears as a subsequence. So the first observation you can make is if you have a string of length n, the answer has to be at most 10n. The reason for this being, well, if you write like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, you see every digit from 0 to 9 once. So this gives you a upper bound on the answer. This upper bound is not tight by any means. But what it does mean is that the answer is relatively small. So one thing that you can do, for example, is you can binary search for the answer. A faster solution actually doesn't involve doing binary search. You just start writing out the integers like in order, and every time you write down a digit that is in that matches like the first unmatched character in your string, you just cross it off. The moment you cross off every single digit, the last number you were writing, that's your answer. Problem H, exact change. So you're given two integers A and B. They were given in binary, which happens to be very helpful for this problem. And so what you wanted to do is you wanted to, in the problem you had like these coins, and the coins were all these powers of 2 denominations. And you wanted to be able to write every integer from, or you want to be able to pay exactly any integer amount between A and B using exactly the coins you have available to you. And over all such ways of doing this, you want to minimize the number of coins that you have. So the main observation for solving this problem is that it's never optimal to have 2 coins of exactly the same denomination. So for example, it's never optimal to have 2 ones. If you hypothetically could do everything with 2 ones, you should just take one of the ones, throw it away, and then replace it with a 2. And you can just pay strictly more. Why is this observation important? It gives us this sort of model of looking at the problem from the largest possible denomination to the smallest. So if A and B are both 0, the answer is obviously 0. Otherwise, you consider the largest power of 2 that's less than or equal to B. And if A is also greater than or equal to that largest power of 2, then it's always optimal to take that coin. And now you can just pretend, oh, I'm always using this coin, and now I'm going to solve a strictly smaller problem with 1 fewer bit. But let's say that A is smaller than that. Then if A is smaller than 2 to the x, then 2 to the x minus 1 must be representable. And then you need 1 of every single coin from 2 to the 0 to 2 to the x minus 1. So the actual solution that most people would choose to implement is, instead of doing it like recursively, you just look at the 2 strings. If they're different lengths, you print like the length of the longer one. If they're the same length, you look for like the longest common prefix. You print the number of ones in that, and then you print like the length of what's left over. Problem I, homework help. You're given a secret permutation of n integers. In one query, you can count the number of inversions in a subarray. You can make n queries. You want to compute the length of the longest increasing subsequence. It turns out that with n queries, you can just count, or you can just compute the array explicitly. So you count the number of inversions for every prefix. So if you know the number of inversions for each prefix, you can kind of check for like element I, how many of the previous elements is it bigger or smaller than, so you can compute the exact value. And then you can compute the length of the longest increasing subsequence in O of n squared. You will note that if you use the testing tool didn't actually tell you what the length of the longest increasing subsequence was. That was partially because we couldn't really think of a way to have that in the testing tool without also giving away how to implement it, which is why the testing tool was, some would say, deliberately unhelpful, but hopefully it's not helpful. Problem J is rainbow bowl ranges. This one, you have n bowls, and then you have a bunch of balls of different colors. For each color, you pick like a range of the bowls, and you put 1 ball of each color in that range. We call the bowl a rainbow bowl. If every color of ball was in that bowl, a rainbow bowl range is basically a maximal contiguous range of these rainbow bowls. So you wanted to compute the maximum number of rainbow bowl ranges that you could make if that was like your goal to maximize that. This problem was pretty tricky. A lot of people thought the answer was like only 1 or 2. Turns out the answer can be bigger than that. But basically what happens is you take like the color that appears the least often, and so you kind of arrange it, and then you arrange like the most common colors sort of around, you arrange the gaps to sort of fill in like where those colors are to maximize the number of ranges that you can make. I think I duplicated a letter, or I missed a slide. Problem L is taking out the trash. So you're given n integers. In one operation, you can remove either one integer, or you can remove a pair of integers as long as their sum is less than or equal to m. Yeah, you want to count the minimum number of operations needed to empty the list. So if you think about just the largest integer in the list, if you can't pair it up with anything, then you can remove it by itself. Otherwise, you can remove it with the smallest integer. And it turns out that there's always an optimal arrangement where you do this removal. So you can just sort of do this simulation in linear time after you sort all the integers. Finally, problem M, word game. So you have n words, and you can merge 2 words if they have a prefix suffix that overlap. And then when they overlap, you kind of just absorb the overlap, and then you preserve like the distinct characters on the prefix and the suffix. Your goal is to compute the lexicographically smallest word that can be generated by merging words in this fashion. And it's small, so you can just sort of do a complete brute force search. We don't actually know of any faster solution. Like, we think you actually have to do all possible ways of merging. It's not correct, for example, that if you have imagine that you're merging like S and T, it is not necessarily optimal that you always take the merge that uses the most overlapping letters. This is wrong, and there are multiple cases in the secret data that break this. Okay, so that's it for division 2. I'm going to stop for more questions, and then we're going to move to division 1. Okay, so there was a question on problem L, and so I made the claim here in problem L that if you take the largest integer, if you can pair it with the smallest integer, it's optimal to do that removal. The question is, why don't you take the smallest integer and maybe pair it with you want to take the integer pair with something smaller? So the reason for this is if we're just thinking about like these arrangements. So imagine that I have like arrangements like integers A, B, C, and D, and they're in sorted order. And for some reason, it was optimal to like you could pair like A and C together, and then B and D together. Note that if you sort of swap the pairings and you pair A and D and B and C, those are both also guaranteed to be valid because both pairings like decrease. So because of this, these pairings never overlap. So because the pairings never, or because there's an optimal arrangement where the pairings don't do this like interleaving, the moment that you can do a pairing, you can always do a pairing in the future. Like you can always pair any like smaller value with the minimal one. So you might as well just use that one directly. There's no advantage to delaying it. So this is sort of a hallmark of some of these greedy algorithms where sometimes you say like, I'm not going to do this option now, so I can cash in on it later when it might be better. But the reality is that you should just cash it now because this option will always be available. So there's no reason to delay. So it sounds like that's it for division 2. So I'm going to go ahead and switch to division 1. Okay, so we're going to start with division 1. There are shared problems between divisions 1 and 2. So uh, uh, we're having technical difficulties at the answer, and this also affects the resolver. So we're going to try to get these resolved as soon as possible.
I think it's been on a while. So. Okay.
All right, I think we're good. So we're going to start with problem A, auto coin-o-matic. So in this problem, you had a bunch of coin denominations and a bunch of queries. Each query was involving either you counted the minimum number of coins needed to make exactly V units of change, or you decided to remove a coin denomination from all future queries. The way to solve this problem is to use a technique, some call it like reversing time, I call it considering the reverse process. So instead of answering the queries in the forward time order, you consider answering the queries in reverse time order. So what happens then is when you're answering a query about making exact change, that doesn't change at all. But now instead of removing a coin, you're now adding a coin that you can use in the current, future, now past. And adding a new coin is significantly easier than removing a coin. So for those who need a refresher on solving sort of the static version, if you just have a bunch of coin denominations, you can do this DP where you count the number of ways to make exactly V units using exactly the first I denominations, and then you're sort of generating this table. You can actually pre-compute this table like upfront, so you know which denominations are always available, and then you also sort of incrementally add the denominations like in the order that they're given. And then at query time, you can just count, like at this current point in time, you know exactly how many denominations you have, so you can just refer to your dynamic programming table and then extract the answer. Problem B is one of the first shared problems, so big integers, which I'm going to skip. C is Champernowne subsequence, also shared, which I will skip. Problem D, connecting computers. So you're given a connected cactus graph on n vertices, and each edge is colored. You want to count the number of subsets of colors such that if you use all of the edges that are colored in one of the colors of subset, the graph is still connected. And on top of that, you want to compute the cardinality of the smallest subset, which retains this. So because the graph is a cactus, every edge is either part of a cycle or not part of a cycle. And if it's part of a cycle, that cycle is unique. If an edge is not part of a cycle, you always have to use that color, otherwise the graph won't be connected. So now we consider what happens on a cycle. So if there are two or more edges of the same color in the cycle, you must always use that color. If an edge appears exactly once, if you don't use that color, then you must use all other colors in that cycle. So what you can do is for each color, you can track what colors must be included if you don't use that color. And now we have to do this DP to check which subset of colors are valid. You can do this in 2 to the k. Although I don't believe this was actually necessary to solve the problem in time. Problem B is exact change, which we already covered. Problem F is free solo. We're given n unit circles in the plane, and we want to find the length of the shortest path from the origin to a specific unit circle, subject to the constraint that the path that you take is every point on that path is covered by at least 3 circles. What we do is we're going to reduce this to just like a shortest path problem. So we're going to identify these quote critical points. We'll define a point to be critical if it's an intersection point of 2 circles, or if it's an intersection between the destination unit circle and the line segment from some critical point to the center of the destination unit circle. It turns out that there are only n squared edges or n squared points to consider, and n squared therefore like n squared edges. And then you can just check each edge's validity by looking at the edge for each circle, doing like a circle line intersection. And now you have this like interval line sweep problem where you want to make sure that every point on the segment is covered at least 3 times. Problem G is GCD pairs. We're given n integers, each at most 10 to the 12. We want to compute the number of pairs that have a square-free GCD. So we're going to convert each integer to not from n, but from like its original value to x, where x squared is the maximal integer that divides it. So we can compute x sort of naively in the cube root of 10 to the 12th time. So we naively trial divide up to the cube root of that integer. Once we've hit the cube root, we know that all other primes must be at least the cube root. So if there is a square prime that divides that integer, it must be exactly the square root of what's left over. And so once we've performed this reduction, now we're just solving this problem, which is we have n integers, how many pairs are relatively prime? And this is a classical problem which is solved with inclusion, exclusion, or Mobius inversion, or what have you. One thing that I do want to call out on the timing is, even though here I say that you can do naive trial division up to a cube root of 10 to the 12, the standard thing to do is to actually only trial divide by the primes up to the cube root. So the number of primes up to 10 to the 4 is roughly 1,300. So that actually saves a factor of 10, which is meaningful in the actual time complexity here. I've already covered homework help and intuitive elements and rainbow bowl ranges and sleeping on the train. The last unique problem is training round 3. Consider all sets of p distinct integers where each integer is between 1 and n. We're going to generate k of these sets independently and uniformly at random, and we want to compute the exact probability that some pair of sets shares some integer. So sort of the one technique to consider when you're doing this counting is, instead of counting the condition, you count the opposite of the condition. So here we're going to count the probability that each integer appears at most once. So you can just sort of consider the first set. You have some valid number of sets, then that excludes a bunch of integers. And so you can derive this like closed form. So if you pre-compute all these factorials, you can compute all of these binomial coefficients in constant time. And that's it. So there's a question of why don't we need to reduce the final fraction? So if you recall in the problem, you were asked to do this like computation instead of like outputting the fraction as like a over b, where like a and b are relatively prime and potentially these extremely large integers. You were told to output like a times b inverse mod a prime. And so the question is, like, why don't you have to do cancellation? So because of the way that the prime is selected, the prime is of order abelian. You can show that the numerator and the denominator, neither one of them is divisible by the prime. So that is like the first part. And so then the second part is when you're doing sort of these like arithmetic operations of like multiplication and division. So if you're dividing, say you're dividing by 2, and you want to compute like 1/2, instead of thinking of it as dividing it by 2, you can just think of it as multiplying by the modular multiplicative inverse of 2 mod the prime. That happens to be equivalent. It takes a little bit of effort and it's a little bit weird because like addition also happens to work here. So like if you add like 1/2 to 1/2, like the real answer is 1. And it turns out that when you actually do these operations on like the reduced value in the modulus, it happens to also work out. But it takes a little bit of maybe testing to really like at least convince yourself that this works. And this can be really unintuitive, but the key point here is that the actual fractions themselves, because they are the products of like these factorials, where the factorials only go up to 10 to the 7, there is no instance of the prime modulus in either the numerator nor the denominator. So doing all these computations is safe. And that's actually it for me on the slides. Did anyone have any other questions? I mean, if they're not ready, they're not ready. Oh, they're ready?
Yeah, I said you were still going. Like, okay,
Oh, sure. Okay.
because he was doing a dry run.
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. All right, I'll let you go.
All right.
I need to be.
Saw John Clevenger, that's you, right?
Oh, I need to share my screen.
Here's the mic. All right, I think we're ready to resolve the results. We'll start with Division 2, then we'll do Division 1, and find out some of the schools that'll get to go to the North America Championship next May. A quick reminder that only one team per school can advance to the North America Championship. So, and that will certainly be an issue with what we had going on with the scoreboard in D1. So I would like to now introduce our head of systems here for the Pacific Northwest, John Clevenger. He's also the head of systems for World Finals and for the North America Championship. And John is the most seasoned presenter of the Resolver that I know. He keeps asking me, he's like, Tom, do you want to do it? And I can't come close to doing it as well as John does. And so I'm going to hand it over to John Clevenger. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. First of all, thank you. First of all, congratulations to everybody, both here at the De Anza site and to those of you at all the other sites. I was really pleased to see we had more runs in this Pacific Northwest contest than I think I've ever seen before. It was really an exciting contest. So good job, everybody. Okay. All right. So I guess what I need to do is share my screen so that or shall I just be the only one that can see it? I think that probably isn't what we want to do. So let me share. Yeah, I have enough. There we go. There we go. Okay, so what am I? Yeah, got those, and we need to. Yeah, but I got to figure out which screen I want to share. I mean, I got like 12 screens here, right? I believe it would be that one. It would be that one. Let's see. Ah, that looks like it's a folder that has some results in it. So before we go any further, I want to make sure, I know that everybody here can see what's going on. I want to make sure that all the other sites can see. Tom, you want to just confirm?
Yeah, somebody, if somebody else wants to unmute real quick and say, yeah, we can hear you or see you. Okay, Hilo can hear us. Can you see the share? You just basically see a file folder, File Explorer. It's over there. So yes, we can see. Okay, excellent. All right, let's do this.
Okay, sounds like we're ready to go. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is run the ICPC Resolver tool on the Division 2 results. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Okay. So in Division 2, at the point at which the scoreboard was frozen, from the point at which the scoreboard was frozen, there were an additional 380 submissions just in the last hour of the contest, just in Division 2. Hold on. That's
yeah, you need to do a share of. You chose a different. You chose a different.
Bear with us here for a moment. we won't start until we are
You can do a
confirmed.
reshare and do the, just reshare from.
Right, right. Well, that's it. The results are gray. No, we're looking. Stop your share real quick. Sure. Reshare. Hit share again. Then use that share. Choose this one, then you can just hit any window you want. Share from there. Then you just need to navigate to whichever one it is you want. Where's that result at? That would be this. And nope. There you go. There we go. All right, we got it. Okay. Now everybody here in the California site can see it. What about the other sites? Can we get a confirmation that you can see it? Okay, Hawaii says they can see it.
We see a logo for ICPC Foundation.
Yep. Right, and it says Pac Northwest 24 real at the top, right? 380 submissions. Okay. All right. So at the point at which the scoreboard got frozen, from that point, there were 380 submissions made just in Division 2. So this is what the scoreboard looked like at the freeze point. And all of those blue things you see up there are pending runs that were submitted in the last hour. That order. I don't remember. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to go down to the bottom of the scoreboard and look at all those blue runs. Okay, so we're gonna take off starting at the bottom. We had the Toaster Fish and Friends didn't submit anything, so they are done. We're gonna move ahead to the Tacaloa team from BYUH. They gotta know they're finished. Infinite Loopers from Trinity Western are done. The Badass team from HPU is finished. The Whitworth D2 Privateers are done. The Embedders from Dianza have one, and they finished there. The Sea Ice team from HPU, they had two pending problems. The first one's a yes, so they get to move up. The Cyber Knights from UOP, they got to know they're finished. The Sea Ice team still has one remaining, and they move up some more. The Control Alt Delete team from HSU, they get a yes, they move up. Then we go back to the Alt 4 team from HSU. They had two pending problems. The first one's a no, but the second one's a yes, they move up. We got the Bug Slayers from Pacific View. They get a no, they're finished. The Otherwise Coders from Monterey Bay, they get a no on the first submission, first problem, the second problem, and the third problem. So they're finished. The Sea Ice team from HPU is done, but we'll pause there because they are the Hawaii D2 site bronze medalists. Congratulations to them. All right, we move on up. The optimizers from Dianza have pending runs on 3 different problems. The first one's a yes, they get to move up. Control Alt Elite gets a yes, and they move up also. The New Coding Kings from UW Tacoma have pending runs on 3 problems, and they're all 3 no's, so they're finished. The Otter Native Solutions from Monterey Bay, 2 different problems, they're both no, they're done. The Alt 4 team from HSU is finished. The Chat UWT from UW Tacoma gets a yes, they move up. The Chico Slytherin Slayers get a no on their first problem, the second problem also, so they're finished. The D2 Chico Secret team gets a no on the first problem, but the second one's a yes, and they move up. The Broken Clocks team from WSU is finished. The Oreo team from UW Tacoma is done. The Lexicals from Dianza, they get a no on their first problem and also on their second problem, so they finish. The Loot 6 team from Pacific Lutheran University gets a no on their first and on their second. They're done. The Pseudo Random team from Western Washington gets a yes, and they move up. The UBC Okanagan team gets a no on their first one, a no on their second one, a no on their third one, a no on their fourth one. and a no on their fifth one. Nice try, guys. Trinity Techies from Trinity Western get a yes, and they move up. The Loot 4 team gets a no, and they're finished. The Sea Shanties team from Monterey Bay gets a no on their first one, a no on their second one, and a no on their third one. They're finished. Control Alt Sea Otters from CSU Monterey Bay get a no. They're done. The GU3 team from Gonzaga University gets a no. They're finished. The Optimizers from De Anza get a no, and they're finished. Control Alt Elite from HSU is done. Chat UWT from UW Tacoma gets a no. They're finished. The D2 Chico Secret team is done. The Gen 2 Goblins from BYU Hawaii, they get a no, but we pause here because they are the D2 Hawaii site silver medalists. All right, the Pseudorandonym team from Western Washington University has 4 problems. The first one's a no. The second one's a yes. They get to move up. The Alt Coders from De Anza, their first problem is a no. Their second problem, it's also a no. They're finished. The Trinity Techies have 1 problem, but it's a no. They're finished. The ICPC World Champion teams, they wish, they get no's, and they finish there. The SFU Brown team gets no's, they're done. The Whitworth D2 team gets a no, they're done. The Loot Coders team has no, and another no, and another no, and another no, and another no, they're finished. The Oracles 2.0 from George Fox have a no, they're finished. AMC 1 from UWT gets a no on the first one, a no on the second one, and a no on the third one. The Bucks from Pacific U have 3 different problems. The first one's a no, the second one's a no, and the third one's a no. But we pause here because the Bucks from Pacific U are the Oregon D2 Oregon site bronze medalists. All right, let's see. We're looking now at Luke team from Pacific Lutheran. They have 3 problems. The first one's a no. The second one's a yes. They get to move up. The Modulars from De Anza, they have 3 problems. The first one's a no. The second one's a yes, and they get to move up. Back to the Ram Runners from Trinity Western, 2 problems. The first one's a no. The second one's also a no. They're finished. The GU1 team from Gonzaga gets a no, and they get another no. They're done. The Problem Sanitizers from Trinity Western have 2 problems. The first one's a no, and the second one also a no. They're finished. The Otternauts from Monterey Bay are done. The 4 Loop Masters from Trinity Western are finished. The Humbots from Humboldt State get a yes, and they move up. The Cyber Stampers from Trinity Western get a no, they're finished. The 3 Husketeers from UW Tacoma are done. The D2 Bread First Search from Hawaii, they have no more pending runs, but again, we pause here because they are the D2 Hawaii site gold medalist. All right. Cash Money from UW Tacoma, they get a yes, and they move up. The Sims Coding Conglomerate has 2 problems. The first one's a no, the second one's a yes, and they move up into 22nd place. Jonas and his Slimes from UW Tacoma, they get a no, but we pause here to point out that they were the first team to solve problem E. Congratulations, guys. All right, we got the Nori team from the University of the Pacific, and they have pending runs on 3 different problems. The first one's a no, the second one is also a no, the third one is also a no, and so they're finished. The Pseudorandonym team from Western Washington gets a no on their first problem and a no on their second problem. Barely Eligible from Eastern Washington University is no, and they're finished. The Leftovers from Western Washington University get a no and another no and another no, so they're done. The Loop 5 team from Pacific Lutheran gets a no, they're finished. The Simon Fraser University Pink team is done. The Humbots from Humboldt State, they get a yes, and they move up. The Modulars from De Anza get a no, and they're finished. Trinity Underdogs from Trinity Western get a no, they're finished. Loot 3 from Pacific Lutheran gets a no, they're done. Velocicoder from UW Tacoma, no on the first one, no on the second one, and no on the third one, so they're finished. The Jam team from UW Tacoma gets a no and another no, so they're finished. The Works on My Machine team, I bet it does, huh? Is done. The UVic team has 4 different problems. The first one's a no, but the second one's a yes, and they still have 2 more to go. The Bike Coders from De Anza get a yes, and they have another one to go. The Cash Money team from UW-T gets a yes, and they move up. The OOP team from CSU Monterey Bay, that's the Otter-Oriented Programming team, they get a no, but we pause here to point out that they were the first team to solve problem B, and I like your logo, guys. All right, Sims Coding Conglomerate from George Fox has no more pending runs, but we pause here to point out that they are the D2 Oregon site silver medalists. All right, moving up, we've got the GU2 team from Gonzaga, and they have pending runs on 4 different problems. The first one's a no. The second one's a yes. They move up, and they still have 2 to go. The Humboldts from Humboldt State are done. The Bike Coders from De Anza get a yes, and they move up. The host team here in California. The Cash Money team from UW Tacoma is finished, but we point out that they are the D2 Washington site bronze medalists. Okay, the UVic team has pending runs on 2 problems. And the first one's a yes, they move up into 16th place, and they still have another one. The Quantum Coders from UOP get a no, they're finished. Gonzaga GU2 team gets no's, and they are done. But we pause to point out that they are the D2 Washington site silver medalists. Okay, the Beaver Bites. We're looking for people who are going to move into the top 20. The Beaver Bites from Oregon State have pending runs on 3 different problems. The first one's a no. The second one is a no. And the third one's a no. But we pause here because the Beaver Bites are the Oregon site gold medalists in D2. Okay, so now we know the teams in the top 20 in Division 2. And we move on to the Code Breakers from finish in 12th place. The Odd Bits from De Anza get a no and another no. They finish in 11th. The Slow Jams team from Santa Cruz gets a yes. They move up into 3rd place. The UBC Okanagan team moves up into 4th place. The Simon Fraser Burgundy team has 2 problems. The first one's a no and the second one's a no. They finish in 10th. Hypatia from Humboldt State gets a no, but we point out they were the first to solve problem I. Congratulations. And so now we got the EPA team from San Jose State University. They have 1 pending problem. It's a no, so they finish in 8th. The Santa Clara Harvard Gold team is done. They finished in 7th place. The British Columbia Benchwarmers, also from Santa Clara, move up into 2nd place. The I Miss Her team from UBC, I do too, guys. They move up into 2nd place. The Okanagan team finishes in 6th place, and they are the D2 British Columbia site bronze medalists. Congratulations. And now we have the top 5. The top 5. In 5th place currently, the Slow Jams team from the University of California at Santa Cruz with pending runs on 2 problems. The first one's a no, and the second one's a no. They finish in 5th place, and they are the California site bronze medalists, also the first to solve problems. And then number 4, the Stanford Bayes team. I do not understand that name. Somebody can explain it to me later. But they have pending runs on 2 different problems. The first one's a no. The second one's a yes. They move up into second place. So the British Columbia Benchwarmers, which again are from Santa Clara University in California, it finishes in 4th place. They are the California site silver medalists. Congratulations, guys. And the top 3, which are your medalist teams, right? The top 3 medalist teams. So we've got I Miss Her 2. Oh no, that was me. Is the 3rd place team in Division 2. So they are the Bronze 2 division medal winners. Congratulations. And also the British Columbia silver medalists. And the 2nd place team in Division 2 is the Stanford-based team, finishing with the silver medal, and they are the California site gold medalists. Congratulations. And that leaves just one. Some of you probably know Bill Poucher, who's the ICPC Executive Director. He told me one time that a good way to think of programming contests is not so much that it's a contest between teams, but rather that it is a contest between each team and the judges. And so now, here's the question. Who won this competition? We know that the UBC2 D2 team from University of British Columbia is 1st place in D2, right? Did they also outsmart the judges? So let's find out. Their first one, it's a yes, and they were also the first and only team to solve that problem. And the number there, 242, means they solved it with just 58 minutes to go in the contest. And so now the contest is 5 hours, right? You can do math, that's 300 minutes. This run was submitted at 296, 4 minutes from the end of the contest. What do you think? Well, guess what? They did it. They got it all. Congratulations to the UBC2 D2 team from UBC. They are the D2 champions, the gold medal. I didn't know that. I didn't say that.
That's perfect. So fun.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Let's go home. That's funny, huh? Okay. I think we probably want to go on, right? We want to see who's going to qualify to go to the North American Championship in Orlando. So in order to do that, we are going to run the D1 results. And we may have to go through the same shenanigans that we did a minute ago. Are we good?
We're good.
I am under the impression that all of the other sites can see the start of the resolver, the logo that says 327 pending submissions.
Yes, they got it.
Okie doke. Perfect. So this is what the scoreboard looked like at the freeze point with 1 hour to go in the contest. So we are going to go back down to the bottom of the scoreboard. We have currently in 69th place, Tight Def Titans from Washington State University, right? Which is in Vancouver.
Yep.
They are competing at the Oregon site, not Washington, because they're right across the river from the Oregon-Washington boundary. You will notice that at this point, they had no solutions, right? So let's see what they did. They submitted runs for 4 different problems. And the first one No, it was a no. The second one, they got one. They solved one. The third one was a no, but the fourth one was a yes, and they got two in the last hour. So then there's the Whitworth GG team. They're finished. The quantum syntax team from UW Tacoma gets a yes, and they move up. The logarithms from the University of Puget move up with a yes. They have another problem to go still. The ping bots at De Anza, they get a yes, and they move up. Congratulations. The Flaming Tigers from the University of the Pacific get a no. They're finished. The Whitworth Pirates have runs on pending on 3 different problems, and the second one's a yes. They move up. The Whitworth Corsairs have a pending run. It's a no. They're finished. The Fighting Mongooses from UW Tacoma are done. Team Aqua from Humboldt State gets a yes, and they move up. The A-level gang from UC Davis is finished. The RGB, the blue team from Hawaii Pacific University, gets a no on the first one, a no on the second one. They're finished. Here's our type defs. They don't get any more. The ping bots from De Anza are done. Quantum syntax from UW-T are done. The Team Aqua from Humboldt State is finished. Chico, the nameless team, is indeed done. Whitworth Pirates are finished. The logarithms from University of Puget get a no. The green team from HPU is done. The Here for the T-shirt team, they're going home with your T-shirt, guys. Whitworth Bucks get a yes, and they move up. The Tacoma team from UW Tacoma gets a no. They're finished. Control Alt Defeat from Oregon State University gets a yes, and they still have another problem. Young GPT from Hilo gets a no and a no, and so they're done. But we'll pause here to point out that the Young GPT team at the University of Hawaii Hilo is the Hawaii D1 site bronze medal. Okay, the Whitworth Bucks have a pending run, but it's a no. They're finished. The red team from HPU gets a yes. They move up the chart. Control Alt Defeat from Oregon State gets a yes. They still have another problem to go. The Paul Bonami team from Washington State gets a no. They're done. The Array of Sunshine team from Western Washington gets 2 no's, so they're finished. Prince Stream from San Jose State gets a yes. They move up with another problem to go. Jaborkatron from Washington State moves up with a yes and 2 pending runs to go. Kamachi from UC Davis gets a yes and 2 more problems to go. Chico 8 Eyes gets a no, and that second one's a yes, and they move up. The red team from HPU gets a yes, and they move way up. Control Alt Defeat from Oregon State is indeed finished. The Jaborkatron team from Washington State gets 2 no's. They're done. Prince team from San Jose State is finished. The Notepad IDE team from Washington State is done. The B Kamachi team from Davis gets a no, and they're finished. Chico 8 Eyes, they get a no, so they're all done. Seg Fulties from Santa Cruz are finished. The OSU Order One Hit Wonders team is finished. Whitworth Microhard gets a yes, and they move up. I love CIS 101, don't we all? They move up. Stack Underflow from San Jose State gets a no, and the second one is a yes. They still have a third one to go. AC from San Jose State has 2, and the first one's a yes. They move up. The Kelp Me Debug team from CSU Monterey Bay gets a yes. They move up. The red team from HPU in Hawaii is finished. No more pending runs, but we'll point out that they are the D1 Hawaii site silver medalists. Okay, looking for what teams move up into those coveted top 4 positions from distinct schools. Remember, the top 4 distinct teams from different schools automatically get to advance to the North America Championship. So the Whitworth Microhard team is done. The Stack Underflow team from San Jose is done. The I Love CIS 101 team at BYU Hawaii has no more pending runs, but they are indeed the D1 Hawaii site gold medalists. Okay, the iconically Pythonic team from Western Washington University has pending runs on one problem. It's a no, so they're finished. The Kelp Me Debug team has one, and it's a no, and so they're done. Just here so we won't get fined. Well, we're not going to fine you, but we're going to give you 2 no's and you're done. The AC team gets a no from the judges at San Jose. The MIT of Oregon team, now let me see, MIT, Oregon, okay, anyway, they have no more pending runs. They are, however, the D1 Oregon site bronze medal team. Congratulations. Okay, still looking for those top 4 different schools to advance. Performance Fish from Trinity Western has 2 problems pending, and both of them are no's, so they're finished. The Slippery Banana Peels from the University of Washington get a yes, and they move up. The VTubers from UBC get a no, and they have another problem, but it's also no, so they're done. The Oars team from UW gets a yes, and they move up. The Big Beavs from Oregon State get a no, but they are the Oregon D1 site silver medalist team. Okay, Stanford Pythagoras get a yes, and they move up. The Slugs I Don't Know team from Santa Cruz get a yes, and they move up. The Agilis from De Anza have pending runs on 3 problems. The first one's a no, the second one's a no, and the third one's a no. They're finished. Here we are back to Slippery Banana Peels. They're finished. The Oars team at UW is done. The Stanford Pythagoras are done. The Coding Cowboys from Western Washington are finished. NEO from UW, they get a yes, and they move up into 20th place. BKA from UC Davis gets a no on their first problem and a no on their second one. They're finished. The Gigabyte Brawlers from Western Washington University get a no and then another no. But we point out that they are the D1 Washington site bronze medalist team. Congratulations. Okay, still looking to see who's going to be those top 4 distinct schools. We've got the Slugs I Don't Know from UC Santa Cruz. In case you're not aware, their school mascot is the Banana Slugs. Okay, so that's why there's all these slug references in here. But they have no more pending runs, so they are finished at that point. But we do point out they were the first to solve problem K in D1. Good job, guys. Okay, the Chico Evil team has 2 different pending problems, and they get the first one, and they move up. NEO from UW gets a no, and so they're finished, but they finish as the Washington site D1 silver medalists. Okay, so now we're in the top 20 and we have lots of pending runs, lots of opportunities for people to move up. The rank 35 Mortis team from UC Berkeley, they've got pending runs on 2 problems. The first one's a no, the second one is a no, and they're finished. The Oski Forces from Berkeley, they get a yes and they move up. The Chico Evil team has 1 pending problem and they move up. We've got the Stanford Euclid team, and they get a yes, and they move up. The Oski Forces team from Berkeley is finished. The Simon Fraser Lavender team gets a yes, and they move up. The Sluggernauts from Santa Cruz, they get a yes from the judges, and they move up. Congratulations. The Sorry team from UBC gets a no, and then another no. They're finished. But they were the first to solve problem C in D1. And here we go. The Chico Eagle team is finished. The Sigma Forces from UBC gets a yes, and they move up. The Stanford Euclid team has no more runs. They're finished. The Simon Fraser Lavender team gets a yes from the judges, and they move up. The Calgorithm team from Berkeley gets a yes from the judges, and they move up. The Stanford Pascal team, think about it, get a yes, and they move up. And the Sluggernauts from Santa Cruz get a no, so they finish in 15th place. The TED Talks team from San Jose State University are done, and the Sigma Forces team from UBC have no more pending runs, but they are the British Columbia D1 site bronze medalists. Congratulations. And then there were 12, and remember the top 4 from different schools get to automatically move to the North America Championship. So we've got the Simon Fraser Lavender team. They have no more runs. They finished in 12th place, and they are the British Columbia site silver medalists. And so we've got the Calgorithm team from Cal Berkeley. They have no more pending runs. They finished in 11th. The Work Smarter, Not Harder from UW Washington gets a no. And so they are finished in 10th place, but they are the Washington site gold medalist team. Now we've got the Stanford Pascal team, and they have no more pending runs, so they finish in 9th. There's the Oregon State team we're going to throw. They have no more pending runs, so they finish in 8th place, and they are the Oregon site gold medalists. Congratulations. And at this point, we're getting right down to it. We're gonna throw team from OSU. They have no more pending runs, so they're finishing in 8th place. The Stanford Cardinal team gets a no. They finish in 7th. The Onerophages from UC Davis get a no. They finish in 6th. Stanford Oiler team from Stanford gets a no. They finish in 5th. They were the first to solve problem M. And so now we've got the Golden State Bears in 4th place. The Golden State Bears get a no on their first submission and a no on their second submission. That means that they are the California site bronze medalists. Congratulations. And the UC Berkeley Burden of Dreams team still has a pending run. So let's see what happens with that. It's a no, so that means they finish in 3rd place. They are the California site silver medalists and the overall D1 bronze medalist team. And then there were 2. Look closely at this. Okay, so we've got the UBC Forgetful Funkers with submissions on 2 different problems, right behind the Bill Poucher team from UC Berkeley. So let's see what happens here. The first one, that's a no. The second one, that's a yes, and they got it, but the point total was such that it was not about enough to put them ahead. So that means that they are the silver medalist team and also the British Columbia site gold medalist. Congratulations, second place. And that means, as I said, for D2, and then there was 1. And remember the whole thing about Bill Poucher telling me that it was a competition between, right? Well, this team chose to name themselves after Bill Poucher. So the question is, who won? Well, they won. They are the champions. But what happens with this run? And the answer is no. They are the Bill Poucher team, first place, and Bill himself joined them. And Tom, that's the results of the 2024 Pacific Northwest contest.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much, John. You can see why I can't match that. So he makes it so fun. So yeah, thank you so much. And so everyone here, all competitors, it's getting a little bit late. Thanks for hanging out with us to watch the Resolver. It's always really fun. I want to thank all the staff here at De Anza. Other sites, make sure that you thank your site directors. They helped this come together and made this happen. But the 2024 ICPC Pacific Northwest Regional is now concluded. Safe travels home, and we'll see you next year. Cheers. Great job, site director. All right, my friends, we are adjourned. Have a great evening. Be in touch. It's over. Now you can relax, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There'll be a few beverages. Yeah. There'll be a few beverages. Yeah, we have to beat up on the at least.